So Michael can let me know when
Jordan, I'm
you are ready to
watching
go,
you, young
Madam Chair.
lady.
We are
Yep.
live.
Yep.
And we are recording. So I'm going to say good morning and welcome to the LCCMR Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources meeting on Wednesday, July 1st. We are remote through electronic means and also available on YouTube. This meeting is being held in accordance with Minnesota Statute 13D.015, state entity meetings by telephone or interactive technology. I'm Rita Albrecht. I will be the chair today, and we will start with a roll call. So staff, would you take the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Albrecht.
Here.
Albrecht here. Her. Jordan.
Jordan present from the Capitol Complex.
Jordan present from the Capitol. Thank you. Beeman.
Here.
Beeman here. Faber.
Faber present.
Faber here. Gilman.
Here.
Gilman here. Green.
Here.
Green here. Hedstrom.
Hedstrom here.
Hedstrom here. Heinzman. Heinzman. Langseth. Langseth. Lily.
Lily here.
Lily here. McEwen. McEwen. Moore.
More present.
Moore here. Putnam.
Here.
Putnam here. Scraba. Scraba. Westrom. Westrom. I will circle back. Her. Heinzman. Heinzman. Langseth. Langseth. McEwen. McEwen. Scraba.
Scraba here.
Scraba here. Westrom. Westrom. Madam Chair, we have 11 members present.
That means we have a quorum. Thank you all for coming on time. Our next item is for members to report potential conflicts of interest regarding today's business. Are there any members that would like to report a conflict? Please raise your hand or open your mic, and I see Dr. Faber.
Here I have two projects to identify my conflict of interest. They are numbers 2027-394, Wild Turkey Project with Dr. Gregory as the presenter. The second is about Blanding's Turtle, ID 2027-528. I think Jay Pennington is set as the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members that would like to report a conflict this morning? Seeing no hands raised, we will move on. And today we're going to have proposal presentations. And I just want to say that the presentation schedule has been somewhat fluid. So I will ask the commission's grace and also from our presenters to make sure that we're on the right one at the right time. And I'm going to be looking to staff to help us keep on track with that. I know there will be at least one project that's moved from the afternoon to the morning. So with that, I would like to invite our first presenter, and that is, it looks to me like that is presentation on project 2027-111 under the Fish and Wildlife category. Dr. Dakota Rosie. Is Dr. Rosie in the waiting room or here? Please open your camera and say hello. Introduce yourself and begin your presentation.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to present my proposal. My name is Dr. Dakota Rousey. I am the Biology Collection Manager at the Science Museum of Minnesota. In my role, I steward the specimens of plants and animals in our museum collections so that they can be maximally used for the public good for present and future. My team's proposal to the LCCMR is entitled Building a Superior Understanding of Minnesota's Small Mammals. I'll start with the lead. Our team is seeking the investment from the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund to make available to Minnesotans ecological data from over 15,000 specimens of rodents and shrews collected from the Superior National Forest, and to use this data to help understand historic prevalence of pathogens such as Lyme disease causing bacteria found in Minnesota's wild small mammals. The benefits of this proposed project are multiple. First, policymakers, wildlife biologists, and land managers can use the data from what is possibly the richest collection of small mammal specimens from the Superior National Forest to understand changes in populations of various species of concern that live in Minnesota's boreal forests. And second, we can establish a better temporal through line not only for the small mammals in northern Minnesota, but also for their pathogens. Understanding these pathogens will help protect our wildlife and inform policy to mitigate public health risks associated with wildlife pathogen exposure in our natural areas. So that's the request. Here's the context. The Science Museum of Minnesota stewards collections of plants and animals that number over 180,000 specimens. One of the most data-rich, scientifically valuable collections is a series of about 15 to 17,000 specimens collected in the Superior National Forest between the years of 1983 and 2000. A team of former Science Museum biologists revisited the same sites in the Superior National Forest year after year, trapping small mammals and preserving them as natural history specimens for future use. These specimens exist as a combination of stuffed skins, skeletal remains, and whole specimens preserved in alcohol to maximize the types of scientific research questions that the specimens can be used for. In addition, each specimen is tied to data not only with where and when the specimen was collected, but also measurements and habitat notes. We have scores of specimens and data, but unfortunately, very little of it is currently accessible to the public, and the specimens themselves are in need of preventative maintenance to ensure that they remain usable for generations to come. Therefore, we will use ENRTF funds to inventory this collection, shore up its storage, and record its data electronically so that Minnesotans can examine where our specimens are from, scientists and managers can borrow the specimens for research, and agencies can incorporate data into studies and policy proposals. In addition, we will collaborate with Dr. Benjamin Clark at the University of Minnesota Medical School to examine their historic importance as pathogen hosts. To do this, we will examine the microbiome of these specimens using molecular and microscopy assays, focusing on one common species of deer mouse known to be important for the life cycle of Lyme disease causing bacteria to determine what pathogens were affecting these mice and trends in prevalence toward the present. Once this initial screening is conducted, our team will expand its focus to look at the other species of mammals in this data set to determine to what extent these lesser studied species are able to harbor pathogens that are common in the numerically abundant deer mice. You may be asking why use this collection of 20-plus-year-old specimens. Museum collections provide a window into the past. They are designed to provide verifiable records of life on Earth that can be visited and revisited for comparison to current conditions and to make predictions about the future. These particular specimens are important because it is rare that we have collections with such rich data that have been collected with special attention to consistency. It is rarer still that these specimens were collected at the same locality for such a long period through time, and it is utterly unique and irreplaceable that we have such a robust number of specimens from this part of the state where today we are grappling with increasing pathogen exposure risk and ecological threats that can be examined using modern information era tools. Once this collection is mobilized, the specimen data will be valuable to agencies such as the DNR and the 1854 Treaty Authority, and this value will only appreciate through time. The results from the pathogen surveillance we will conduct will be shared through local outlets, public engagement, and peer-reviewed studies to advance the field. Taken together, our project will inform the trajectory of pathogen exposure risk that threatens the accessibility of our great boreal forests. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and I'm happy to answer questions or provide clarification.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do members have questions for this presenter? Please raise your hand. I have Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Rousey, maybe I missed it. Is it just deer mice that you're going to be looking at? That's a scenario shrew over your shoulder in the picture. That ain't no deer mouse, my friend, right? But what's the because a number of our species are likely not present up there from when you look at our Minnesota mammal species. So what's the is it going to be more than just the deer mouse?
To the presenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Faber, for the question. The initial screening of pathogens will take place using the white-footed deer mouse because we have a ton of them. They are probably the most numerically abundant species in the sample of the 15,000. However, we are hoping to inventory and digitize the entire collection. And then once the initial pathogen screening focusing on the white-footed deer mouse is conducted, the following phase will be to then expand beyond that numerically abundant deer mouse sample to look at other species like Sorex cinereus and some of the red-backed voles. We have heather voles and bog lemmings to look at those species which aren't as well understood to see if we can detect pathogens in those species as well.
Dr.
Madam-
Faber?
Madam Chair, follow up? Yeah,
Yes.
great. And I wasn't worried that it wasn't, I mean, I know some of these species, we hardly know anything about their biology, let alone have specimens and stuff in collection stuff. My second question then would refer to, I don't know if you mentioned the breadth. Are you going to look at more than just Lyme's disease? I mean, there's all these different diseases now affecting, not just the critters, but especially, humans as well, when you think about it. What other diseases might you be screening for?
Mr. Rosie?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we're focusing on Lyme disease at least initially because the tools are the most broadly available, or the tools are the most robust for detecting Lyme disease. However, my collaborator, Dr. Clark, he has mentioned that the assays that they are using, particularly the microscopy techniques, would be able to also detect other pathogens that are visible under microscopy at the same scale as the looking for Lyme disease causing bacteria.
Dr. Faber?
Yeah, I was thinking, you start thinking about the hantavirus and some of these other ones that are getting a lot of attention. CWD, we don't know, is it everywhere out on the landscape? And our little friends are the carriers of the ticks that pick up the stuff. So, all right, that's great. I appreciate it. Good luck. Thank you.
Dr. Moore?
Thank you, Chair Albrecht. I'm just curious if the methodology has already been developed to test archived specimens for the presence of diseases and pathogens in limes.
To the presenter.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore, for the question. Historically, the largest challenge with working with preserved specimens as information era tools such as genomics approaches has been the types of preservation such as preparing skins and fluid preserved specimens doesn't lend itself super well to getting DNA from them. However, tools are rapidly being developed and exist today to where we're actually reliably able to get genetic information even from specimens that have been fixed in formalin, which these fluid preserved specimens have, particularly for things like bacteria and viruses, which have a different sort of cellular structure than mammal and other vertebrate tissues. So the short answer to your question is it is now easier than ever to get DNA that would allow us to detect the presence and prevalence of pathogens from historic specimens.
Thank you.
Jamar, anything else?
No, thanks.
Are there any other questions for this presenter? Seeing none, I want to thank the presenter for a very well done presentation, and good luck with your project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
We're going to move on to the next presenter on our schedule, which is number 2027-136 under Fish and Wildlife. I see Dr. Joyce is online, so if you're open your camera and say hello and introduce yourself and your presentation. Go ahead. And unmute. We can't hear you. I'm sorry. Not yet.
How about now?
Ah, good job. Thank you.
Yeah, so sorry, let me start again. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members. My name is Michael Joyce. I'm a wildlife ecologist at the Natural Resources Research Institute up in Duluth, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be here today to talk about my proposal on fisher population in southern Minnesota. So as many of you know, fishers are carnivores in the weasel family. You can see one pictured behind me here. They're an important part of Minnesota's natural heritage. And over the last 2 decades, we've seen fishers expand into southern Minnesota. And this recent expansion really provides a critical conservation and management challenge, partly because of the landscape that they're living in. We recently completed an ENRTF funded project on fishers in southern Minnesota that had some unexpected results, including showing fishers able to live in areas that we didn't really anticipate that they would be able to live in. And so while this is an encouraging sign of their ability to adapt to human modified landscapes, that study also demonstrated that fishers in southern Minnesota face several risks and threats that are not well understood, including emerging diseases, vehicle strikes, and a new trapping season opened by the DNR towards the end of that study a few years ago. So one of the things we know about fishers across their range from the history that we have studying them collectively in science is that they are susceptible to overharvest. And so effective harvest management is really needed to ensure that harvest is sustainable and responsive to threats from other sources of mortality that change over time. Robust data on fisher survival and reproduction that could guide such fisher management are not available for southern Minnesota. We do have some great data in northern Minnesota from a past Minnesota DNR study, but the threats are different between North and South Minnesota, and those data are not applicable. Further, there has not been a study anywhere in fisher range where fishers live in conditions similar to southern Minnesota that could provide us some idea of what survival and reproduction should look like. And so this is really an important knowledge gap. Towards the end of that original ENRTF funded project, we had several fishers die of health and disease related deaths, including highly pathogenic avian influenza, but exposure of fishers to established and emerging diseases and what effect that has on the population is currently completely unknown anywhere in fisher range, including in Minnesota. So the main goal of this project would be to better understand the fisher population in southern Minnesota, particularly their population rates, survival, and reproduction, to fill this major knowledge gap and enhance the ability of the DNR and other land managers to conserve and manage fishers in that region. We would deploy GPS collars to collect foundational data on survival, reproduction, and health. And critically, as I already mentioned, this would be the first study of this sort in southern Minnesota, and also the first study anywhere with similar conditions. And so that initial project we had was focusing on more basic questions and was not designed to answer these particular questions that are now more pressing. So we'll use the data we collect to determine current survival rates, identify key sources of mortality, to better understand reproduction and factors influencing reproductive rates, to better understand exposure to establishing and emerging diseases and parasites and what effect that has on the population through survival and reproduction. And finally, combine those first 3 outcomes to conduct a population viability analysis, which would help the DNR understand how changes to these mortality factors could change the trajectory of the population. allowing them better opportunity to manage this population. So why is this important? Well, there's really three major outcomes and impacts from this project that align well with LCCMR strategic goals, as well as would benefit the citizens of Minnesota and the natural resources in our state. First, the results would provide the valuable information that is needed to help guide fisher management and ensure sustainable harvest management by the DNR. This is a partner-driven project. We've been in touch with the DNR. We have a large list of partners, many of whom participated in our original project, who are really interested in these data and really interested in really interested in participating and getting the information that we're seeking. As I already mentioned, these data are unavailable for southern Minnesota, and we want to manage fishers and other wildlife proactively rather than responsively. So we want to put the information in the DNR's hands to anticipate how changes could affect the population before we start seeing concerns and then need to respond to them. And this outcome aligns really strongly with LCCMR Strategic Goal 3.2, improving species management strategies through better monitoring of the health of natural systems and species. Second, this project will allow us to better understand specific habitat and prey needs of fishers, expanding on the work that we started with our previous project in southern Minnesota. Critically, this information would allow land managers to protect, restore, and monitor the specific habitat conditions that fishers need to thrive. And this outcome aligns really strongly with LCCMR Strategic Goal 3.1 to research, conducting research to manage and protect populations and habitat. And finally, this is a project of high public interest. We've specifically designed it to allow opportunities to engage with the public. During our initial study, we heard a lot of interest from the public, and that includes enthusiasm as well as concerns related to effects fishers might be having on prey species in this region. And so this project will allow us to continue to address those concerns and to continue to engage with the public to foster awareness of what fishers are doing, what factors influence them, and to gain feedback from the public on what they're doing. So I really, again, appreciate your time and consideration of this proposal, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce. Are there any questions for this presenter on this Fisher project? Please raise your hand. I see Dr. Faber first, and then Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned, I just mentioned the last speaker. I've done work with Fisher, or actually it was NOAA. So you see that nice Fisher picture. Anyways, Dr. Joyce, I wanted you to make clear to the members here, this area, southern Minnesota, maybe you could give us a little idea. I mean, you know, a third of the state but it's more along the Mississippi corridor and stuff. But the population numbers, do you have, I mean, these aren't one-offs that there's one there and then there's one there. Fisher can move pretty good distances, as we know from our studies at Camp Ripley, 60 miles or more. So they can move, so it's not impossible that they've gotten down there, obviously. But do you have any data? Did we get some harvest data from the DNR with that southern season? So we've got to have some idea that these are expanding numbers and they're moving into an area that is not historically part of the range or distribution of fishes, at least in Minnesota, as I understand it. I think that would be interesting for all of us to hear a little bit more about that. Thanks.
Dr. Joyce.
Yeah, Commissioner Faber, members, that's a really good question. So first of all, this is in the pre-European range of fishers in Minnesota. And so they were removed from this area in the late 1800s, early 1900s due to a combination of land conversion, so loss of habitat as European American settlement happened, and unregulated trapping. So this is an area that they previously lived. In fact, they lived farther south into Iowa. We've seen them come back in some areas there as well. And so in terms of the population, we see signs that things are good. So female fishers from the first study are using smaller home ranges in southern Minnesota than northern. We think that relates to prey density. We see males not doing that. And so that has some implications for how the population functions and genetic diversity and things like that. We do see them moving across areas that for a while were like, oh, that's unsuitable habitat. It's probably fishers dispersing. We found that because of prey density, some of those locations are actually representing where fishers are living. We documented reproduction that seems to be slightly lower than northern Minnesota. But reproduction is one of those things with fishers that you really need about 7 years of data to really accurately estimate. There's been other studies to show that. And so we would, with this project, be able to give better information there. But we see them in the Twin Cities. We had a fisher that lived in Dakota County parkland just outside of the zoo that made a few visits over the fence into the zoo while we were monitoring her. She raised a kit. So it's where they have lived. We do have a population. The harvests so far have been relatively low, but we don't know how that's going to change with time. And I think when we talk to folks from northern Minnesota that were trapping, especially in the late 90s through early 2000s, they say, man, fishers used to be everywhere, and now they're not. And now we have concerns with our northern population and the decline. And that's another impetus for this project, is really getting the information we need so that we don't have to respond to a declining population. If that happens, we can anticipate it and manage it accordingly to try to prevent that.
Thank you. Anything else, Dr. Faber?
No, I'll pass, Madam Chair. Just I'm
right.
full supporter of this project. I want that to be known. So thanks, Dr. Joyce.
Thank you. Dr. Moore?
Thank you, Chair Albrecht. Thank you, Dr. Joyce, for your presentation. I appreciated it. I like to see applied and management relevant research coming out of the university systems, and I appreciate that also. I have a question about bobcat and fisher interactions. We're seeing increasing abundances of bobcats in our region, and I'm curious if you anticipate any competition between those two species for prey, or any direct interactions with those two species in the work that you've been doing.
Dr. Joyce?
Yeah, appreciate the question, Commissioner Moore, members. Really good question. So we have also recently finished a study in northern Minnesota on bobcat fisher interactions, where bobcat predation is a main cause. We're actually just working on a survival analysis right now, including with some of the DNR data. And not surprising, we're finding survival rates that are not high enough, especially female fishers, to sustain those populations in the north, largely driven by predation, largely driven by bobcat predation. So we have also seen bobcats move into this area. In fact, when we met with some of the wildlife management staff with the DNR before starting this project, we were told, we don't really see fishers, we see bobcats, you should study them instead. We have seen some signs of bobcats in southern Minnesota. They certainly are expanding. We have not detected them at reproductive den trees, which was really common in northern Minnesota in the south. Instead, we see robust coyote populations. And that's one of the reasons why we really think this study is important, is that the predator community is different. Bobcats are likely much more effective predators of fishers because they can spring up into the tree after fishers. Coyotes can't do that. We see coyote presence at basically every reproductive den we've studied in southern Minnesota. We have had mortality, but it seems like the different community, partly aided by human development, partly aided by high coyote densities, is allowing fishers to exist with less bobcat predation. We don't know how that's going to change in the future. By contrast, roadkill mortality, I think John Erb's study, 115 fishers, 2 or 3 of them got hit on the road and were killed during that 8-year study. We've already surpassed that in our southern Minnesota work. And based on conversations with wildlife managers, we're seeing a lot of incidental trapping. So even not targeted trapping, but raccoon trappers that incidentally harvest fishers, we're seeing really high rates of vehicle roadkill mortality. And so again, these things are not the same. Bobcats are a major driver in northern Minnesota. Don't seem to be now in southern Minnesota, but that's where the population viability analysis can come in, because we can look at current predation rates and say, what if this was 5% higher? What if this was 10% higher? What does that do to the population? So that if we see signs of that, the DNR can respond in terms of managing the harvest to alleviate mortality as needed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Jordan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Joyce, for this presentation. It sounds really interesting. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit more about how this research is going to build on other research projects you have done through ENRTF. I know you've done some other research in southern Minnesota on mammals, specifically fishers too. So how is this project different? How is this going to build on that? Just fill me in here.
Yeah, Commissioner Jordan, members, really good question. When I presented for our original Southern Minnesota Fisher project, I said this is the last Fisher project I'm going to pitch. So I will acknowledge that that wasn't true. And the reason is because of these concerns that come up. And so we have done a Fisher Den box study to address specific concerns about getting habitat in northern Minnesota. We've worked on bobcat fisher interactions, as Commissioner Moore asked about and chatted about there. Forgot to say, we find really high overlap in diet, habitat use, and activity of fishers and bobcats. Sorry, Commissioner Moore, I meant to give you that information as well. The original study was really to better understand where they're living and generally ecology, how are they doing? And so it feels self-serving at times. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know. And so that's sort of where this came. This is not replicating another project. The reason we couldn't do this in the first phase of our Southern Minnesota Fisher project is because we didn't design the study to answer these questions. We didn't have the sample size, and we didn't think at that time it was appropriate to ask for a lot of money that we didn't know that we needed to answer those questions. We really wanted to focus on where do they live, how generally are they doing. That work has shown the concerns that I acknowledged earlier, and really put these questions that we're trying to address now in need. And so we do build off of those projects. When we do power analyses for fishers, you really need 80 to 100 individuals to get good survival and reproduction data. Well, because we already have data on 30 fishers from the original project, we're only asking for money to study 50 additional fishers to give us the data we need. So we will be able to leverage and add value to the data from those previous projects. But this is a totally separate project. It's not replicating, it's addressing different questions.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Anything else? All right, our time is up. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Joyce. Lots of interest in this one. We're going to move on to our next presenter, and I see the presenter is in the room. This is item, should say presentation or proposal ID number 2027-280, Fish and Wildlife. Ms. Berry from the Nature Conservancy, open your camera and introduce yourself and proceed.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Albrecht and members. My name is Liz Beery, and I am the Associate Director of Grasslands in Minnesota for the Nature Conservancy. I'm here to talk about our proposal expanding Minnesota prescribed fire implementation and landowner education. Thank you for inviting me to present this project today. Our project goal is to expand prescribed fire implementation on protected private and public lands and focus on implementing fire in spring, late summer, and fall to better replicate historic fire timing. These activities will enhance the ecological function of grassland systems that provide wildlife habitat for both game and non-game species. Specific outcomes include increased floral resources and diversity, better supporting pollinators, birds, mammals, and other grassland wildlife, along with the suppression of trees, brush, and invasive cool season grasses. Our project is in the fish and wildlife category because this work will support and provide technical assistance to private landowners on cost-effective proven strategies that will enhance native habitat, and develop plans and implement conservation actions to conserve species with a priority on efforts that maintain connected continuous habitat and address the needs of vulnerable declining native species that need fire to thrive. Through this project, the Nature Conservancy will collaborate closely with several conservation entities, including Pheasants Forever, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Minnesota DNR, and private landowners. We will accomplish our work within this proposal through the establishment of a 3-year traveling fire crew and through landowner outreach and education. The traveling fire crew will accelerate the enhancement of permanently protected lands, primarily federal and state public lands, and perpetual conservation easements. We are requesting funds to enhance 4,000 acres of grasslands via prescribed fire. We will coordinate closely with partners including the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Minnesota DNR to identify which burn units will burn year to year. Expanding fire capacity through a traveling fire crew involves hiring and training the full-time prescribed burn crew manager and seasonal assistant burn crew manager, planning and ongoing coordination with conservation partners and landowners, establishing contracts for 6-month prescribed burn crew members, scouting burn units and writing extensive burn plans to ensure safe burn operations, installing fire breaks to prepare for burn implementation, and purchasing the fire supplies and equipment that will make it all happen. Both the Nature Conservancy and partnering land management agencies have enough burn boss leadership to lead multiple burns at one time, but they are limited by the availability of fire equipment and trained crew to fully implement multiple burns on a given day. Adding trained crew members and equipment will provide the capacity necessary to take full advantage of the limited number of burn opportunities available each burn season. The majority of the equipment will be used by the traveling fire crew to create the necessary capacity to implement burning safely. The Nature Conservancy has established strong partnerships with public land managers and is uniquely able to lead and assist with fire implementation on both public and private lands, not only in the spring burn season, but also in the late summer and fall seasons with a 6-month fire crew. In addition to the traveling fire crew, the Pheasants Forever Prescribed Burn Coordinator, supported by the fire crew, will provide outreach, education, and hands-on training for Western Minnesota communities and specifically prescribed burn associations. There is a significant limitation of prescribed fire on private lands due to the lack of training, knowledge, and safety equipment among private landowners. Providing education, outreach, and equipment on loan to private landowners will expand the use of safe prescribed fire among farmers, ranchers, and other grassland landowners in Western Minnesota. In case you aren't familiar with prescribed burn associations, they are organized groups of landowners who use shared equipment and work together on implementing prescribed burns on each other's properties. Several of these organized groups have been successfully established in Minnesota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and beyond. Outreach activities foster landowner familiarity with existing and developing prescribed burn associations in Minnesota, while building local networks and critical knowledge and skill sets. Hands-on training ensures that private landowners become competent and feel confident implementing prescribed fire practices that meet their grassland management goals and improve wildlife habitat. These two efforts will directly expand prescribed fire on perpetually protected lands and also provide education and training to landowners to support increased prescribed fire efforts on private lands. Thank you, Chair and members, for your time and consideration, and I'll await questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this presenter? Please raise your hand. Anybody who has a question for our presenter on prescribed burns? I see Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't want to let this young person get out of here without at least a question or maybe a comment. Because I'm a fan of prescribed fire. I just had my restoration on my property burnt this spring, and one of the major problems that maybe many commission members don't understand is the ability to find people to do the prescribed burn, whether it's on public or private lands, especially being on private lands, the risk and liability, all this stuff. So it's really important. I was wondering if you had any idea how many landowners you might reach and what that might, because it's kind of a train the trainer type of deal, right? Where you're going to get people to build these groups of prescribed fire people, which is fortunately happening and spreading more and more. Excuse the pun there. But do you have, and then what that might lead to as far as the acreage that we might be able to get burnt out on the landscape?
Ms. Beery.
Thank you, Chair and Dr. Faber. I believe in all of these outreach meetings that the Pheasants Forever Prescribed Burn Coordinator plans to host. They're hoping to reach at least 30 people per event. So we'll be able to host as many events as we have funding for. And they certainly often have larger turnout. I've chatted with Pheasants Forever staff, and they often have well over that number of people who are interested and who attend. And in terms of acres impacted, it very much depends on the size of the burn units and the number of burn units that we're able to complete in a given year. But I will say that in terms of the 4,000 acre goal that we have for implementing prescribed fire on protected private lands and public lands, That's a fairly conservative estimate. If we, are able to burn successfully in spring and late summer and fall, we certainly hope to exceed that number of acres. And again, sometimes you have a 10-acre burn unit or 20-acre burn unit, and other times you have a 250-acre burn unit. So the scale of burn units, the willingness to work with landowners who want us to burn larger pieces of their grasslands all come into play in terms of how many acres we'll be able to accomplish in a given day.
Dr. Faber?
Yeah, thank you. Follow up, more of a comment. I literally live about 500 yards from Camp Ripley. And when you think of the importance of prescribed burn on the landscape, they have to burn 7 to 9,000 acres a year of their impact areas. So these are not necessarily, it's great for the, habitat management, but they have to do it every year so that when they're firing munitions, they don't start fires that, with all of the built up materials. They have to do that just from a safety standpoint. So that's a thought I think that a lot of people have too, that they might forget when we're seeing, all of the increases in wildfires happening all over the place. It's partly because areas that haven't been burnt that rely on fire too. You understand what I'm saying? Is that people must understand it's not just because we're a bunch of pyromaniacs that like to go out and light things on fire. It has a safety aspect too, which is getting more important, especially when you look at Western Minnesota. So nice job. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that has a question? I see Commissioner Beaman.
Yeah, I'm off. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. I was looking at some of the budget, and obviously for this kind of work, equipment is central and key to being able to do it effectively. So who of the partners or is it TNC maintains this equipment long term that will be used?
To the presenter.
Thank you, Chair and Member Beaman. That's a great question. So the Nature Conservancy will own and maintain and continue to use this equipment long term. The majority of the equipment will go towards that 3-year burn crew. So we'll continue to seek other mechanisms to fund a crew to be able to utilize that equipment in the future. And within the life of this grant, we'll be able to use and maintain that equipment, and then we'll continue to maintain it. Most of that equipment has about a 10-year lifespan, so we certainly plan to continue to use it for the same purpose. And anything that Pheasants Forever acquires with the use of equipping landowners with small fire caches of loanable equipment, Pheasants Forever will maintain and own that for the long term, as long as it has a useful life.
Commissioner Beaman?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this presenter? Seeing no hands raised. Thank you for your presentation. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
I see our next presenter is in the meeting, and I will announce that it is proposal number 2027-345 under the Fish and Wildlife category. Kate Holcomb is here, and welcome, Ms. Holcomb. Please open your camera and your mic and introduce yourself and make your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I'm Catherine Holcomb with the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and I serve as the project manager for the project titled Status of Mollusks in the Minnesota River Watershed. For this project, we're proposing to conduct surveys throughout the Minnesota River watershed to assess the status and potential recovery of mollusks, including mussels, snails, and pea clams. The information we gather will help inform ongoing DNR conservation planning. The reason we're proposing this project is because Minnesota's mollusk survey data is over 20 years old or incomplete, especially for snails and pea clams. And this is a problem because it prevents the DNR from making informed conservation decisions and status assessments for our mollusks. And without proper conservation for our mollusks, we risk losing the many ecological benefits they provide us, such as contributing to cleaner water, habitat creation, and cycling nutrients. We chose to focus on the Minnesota River watershed for this project because it historically supported some of the greatest mussel diversity in our state. Unfortunately, many species have declined due to human impacts. But since our original mollusk surveys were conducted over 20 years ago, many restoration and conservation actions have been implemented in this watershed. So we're hopeful that these efforts have benefited mollusk populations in the watershed. But right now, we don't have the data we need to understand the current status of the mollusks in this watershed, and that's where our project comes in to solve this problem. So we propose to address this problem through three main project objectives, or activities rather. First is surveying, second is compiling and analyzing data, and third is outreach. For surveying, we plan to conduct about 100 eDNA surveys and 100 timed mollusk surveys across the watershed. The eDNA surveys will help improve our ability to detect rare species, and we'll collaborate with the University of Minnesota and hold a BioBlitz to expand our survey efforts. When we compile and analyze our data, we'll combine our new survey results with existing environmental, biological, and restoration data from the MPCA, DNR, and other Minnesota partner databases. And we'll use this information to help inform mollusk conservation decisions both within the watershed and statewide. For the outreach component, we want Minnesotans, and especially stakeholders in the Minnesota River watershed, to better understand the ecological value of mollusks and the results of our work. So we plan to hold at least 6 educational events within the watershed by partnering with the Nain Nature Center, U of M Extension, and Cure Minnesota. And we'll also pilot a live underwater camera near a mussel bed to give people a unique look at mussels and other aquatic life in real time. To wrap things up, I wanted to highlight the key outcomes we expect this project to deliver. We'll contribute to DNR's statewide mollusk survey effort. We'll inform the DNR's mussel propagation and reintroduction planning. We'll increase public awareness of mollusks' value. We'll understand whether mollusks are recovering in the Minnesota River watershed. And we'll continue to contribute data to 6 foundational DNR conservation tools, which include the Watershed Health Assessment Framework, Natural Heritage Review, the Wildlife Action Plan, Natural Heritage Information System, Minnesota Conservation Explorer, and the DNR's Rare Species Guide. And finally, I wanted to remind you that our native mollusks act as nature's janitors and provide many essential ecological benefits. Without contributing this project's data to these ongoing DNR conservation efforts, we risk losing many of the important services these species provide. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. I see Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the DNR. I really love this project, actually, and so I have a couple of questions. But I was really intrigued by the idea of a mussel cam. I think that is such a great idea, and I think I would want to encourage you to do that, even though, I mean, I guess they're a little less interesting than waiting for eagles to hatch, but I don't really agree with that. So I'm wondering if you can talk about ways you're planning on getting the public involved with this. You talked about mussel surveys, which I've participated in, and I think they're great. So I'm wondering if you can talk about some of the ways the public is going to be engaged with that. And then I have a very important question after that.
Ms. Holcomb.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Member Jordan. Yeah, so for the mussel cam, I understand what you're saying. This is not like the eagle cam potentially, but we're hoping that we could put the cam out in the spring at least, and hopefully capture some of the mussels luring, which is super interesting and a really unique experience that very few people are probably going to be able to experience. There's also all kinds of other interesting life down there too, like snails. And we might not actually have it be a live cam. This is one of the things that we need to trial, but we're thinking that we might be able to do like time lapse or, highlight some of the times of the year when they're luring and things, and just provide that on our website for people to experience. And that alone would be a really special experience for people. But some of the other things that we wanted to do are the BioBlitz, which that will greatly expand our ability to cover more ground with the survey work, but it's also an opportunity for us to have one-on-one time with master naturalists and other science-minded people. And we really enjoy that like one-on-one time with people and doing the work. We can really connect with people that way. But then we're also excited to partner with the Nature Center. They have a really great accessible facility and have kind of long-going annual events that are well attended, and we think we can reach like a really good diversity of people that way.
Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so a very important constituent of mine, my dad, is a mussel guy, and he has been lobbying me very hard for a state mussel. And so I'm wondering which mussel you think would be the best. I don't know about that, Roger, but my dad really feels very passionately about the winged maple leaf, but I'm wondering what state mussel you think embodies Minnesota.
Ms. Holcomb.
Thank
It's a
you,
good
Madam
one.
Chair, and thank you, Member Jordan. Yes, I know what you're talking about. I'm so glad that you brought this up. I agree that the winged maple leaf is a great option. I think that some of our federally listed species are great candidates as a state mussel. And like the winged maple leaf is great because we've had such a great partnership with some of our federal partners and like the Minnesota Zoo. So I think that is a great aspect too with this and all the efforts that have gone into conservation for that species. Also, spectacle case is I think a nice showcase mussel, and the Higgins eye.
Thank you. This is important research for me. So
Maybe Representative Jordan, maybe you'll get one of their mollusk pins that is in their budget.
Yeah.
Save
Yeah,
one
you'll
for
have
the
to
representative.
participate in the BioBlitz.
I
Thank
would
you.
love to.
I'm going to move on to first Dr. Faber and then Representative Scrabble. Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm a strong supporter of this. The LCCMR and ENRTF. We have been quite kind. We've supported this work. It's fantastic work, I think, for the rest of the members. Check me if I'm wrong, Ms. Holcomb, but Minnesota has what, 32 species of freshwater mussels. It's the largest biodiversity of freshwater mussels, I think, in the lower 48 states. I think they're all present here in Minnesota, many in the St. Croix River watershed. But my question specifically, by the way, I am definitely a freshwater janitor fan then, just like Representative Jordan. I hadn't heard that terminology. You guys should really, get that on your Facebook page or whatever. But the Minnesota River, for a lot of different reasons, agricultural inputs and so on, the diversity has declined there. You talked about the data that you are hoping to update was from like 20 years ago. Where are we at as far as what was, 20 years ago? How many mussel species were there? And so do you have a pretty good idea? And then there's been some work to bring them back, which is why I just love this work too. Could you give us a little bit of more background of the Minnesota River watershed and the freshwater mussel population? Thank you.
Ms. Holcomb.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Member Faber. Yeah, that's a great question. From our historical survey data, we found that the Minnesota River mussel population had declined by about half. And there used to be about like 40 mussel species in there roughly. It was really actually pretty comparable to the Mississippi and St. Croix, which is amazing. Yeah, so like I said, it's been about 20 years since we've been in there. There have been a few sporadic surveys, and we've had a little bit of work done in the Pomme de Terre River. Yeah, there's been some restoration work there, and some preliminary survey effort there suggests that the mussels are recovering. So, that we think is super encouraging. But, we don't have a lot of data yet, and we're hoping that by getting some updated information, we'll better understand whether our mussels are recovering. And then by combining information, existing information from our partners like MPCA and DNR Fisheries, we can pull all that information together, the restoration information, and try to piece together like what seems to be working for recovering our mollusks, maybe what can be done to further help our mollusks. And you kind of pointed to our work with propagating mussels and reintroducing them. We hope to come back to this river to get current information about how the mollusks are doing, and including what mussels could benefit from propagation and where we would want to put them. And 20 years, a lot can happen.
Right.
We have ideas that there could be some, mussel species that need some propagation work, but we want to have the survey data like really hone in on what is needed, because maybe some of these mussels have been recovered, and we'll let the
Dr.
survey
Faber?
data tell us.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up since it kind of jumped in my mind just about the time you mentioned the work at the Pomme de Terre. And for commission members, the Pomme de Terre River in western Minnesota flows into Marsh Lake, which is at the top of the Minnesota River. I've worked on the American white pelican. It's out there for decades, off and on banding them and so on. So it was great to see. And that work was done after they rerouted the Pomme de Terre back to its old channel and so on, so that there was a better flow into into Marsh Lake. So I'm glad to hear that the restoration efforts there of mussels. I saw footage and stuff of that. So I think that's great to hear. So thanks for your work.
Representative Scraba, do you have your question?
I do. I got two actually. I'll start off with the first one. You know what the snail said to the turtle as he's riding on top of him?
No, I don't.
Whee!
And your next question.
If you get it, you get it. If we're going to name a mussel, we need a freshwater clam too, because I harvest them somewhat often in the boundary waters and in Quetico. I just go to sand beaches and take 4 or 5, and there's like hundreds on these beaches, and steam them and eat them. They're delicious, but I don't know if we have a name for them or not. A state. Yeah, I mean, is there a state clam?
To the presenter.
I think that you're talking about one and the same, like the freshwater mussels and the clams are the same. I think. Yeah.
Representative Scraba?
Thank you, Chair. I Googled it and they said a mussel attaches to something and a clam goes in the mud and sand.
To the presenter, Ms. Holcomb.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Member Scraba. Yeah, technically that is correct. The freshwater mussels, they do attach to a host fish during their larval stage, and clams do not require the host fish. And some people, around here, they'll talk about finding clams out in the Mississippi River or so, in lakes. And my understanding is that it's just like a common name for a freshwater mussel. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
people talk about clamming, in the Mississippi River for pearls and making buttons back in the day, and they were talking about freshwater mussels. It's just, I guess, freshwater mussels is a more technical term for them.
Representative Scraba?
That's it. Thank you. Thank you
All
for
right.
your presentation.
Are there any other questions for this presenter? Raise your hand. Seeing none, our time is up. Thank you, Ms. Holcomb, for your presentation. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Our next presenter I see is in the meeting room, and that is for project 2027-360 under the Fish and Wildlife category, Health Assessment, Tracking, and Conservation of Wild Turkeys. Dr. Churchill and Ms. Baker, please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair Albrecht. And members of the LCCMR, thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal, Project Hatch, Health Assessment, Tracking, and Conservation of Wild Turkeys. My name is Elizabeth Baker, and I am a wildlife health specialist with the Minnesota DNR.
And my name is Dr. Roy Churchwell, and I am the Minnesota DNR resident game bird consultant. Together, we are proposing a project to better understand how wildlife health influences Minnesota's wild turkey populations?
Wild turkeys are an important conservation success story in Minnesota. However, as populations change over time, managers are increasingly focused on understanding the factors that influence population stability and future conservation success. One important knowledge gap is wildlife health. Wildlife health may not have been a topic many Minnesotans have thought about, but the recent avian influenza outbreak that resulted in the loss of millions of poultry and dramatic drops in egg production nationally highlights just how important diseases can be with impacts to both wild and domestic populations. We know wild turkeys can carry a variety of pathogens, but we do not know how widespread these infections are across Minnesota, or whether they affect important metrics such as survival and reproduction, which ultimately impact populations. Our project addresses this need by accomplishing 3 goals. First, establishing a statewide baseline of wild turkey health. Second, determining whether pathogens influence survival and reproduction. And third, developing new non-invasive tools to monitor turkey health at larger scales. This proposal builds directly from a successful pilot project we completed with Minnesota turkey hunters and the National Wild Turkey Federation in 2025. Through a community science approach, we collected samples from more than 300 harvested wild turkeys in 1 turkey permit area. Our pilot demonstrated that this community science approach is feasible. Additionally, we detected several pathogens of interest, including lymphoproliferative disease virus, or LPDV, with a 62% prevalence. This is the first detection of LPDV in Minnesota, and it has potential implications for reduced population performance in both wild and domestic birds. Our pilot disease panel was developed with input from the Minnesota Board of Animal Health and the Minnesota Turkey Growers Association, supporting a One Health approach that considers connections among wild birds, domestic poultry, and their shared environments. With LCCMR support, we will expand this work statewide to determine where these pathogens occur. Collecting this baseline information will take place in the first year and will identify areas to initiate the monitoring phase of the project.
The second phase of this project will help us answer the next important question. Do these infections actually affect wild turkey populations? In years 2 and 3 of the project, we will use GPS telemetry to follow 120 female turkeys with known health profiles each year and determine whether infection is associated with differences in survival, reproduction, movement, or habitat use. Previous research suggests pathogens may affect wild turkey populations through lower female survival, fewer eggs produced, and more time spent away from the nest. These results will move us beyond simply knowing that pathogens are present. They will help us understand whether pathogen exposure is influencing population dynamics. During years 2 and 3, when birds are captured and fitted with GPS transmitters, we will also collect samples such as feathers and fecal samples to explore new approaches for monitoring wild turkey health. These approaches could make future health assessments more efficient and scalable across larger landscapes. In collaboration with Bemidji State University, this work will train a graduate student to develop expertise in wildlife physiology as they prepare for a career in conservation.
The Minnesota chapter of the National Wild Turkey Federation provided integral support for our pilot effort and has provided a strong letter of support for this proposal. Their support reflects the importance of this work to Minnesota's turkey conservation community. In addition, our pilot work on turkey health has gotten the attention of 10 Midwestern states who are trying to emulate our efforts through a multi-state collaboration through the Midwest Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. If funded by the LCCMR, Minnesota's investment will extend beyond our state by contributing to a coordinated regional assessment of wild turkey health across the Midwest. It has been some time since Minnesota has conducted wild turkey research, and we are overdue. Our project will provide Minnesota with the first statewide picture of wild turkey health, provide insights on how diseases may impact wild and domestic populations, and provide the science needed to guide future conservation decisions. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. We appreciate your consideration and welcome your questions.
Thank you to the presenters. Are there questions for this presenter? I have first Dr. Moore and then Representative Scraba. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Chair Albrecht. I recently have become addicted to hunting turkeys, and I'm very, very happy to see what I think is the first turkey project proposed to LCCMR in my tenure. So thank you for that. My girlfriend lives in the cities, and I practice calling on the ghetto turkeys down there. My question is that we are starting to see more and more wild turkeys in northeastern Minnesota. I've seen them in Tofte. I've seen a couple in Grand Portage where I live. Um, is your work going to evaluate any turkeys in the northern part of the state and perhaps where there's some range expansion going on?
To the presenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Moore. Yes, this is a phenomenon we're seeing. The range expansion of wild turkeys is expanding north, and it's kind of unclear. There's some declines in the southern, southeastern state, part of the state. So yeah, we will be conducting a statewide health assessment, and depending on areas of high and low prevalence of certain diseases, we're going to pick our GPS transmitter sites from those results. However, we do have a contingency plan if we don't find significant differences in prevalence. We will be targeting the northern expansion and areas in the south where there are declines.
Any follow-up, Dr. Moore?
No, thanks.
Okay, I'm moving on to Representative Scrubba.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. I too was going to ask the question about migration because, I mean, you want to feed the wolves, bring more turkeys, then they'll leave our deer alone. Sorry, get in the age-old discussion. But one of the issues or that I've been told and I need to know from turkey people, and maybe you have the study, maybe you don't, but does the turkey actually interrupt the nesting of grouse, ruffed grouse? And that's just a question.
To the presenter.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Scraba, that is something that's talked about, especially with grouse hunters, but there is no published documented information on that in the literature. So we don't think that it really happens, even though a lot of, especially grouse hunters, talk about it.
Dr. Representative Scrubba.
That's good. Thank you, Chair.
It might be a question you can ask one of our presenters later today, who is going to be talking about sharp-tailed grouse in the northern reaches. So might be an interesting question for Dr. Charlotte Roy when she is up. I have Dr. Faber in next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, believe it or not, I've also done work with turkeys. I've had a graduate student working with the trap and transplant program, which the presenters know was stopped because turkeys historically were only in maybe the southern counties, and now they're all the way to the Canadian border and into Canada. But that being said, I'm curious about the 120 hens that you guys are going to be marking. We worked with 120 primarily jakes and hens when we were doing this work with the trap and transplant program with DNR back in the early 2000s, and we were working with that. Once you've determined what areas you want to work in, are you going to split those numbers up? And I understand you're going to be using GPS collars because they are hard buggers to track. I had one grad student doing that, and people don't understand. They can move great distances, even mostly by their feet, as I know Dr. Churchwell is probably familiar with. So are you going to split them up into 3 groups of 40? We kind of did that, to see how they move in different landscapes when they were trapping them and then to the areas they transplant them. I'm curious what you might be doing with those 120 marked birds.
To the presenters.
Okay. Just as you described through the chair, Dr. Faber, we will have 4 sites with trying to trap 30 birds at each location. And then we plan to have that for 2 years. So there'll be hopefully 120 for each. These new transmitters, as you probably are well aware, the technology has improved greatly. So we actually expect that we may get some birds who survive through the winter. And so that second year, we're hoping to actually get a few more birds that stay on the air and are able to follow them continuing through the next breeding season. And then we also have budgeted a little bit of flight time. You know, if you get up in an airplane, you can often track these animals quite a bit better when you don't have interference with the ground. And so we expect that we might need a little bit of flight time to find birds that have disappeared and we're not able to find from the ground.
Follow up, Dr. Faber?
Yes, please, Madam Chair. And just a comment, I worked with Dick Kimmel, who was the state turkey biologist, and for you guys working for the DNR, you should look back at some of that work. The thing I think about them with marking the hens, because we were marking the jakes and the hens primarily, is predation. We found that I work with some of the first, at least in Minnesota, documenting bobcats, red-tailed hawks, and great horned owls and bobcats that can climb up into their roost trees and stuff like that. Just something that I'm sure you're probably aware of, but and you can look at our data. We had a big data set and stuff which should be available in the archives with DNR and Dick down at Medelia and stuff, because it's pretty neat stuff and something that could help you in your work. So thanks for the presentation and good luck.
Are there any other members that would like? I see Representative Lilly.
Thank you, and Madam Chair, and thank you to the presenters. If you're looking for some, we've got hundreds of them in East Metro here, so there's no shortage. Hundreds, so and trophy size as well. So okay.
Thank you for that comment. Yeah, I just had a comment about the range. I see the map in your presentation that was included as an attachment, that expansion, and I have to wonder if warming climate here in Minnesota might be one of the reasons for that. But are there any other members who have questions for this presenter? I don't see any hands up, so I'll thank you for your presentation. Good luck with your project. Our next presenter is for project 2027-394 under the Fish and Wildlife category, Interagency Partnership to Conserve Minnesota Wild Turkey. So more turkey on the menu here right now. And if the presenter, Andrew Gregory, is available, please open your camera and introduce yourself and your team and proceed with your presentation.
All right. Madam Chair, thank you very much. Thank you to the Commission as well for providing us this opportunity to discuss our proposal with you further. Today I am coming to you live from Central Lakes College in Brainerd, Minnesota. And with me in the room today, I have several of our collaborating partners from UNT, Minnesota DNR, National Wild Turkey Federation, Three Rivers Park District, and Central Lakes College to talk about our project about interagency collaboration with wild turkeys. For this project, I want you to start by imagining what it would be like to try to manage, say, Minnesota's deer population if you didn't know how many deer there were, if you didn't know exactly where they were located, their density and abundance, if you didn't know whether the populations were growing or declining in a particular area, and if you didn't know what diseases they carry and how those may impact the population dynamics. This is essentially what the natural resources community in Minnesota is trying to do every day with wild turkeys. Turkeys are now an integral part of Minnesota's outdoor heritage. They support local economies via hunting, wildlife viewing, and are an increasing part of our daily lives, as noted even in the metro area where you have hundreds. Despite their importance, Minnesota has not had a comprehensive statewide assessment of turkey population abundance and dynamics in almost 25 years. Meanwhile, populations in some areas have skyrocketed and ranges have expanded, whereas other areas were less certain about what's going on, which is why the Minnesota DNR partners reached out to me about a year and a half ago to help design this study. This project was built on feedback from the natural resources community in Minnesota. And with initial seed funding from the National Wild Turkey Federation, we began work addressing some of these questions in the Minnesota metropolitan area this last winter. Specifically, the stakeholders identified a need to develop detailed information on wild turkey population dynamics throughout the state and develop a robust annual surveying protocol. Over the 3 years of this project, this will enable us to manage turkeys proactively as opposed to retroactively. Over 3 years of this project, we're going to work in 5 ecoregions of Minnesota, including the north, and we're going to try to answer 4 practical questions. First, we want to establish that baseline of wild turkey abundance and density across the state, identify where Minnesota turkey populations are thriving and expanding, and where they may be struggling. Second, we want to identify what the best and most cost-effective way for Minnesota to conduct an annual statewide turkey count might be. Third, we intend to use advanced genetic and metabarcoding analysis on collared, live, and living turkeys to directly assess how disease, nutrition, habitat conditions, and are differentially affecting turkey populations across the tapestry of Minnesota landscapes. And fourth, we want to build a coalition of Minnesota-based conservation entities focused on managing wild turkey. This project is about more than just the turkey. It's about building partnerships to manage Minnesota's natural resources. The final result is going to be something Minnesota does not currently have but needs: a comprehensive statewide picture of the turkey population health, abundance, density, and habitat utilization that can help guide both ecoregional specific and statewide management strategies for both the turkey and the natural areas the turkey relies upon. Our collaborators are a coalition of Minnesota conservation entities, including the Minnesota DNR, the Three Rivers Park District, city and county land managers, Central Lakes College, members of the National Wild Turkey Federation, several other minuscule schools, private landowners, and hunters. Together, we are creating a network that links agencies, college students, and land managers and private citizens for the conservation of turkeys. As a Minnesota native and a graduate of Winona State, Minnesota, it is also critically important to me that this project invest directly in Minnesota college students, providing them with an opportunity to receive hands-on training in wildlife research, conservation, and natural resources management that will be foundational, preparing them for the next generation work in Minnesota wildlife. Lastly, why fund a group of experts from Texas to study turkeys in Minnesota? This is not a project that takes funding out of Minnesota. It's a project that brings a coalition of leading experts in wild turkey ecology and genomics to partner with Minnesota conservation entities for the benefit of Minnesotans. More than 85% of the project budget goes directly to the Minnesota project partners and is spent in Minnesota to support Minnesota students and Minnesota conservation partnerships. Dr. Thompson and myself are merely lending our expertise to administer and facilitate this work. In addition, our partnership leverages nearly $800,000 in administrative support costs from UNT that does not come from Minnesota taxpayers. Those resources allow us to deliver a broader project for less money than comparable alternatives. At the end of this project, Minnesota's natural resource managers, including the DNR and state and county government boards and managers, will have a tested statewide monitoring framework with additional specific focus on how urban metro area turkeys interact with people, better information on turkey health and population trends, a practical risk assessment tool, and stronger coordination among agencies. Thank you very much for your consideration of our project, and we will be happy to address any questions that you have.
Thank you. I see hands raised. I thought Representative Jordan had her hand. Nope. I'm going to go to Dr. Moore.
Thank you. Again, I'm supportive of another turkey project, and my first question will be similar to my previous question, which is, will there be some assessment work where there might be range expansion occurring in northern Minnesota?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Moore. Absolutely. That is one of the core objectives of this project, is to understand where range expansions are occurring and the mechanisms driving those expansions, as well as understanding where range contractions might be occurring and the drivers of those. Similar to the Minnesota DNR proposal from just a minute ago, we intend to collar turkeys across the various different ecoregions, track, monitor nest success and survival. But we're also going to put into place several tools and mechanisms and test methods to actually directly do count-based surveys. Right now, there's not a very robust statewide count-based assessment. And so that was something that was identified by actually Roy Churchwell as something that Minnesota needs. And so that was a contribution that he put into this project as a need identified by DNR, is that robust count survey.
Dr. Moore?
Thank you, Chair Albrecht. And my follow-up question is perhaps a bit more critical, but in your list of collaborators, I did not hear tribes mentioned whatsoever. Tribes are natural resources in Minnesota, have vast ceded territories where they exercise rights to hunt, fish, and gather. There are several tribes that are certainly currently within wild turkey range, and the tribes collaborate with the DNR on a number of different wildlife assessments, fur bearer track surveys, ruffed grouse assessments, spruce grouse assessments. And so I would encourage you to reach out to work with the tribal natural resources managers as well as the state and federal ones.
Yeah, absolutely.
To the presenter?
Sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Absolutely, we intend to work with the tribes. We have reached out to several of them, but we will be reaching out through them directly through some of our project partners, State and County Boards, Central Lakes College, Minnesota DNR as well. As you can imagine, when a researcher from Texas sent them some emails and telephone calls, they were not particularly receptive to that. So we are working with some of our project partners to develop those collaborations as well. And they will be an integral part of this project.
Any
Great, thank you.
follow-up, Dr. Moore?
No, thank you.
All right, I have Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try this one. Do you know if turkeys have any effect on ruffed grouse population?
To the presenter.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, we did a study on this a number of years ago that we published results in kind of a smaller outlet, and we found very limited effect of wild turkey. We were looking at or limited effect of wild turkey on ruffed grouse. We looked at we did eDNA probes of egg depredation sites to see if what was depredating ruffed grouse eggs. We weren't able to detect turkeys. We did fecal analysis to see if there was any like ruffed grouse DNA in turkey scats. And we're also looking for quail. It was some money funded by the Quail Coalition, but we looked at a bunch of different things, and we found very, very little evidence to suggest that turkeys are negatively impacting grouse or quail.
All right, thank you.
Representative Scraba, anything else?
No, that's good. Thanks.
All right, are there any other questions for this presenter? Seeing no hands raised, thank you for your presentation. Good luck with your project.
Thank you very much.
Our next project is number 2027-402 under Fish and Wildlife category, investigating social interactions and relationships of urban coyotes. The presenter is ready. Open your camera, introduce yourself, and proceed with your presentation.
Good morning, Chair Albrecht and members. It's an honor to have been invited here today to talk about the project we're proposing for funding by the LCCMR. My name is Jeff Miller. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Minnesota in the Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology Department, where I've primarily worked on the Twin Cities Coyote and Fox project. The project that I'm proposing today, along with Dr. James Forrester and in collaboration with St. Paul Parks and Recreation, is one focused on the social interactions of coyotes in the Twin Cities, and I'll explain why this project is not only interesting for the scientific question it hopes to answer, but it also serves to answer some practical questions that I hear frequently from residents across the Twin Cities as I've worked with coyotes and foxes over the past 7 years. So I'll start with a bit of a story. I've worked with urban coyotes in Minnesota for my dissertation and postdoc over 2 cycles of LCCMR funding on the interactions between coyotes and foxes across the region, during which I've gotten a very privileged window into the lives of urban coyotes, especially as I try to capture them and put GPS collars on them. So in early 2020, I was putting in a lot of hours on the ground to try to figure out where we could safely catch and collar one of the coyotes that frequented the old Ford rail yard in St. Paul. I frequently saw 1 coyote. Occasionally I'd see 2 coyotes, and this was when I was out trying to find a safe spot to capture them. One day I was lucky enough to see 3 coyotes together. I snapped this photo you can see here behind me. My assumption at the time, based on what I'd read about estimates of coyote social group size from the literature, was that this was probably the extent of the social group, which we typically call a pack. And I would have really never been the wiser because I never again saw more than 2 of these coyotes together. However, a photographer I know sent me a photo of 8 coyotes together in that same area only a few weeks later. We eventually deployed a GPS collar on one of those coyotes in the area, and occasionally we had trail cameras deployed in the area as well. But even after that, I never saw more than 2 adult-sized coyotes together. And that leads us to a problem here. So we as researchers can learn a tremendous amount about individual animals, which we have across the metro area, but we can still be blind to the population dynamics of these animals because they all look fairly similar. This is just one example of their social habits, the social habits of coyotes surprising us. So for this group of 8 coyotes, I don't know how many of them were adults, how many were juveniles, how many of them were related, or even how many of them lived within that territory permanently. And this is important because one of the questions I'm asked most frequently by the public in the Twin Cities is how many coyotes live throughout the metro, or how many live in someone's neighborhood. And sort of paradoxically, the more I've learned about these animals, the less I've attempted to give people a sure estimate, because without a study specifically designed to address the social dynamics within the urban coyote population, not only are we unable to answer that question, but since coyotes aren't usually identifiable as individuals, we're also limited in our ability to know how many of these individual coyotes are coming into conflict with people out of the population living within the metro. So the project we're proposing in collaboration with St. Paul Parks and Recreation is to fit GPS tracking collars on as many adult coyotes as possible from 3 focal packs within the city that we know well from tracking them in the past, and we'll apply unique ear tag color combinations so that when these animals are seen by the public, they can easily be logged through an online portal that we'll develop. Juvenile animals that we don't collar will also be ear tagged so they can be tracked as well. We will also establish a camera grid across the city to track movement of marked individuals, as well as track how often we detect unmarked individuals, which we will then potentially target for capture and collaring after that if they seem to be associating with our focal coyotes on a permanent basis. With this data, I hope to not only answer the scientific question that's been posed to me time and time again, namely to give robust estimates of the number of coyotes that live in our neighborhoods, but I also hope to address some unconfirmed suspicions that I have about coyote conflict. So only a small portion of our collared coyotes in the past are reportedly seen by people at all, let alone do they come in conflict with pets. And by having a marked population, we'll be able to not only track which individuals are reported to have come into conflict with people and pets, but also we'll have comprehensive demographic data from having worked with those individuals to develop an understanding of whether sex or other characteristics predispose these animals to conflict with people and pets, and when that conflict is most likely to occur. Furthermore, this project will provide continuity to data that we have on these animals over the past 7 years. This study will necessarily be focused on a small area of St. Paul and nearby municipalities, but our hope is that what we learn in the study will inform residents and wildlife managers across urban centers across the state. So whether that be St. Cloud, Duluth, Rochester, or Moorhead. With that, I'll turn it over for questions, and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Gregory. I have to say, I look at the map and I see the different packs that you have outlined in St. Paul, and I'm a little bit surprised and shocked at the number of coyotes in the middle of the city. So this will be an interesting project, I'm sure. I have a couple hands up. First, Representative Jordan, and then Dr. Faber. Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to that point, I live in Northeast Minneapolis, and I have seen a coyote in Northeast Minneapolis. So, which is right across some busy highways from the area that you are studying, although adjacent to it with the St. Paul campus and that area. So I am interested in how roadways too will be part of your study.
Mm-hmm.
I know some of my constituents have also seen coyotes because they asked me about them, but not to belabor the turkey point, I do get a lot more complaints about the Northeast turkeys than I do about Northeast coyotes. But I am just kind of curious about how the public, because I as a state representative do get questions about this. And so I'm just wondering how you plan on sharing this information. You talked a lot about, conflicts with coyotes, which would be a good album name. But if you can talk a little bit about how you plan on disseminating this information to the public so we can learn more about our neighbors, that would be really useful.
Yeah, so in the past, working on the Twin Cities Coyote and Fox project, we've developed a website where we have a landing page for people if they have questions about coyotes. There's basically an educational page on there where we've developed resources like if you're walking your dog within a municipality in the Twin Cities, you can click on a map and you can see the relative risk of encountering coyotes on different trails throughout the metro. So we hope to create further educational resources with this to share basically what we expect the population density of coyotes to be across this same study area. So really, I think the best way to engage people is map making. I love map making. So and it seems to engage people really well. So we hope that that will be one of the products that comes out of this. And also in collaboration with St. Paul Parks and Recreation, we hope to we've talked about doing some educational programming to engage, especially the residents of St. Paul. But from what we learned in St. Paul, I think it'll be widely applicable to the Twin Cities in general. Because so over the past 2 cycles of this project, we've collared coyotes all over the metro. We currently have coyotes living basically in downtown Minneapolis, around the Stone Arch Bridge, and people are generally unaware that these animals are out there. So we're trying to make it as accessible as possible for people to access resources to let them know what's going on with the coyote population in the metro.
Thank you.
Representative Jordan?
No, Nicollet Island would be another place I'd go look for coyotes. I've seen a lot of foxes there as well. So they're probably on your map.
Yep.
Dr. Faber?
Nice to meet you, Mr. Miller. I was one of those that pushed for the Coyote Fox monies that the LCCMR gave. And so my question relates to, I thought it was a good choice of words when you said conflicts between coyotes and pets. And you know better than I do. I mean, Dale McCullough, who's a researcher out at UCLA, has studied that for, I think most of his graduate students have looked at coyotes in the urban landscape around greater Los Angeles. And one of the questions, comes up, we see it on the news every few months or something, that somebody let the dog out or it got out, dog disappears. Next day, somebody sees a coyote, automatically the coyote killed and ate the dog. Well, my understanding of his research over decades, literally, is that they don't do that. There is competition. Coyotes will kill cats, they'll kill dogs, they'll kill any competitor. Do they eat them, right? That's the burning question. And I hope that you're going to help to dispel that myth. They don't. Most of his diet studies, his prey choice, have shown that they eat less than 5% where they ever find. Now you can check with eDNA and all these other ways. Are you going to look at that and tell people and tell the news, get the facts straight? Competition is not predation.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Member Faber. Yeah, so I don't know necessarily that we'll be addressing that specific question of whether they're eating dogs. Again, you see missing dog posters around. Sometimes we see feral dogs when we have, or not feral dogs, but what we assume to be people's pets that are wandering across the landscape when we have trail cameras out. I think a lot of the time, what's most likely happening is these dogs are running off and people don't know what happened. Maybe in the future their dog is found at the pound or something, but that's after the fact that these stories kind of find wheels and they start to make a splash, and it's hard to kind of roll that story back after it's established. But yeah, you can see widely across the literature, they're not really eating dogs. Cats, that might be a different story, but for these canines, when they kill another canine, like we've seen foxes killed by coyotes, we've seen coyotes killed by other coyotes. They're not eating them. It's simply a competitive interaction going on there.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. That's what I was kind of saying. I mean, I'm a survey guy myself, and it's semantics and so on. But I don't want the coyotes to be made out to be these culprits that they're plucking the dogs off, some movie star's balcony and eating them up and tearing them apart. And maybe they do that once in a while. But I mean, it's just coyotes are extremely intelligent, as most canids are and stuff. So thanks for and thanks for the great work.
Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the presenter. Sort of piggybacking on that point that Dr. Faber made, I live in the metro. I live 1 block from the river, from the gorge, and I've seen coyote a block from my house. Most recently, however, gets to my point here is just across the river in Minnehaha Park, There have been enough coyotes spotted that I believe it's the Minneapolis Park Board has now put up signs throughout the trail network that goes down along the creek, Minnehaha Creek, down to the river. In essence, warning people, or at least alerting people that there are coyotes and they come, dusk and dawn, and I do think it's important to have information, but it also causes concern. And it's that trade-off of, are you making people afraid that the coyotes are going to come and eat their pets or their little kids versus giving them information? And so I guess I'm just encouraging more information is good, but how that's used and particularly by which government or park entities in terms of publicizing information about coyotes and being careful about not playing into kind of stereotypes or more irrational fears, but giving accurate information would be important.
Dr. Miller, any comments?
Yeah, thanks, Member Beeman. So I've been in contact with residents around the area in Minnehaha. I usually get contacted within a few weeks of those types of, so there's been a lot of like coyotes approaching people walking dogs in the area. And I usually encourage municipalities or, so like Roseville is another place where we see a lot of dogs approached by coyotes. I always encourage them to post signs, especially in the springtime when these coyotes are around dens. And some of these coyotes, they'll have dens that they're well off of trails, but especially in like the river corridor, there's not much opportunity for them to distance themselves from trails, and they see dogs as potential threats to their pups in the springtime. And you have to be strategic in how you word these signs, and make sure that you're not overblowing fear. But it is important to at least educate people that these animals are in the area and what to do if they are approached by coyotes so they're not caught off guard. I think the highest chance for conflict between and bad situations between coyotes and pets is when you don't have enough information about how to process what's going on in that interaction. Usually coyotes are just watching dogs as they move through the area. But if you don't know what's going on, you might think it's a more dangerous situation than it actually is. So more information is always better, in my opinion, but you do have to be careful in how you frame that information.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. Thank you. Our time is up. Thank you, Dr. Miller, for your presentation. Good luck with your project.
Thank you. Thank you, members and chair.
Our next proposal is number 2027-403, integrating biodiversity data to improve conservation decisions under the Fish and Wildlife category. Dr. Bernardo, if you are available, please open your camera, introduce yourself, and proceed with your presentation.
Yes, thank you. So thank you, Madam Chair and members. My name is Dr. Holly Bernardo. I'm the plant supervisor with the Minnesota Biological Survey, or MBS, if I slip into acronyms, within the Department of Natural Resources. So I wrote this proposal integrating biodiversity data to improve conservation decisions to put the vast amount of data that we have in MBS to work for all of Minnesota's conservation community. So we're seeking support to bring together multiple sources of data, conduct integrated analyses, and then create new reports, figures, and other decision support tools to help meet Minnesota's modern complex conservation challenges. But first, in case you're not familiar with us, the Minnesota Biological Survey has, with very significant ENRTF support, been gathering and disseminating biodiversity data and creating data products for 40 years. We both contribute to and manage a collection of statewide databases on rare species occurrences, native plant communities, and various other ecological data through the Natural Heritage Information System, or the NHIS. We disseminate information in the NHIS as raw data and interpreted products through places such as the Minnesota Geospatial Commons, the DNR's Rare Species Guide, the Minnesota Conservation Explorer, and through various partners products, such as the Bell Museum's Biodiversity Atlas. So this proposal will focus on our plant community data sets, and those characterize natural habitats in various ways. So for example, The NHIS has over 15,000 what we call releve plots, over 6,000 of which were collected by MBS with ENRTF support during our 35-year statewide county survey. And we use releves to characterize high-quality native plant communities or high-quality habitats within natural landscapes. Compared to our 544 ecological monitoring network plots, which we installed again with ENRTF support, and those characterize the variability in quality that we see and the variability in landscape context that we see around our native plant communities statewide. And so in this proposal, we will analyze those data sets and more to their fullest potential based on their own unique uses and where they complement the uses of our other data sets. We all know that maintaining healthy, resilient native habitats and species is becoming more challenging as stressors like climate change and invasive species continue to increase. And we in MBS feel that given our unique position as both stewards of so much biodiversity data and data collectors, it is our responsibility to use those data to inform these complex conservation needs here by integrating them into decision-making tools that speak directly to those modern challenges. So first, we'll do this by creating Minnesota's first status and health report, or something akin to a state of the state report for our native plant communities. And the motivation for this product is the map here shown behind me. This map depicts Minnesota's remaining native prairie. MBS created this map in 2011 as part of our contributions to the creation of Minnesota's Prairie Conservation Plan. And it visualizes the statistic that so many people use of Minnesota having less than 1% of our native prairie remaining. This map is one of MBS's most downloaded products. We see all sorts of folks use it to tell the admittedly bleak story of native prairie loss in Minnesota. And what we see people use it to say most is, this is why the work I do to protect or to manage or to study prairie in Minnesota is so important, because we need to do everything we can for the 1% that we have left. And so that's what I want out of our State of the States Native Plant Community Report. I want a whole lot more of these types of maps and figures that tell the stories of all of our natural habitats in Minnesota, so that no matter who you are in Minnesota's conservation community, there's a product in this report for you that is going to give you data-driven support you need to show why your work as a conservation professional is so very needed and so very important to Minnesota. So that's product number one. Second, conservation professionals also often lack practical tools and reference materials to help make decisions on the ground that can improve resiliency, especially for our rare or vulnerable habitats in Minnesota. And so the products in Activity 2 will essentially dig deeper into the data from our most at-risk habitats to create those sorts of support tools. Because of that, Activity 2 is very collaborative. We've already begun gathering ideas from our partners, and it's really their needs that are going to drive the specific products that we make here. The product from Activity 3 is a new distributed data set for another plant community sampling method, the Quadrat. Quadrats are quick and easy, and they are used all over the place. MBS alone has over 10,000 of them, but they are currently housed in individual data systems that were designed for the original project that collected those data. And so here we want to bring them together into a centralized resource that we can also disseminate through the NHIS like all of our other data sets. And lastly, we can't disseminate any information. We can't create any tools. We can't tell any stories or do data-driven anything really without data. And so in our last activity, we will continue to add to our biodiversity data sets, targeting knowledge gaps known to impede conservation efforts for rare, vulnerable, or poorly understood natural resources in Minnesota. If we don't keep new data flowing into the system, we can't keep new products flowing out. And again, here in MBS, we are committed to a future where we are always able to deliver up-to-date, comprehensive data and information in support of the needs of Minnesota's natural resource conservation community. So with that, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions for this presenter? I see Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Bernardo, I wanted to ask you about a subset of a set here, specifically when we think about our native plant communities. I've always, for many years, I've had I have a penchant for the oak savanna, which, as you know, probably better than maybe a lot of people, that's a subset of the 1% of native prairie that's left, right? It's considered a subset. And I'm interested in that because I'm a big fan of red-headed woodpeckers that have declined. I've also worked on the State Wildlife Action Plan update in 2015 and 2025. So the information you're talking about here in general is extremely important for that update, which is required by the federal government for getting continued, Pittman-Robertson funding and that sort of thing. Where in this, what you're talking about doing the integration here, will the subset of a bur oak, or excuse me, bur oak, but it is oak savanna, will that be separated out in that analysis because it's disappearing quicker than it's 1% of 1%? So there's very little left. Will that be specifically addressed that way, or is it just going to be combined in native prairie, so to speak?
Dr.
Yeah.
Bernardo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Faber. So actually, that is one of the systems that has come out in a lot of our conversations with our partners already. So we do expect to specifically address oak savannas in our Activity 2 products, and work more with our partners to see what sort of information they specifically need and what sort of tools that we can make for them. The Activity 1 report is going to be broader. It's going to be kind of the large scale data analyses, and we're going to look at things like extent, which is the map behind me, comes from sort of just area information, but we'll also look at biodiversity, we'll look at quality, we'll look at those sorts of measures on the broad scale. But yes, oak savanna is one of the ones that's come up, and we want to dive into that and look at the data in more detail, and see what other products and support tools that we can make. So it's oak savanna that's come up quite a bit. Open wetlands have come up quite a bit, and then our ash-dominated communities are the ones we've heard quite a lot about, at least in the last years or so.
Dr. Faber?
Madam Chair?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks, Holly. And then the nice thing, as I'm kind of putting words in your mouth, but that we have the MBS, the biological data to look at specific species, not just plants, but what resides there and how important they are to, that it's not just about saving the place, but all of the species that go along with this, which is how we might manage the biodiversity, which talks about the importance. What did you say? 35 years took us to do the biological survey. It never really ends. And so I think that, again, really gives weight to the importance of this overall when you look at especially our prairie. And I hope everyone understands it's the red, not the yellow, that is the native prairie that's actually left on that map, just so they understand. They go, wow, there's a lot of prairie. No, it's the little red bits in there. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you, Holly.
Are there any other questions for this presenter? Seeing no hands raised. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Bernardo, and good luck with your project.
Thank you.
The next proposal before us today is number 2027-417 under the Fish and Wildlife category, evaluating American kestrel declines to inform conservation action. Ms. Markle, if you are here, I see you are, please open your camera, introduce yourself, and proceed with your presentation. Welcome to the commission.
Yes, thank you, Chair Albrecht and members, for the opportunity to present our project. My name is Dr. Tricia Markle. I am a wildlife conservation specialist at the Minnesota Zoo, and I will be serving as the project manager. The Minnesota Zoo is really excited to partner with experts from across the state to launch this initiative on kestrel conservation. The American kestrel is a small cavity nesting falcon. Kestrels play an important role in natural pest management, consuming mice, voles, and large insects such as grasshoppers. They are also considered an indicator of good environmental health. In Minnesota, kestrels are considered a species of greatest conservation need, with population declines of roughly 78% since the 1960s. This nearly 2% annual decrease has been observed across their North American range. Causes of this population decline are unknown, but are likely tied to habitat loss and reductions in food resources. Agricultural pesticides may be having unintended consequences as well, impacting kestrel health and available insect prey. Developing an appropriate response will require establishing a better understanding of the impacts of these threats. Our objective is to address knowledge gaps related to demographics, diet, and movement of kestrels to inform conservation action. Fortunately, several new technologies are now available to help researchers gather this critical data. For Activity 1, the Minnesota Zoo will work with partners to increase nest box availability to help improve reproductive success of kestrels in Minnesota. These boxes will also offer an excellent opportunity to monitor population trends such as survival and return rates. To explore impacts from landscape change, we will place new boxes in areas with different levels of agricultural and human activity. Further, nest box monitoring will be used to establish baseline health metrics of kestrels in different parts of the state. We will determine nest box occupancy and quantify population health through weight, number of eggs produced, and chicks successfully fledged. Experienced avian researchers on the team will band kestrels to assist with future identification. For activity 2, we will create a diet profile for kestrels to determine how prey choice differs among regions and by land use practice. DNA metabarcoding is a new tool that uses fecal samples to determine types of food consumed. This technology, combined with nest box cameras, will allow us to identify prey and evaluate the relationship between diet and health. Additionally, pesticides may be indirectly or directly contributing to kestrel declines. Neonicotinoid pesticides, for example, are water-soluble and have been shown to impact the aquatic life stage of dragonflies, which are a really key food source for kestrels. We will collect environmental samples along with blood samples of kestrels to screen for hundreds of chemicals, including pesticides and rodenticides. We'll investigate whether kestrel health and breeding success correlates with areas that are free from contamination. Finally, for activity 3, we will track kestrels locally and throughout their migration to better understand movements and survival. In addition to leveraging Minnesota's recently expanded MODIS wildlife tracking network, tiny solar rechargeable GPS and specialized hybrid radio transmitters can now be attached to birds as small as kestrels. These devices provide fine-scale locality data that give a clear picture of key habitat needs, daily movements, and home range size. The tags will further allow us to track kestrels year-round to identify where Minnesota kestrels are overwintering and to help quantify annual survival. We have recently initiated a small pilot study this spring to test a handful of these new tags. And this photo here on my left shows one of our female kestrels supporting one of these little backpack tags. In summary, without targeted conservation action, American kestrels in Minnesota are likely to continue their decline. We have an opportunity now, before they become rare, to collect critical data that will inform and support their recovery. This will help to ensure that kestrels retain their vital role in pest control and remain a colorful presence on the landscape. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Markle. Are there any questions for this presenter? I have Dr. Faber.
As usual. I'm not going to apologize to the members on the commission that I ask a question every time. That's passion, my friends. This is what I do. So I've got students and so on. They're really into the kestrel banding and following the boxes at Camp Ripley and at AHATS, as you know, down there in Arden Hills and so on. And I love these little guys. Two questions then. The first one having to do with when I lived overseas, one of the things that they looked at was they collected eggshells from European starlings as part of their environmental monitoring because you can find a lot of the toxins in the environment and starlings are one of those species, at least in Europe, that they do that with. Have you thought about doing that when I can almost assure you, and I'm sure you probably feel the same, that our insecticides that we use on the landscape are somehow having, I mean, you think of DDT and the effect that it has. Well, a lot of the chemicals today are offshoots of that. Are you thinking about, you talked about the ED, not the eDNA, but the new technology with the feces. This is something, you know, in addition to that, because you're monitoring the nest boxes, you could take a chunk of eggshell, I've assumed. That's my first question for you.
Dr.
Yes,
Markle.
exactly. So thank you. Thank you, Chair and members. So we are exactly taking that. So we're looking at taking environmental samples, and it's a collection of different environmental samples depending on what we think the greatest need may be. So water samples to really look for pesticides, including neonics. Again, dragonflies are really important, especially for feeding young. And when young fledge out of these nest boxes, that's one of their primary food sources. They're relatively abundant and easy to catch. So looking at water samples, potentially vegetation samples. Within our department, we have conservationists working on prairie butterflies, and they've already have the protocol in place for testing those within grasses and plants. We have a lab already identified that can screen for hundreds of these chemicals, kind of in just one sample. We're also looking at potentially looking at the actual parts left behind, so insect parts within the next box, testing those for pesticides, as well as even within the kestrel blood itself to see if it's having specific blood impacts or health impacts, I should say.
Dr. Faber?
Thanks, Dr. Marco. My follow-up has to do with, is this going to be somewhat, are you going to be doing some citizen science with this where you're going to have people, a network of people? I mean, it's like bluebird boxes and boxes because they're easy to collect a certain amount of data from people. They're doing it now with pollinators and bee boxes and all this stuff. Is that part of this where you have, the general public or specified areas that will put up boxes and monitor them for you? If nothing else, you can get some population data and number of eggs laid, just, and fledging, that type of stuff. Where's that at?
Yeah.
Dr. Marco?
Absolutely. Thank you, Member Faber and Chair. Yes, so we are absolutely hoping to connect. We have a huge partnership network across the state where we're hoping to connect with some landowners who might be willing to put out these boxes. We want to target a lot of different habitat areas, so some more pristine areas, some more agriculture intense, some urban areas, really get a sense of what the diet is looking like, what the health and reproductive success is looking like from kestrel from different parts of the state, and then work with our thousands of zoo members as well. So we have our education team is really excited to promote this initiative and find those that, would host a box. We hope maybe, after a couple of years that we get into this, that we can find opportunities for volunteers to come out and participate as well.
Dr. Faber, any follow-up questions?
Closing comment, Madam Chair, and I probably get in trouble for saying, but you said they've declined 78%. And almost for
Yes.
sure that's anthropomorphic in nature. It's just I mentioned the red-headed woodpecker in this last presentation. Well, they're down like 86%. So things that were common when I was a kid, they're not common anymore. And so I have just this, the passion is about these things are disappearing on the landscape and they might be gone before you know it. And it's just kind of like, oh, is it ho hum? And it's like, no, we can do something about it. We're the ones that are probably causing it. So kudos to you and thanks for your efforts.
Any other comments, Ms. Markle?
I would just like to follow up that, yeah, exactly. We're hoping to keep common species common. So I work a lot with really kind of critically endangered species in some of my other projects. But we know that we see these declines. Kestrels are a really good indicator species for other birds as well that are consuming insects that are also on the decline. And they create this really amazing opportunity because they go into these nest boxes that we can create this really robust study to look at these impacts and test these different effects. So hopefully that can kind of extend to other species and really give an idea of what's happening in our environment.
Thank you. I'll just comment that kestrels are one of the more attractive, in fact, handsome raptors that we have, and very colorful and interesting. And then to Dr. Faber, I don't want you to apologize for asking questions. Your expertise is on the commission for a reason, and we all learn a lot from you, and we appreciate your background and information that you share, especially during the Fish and Wildlife presentation. So thank you. Thank you, Ms. Markle, Dr. Markle, for your presentation. Good luck with your project.
Thank you so much.
Our next presenter is for proposal 2027-456 under Fish and Wildlife category. AIS Solutions for Minnesota Innovation Translation Leadership. And we have welcome Dr. Nick Phelps to the commission. Hello, introduce yourself, please, and proceed with your presentation. Maybe unmute yourself.
Sorry, too excited. Good morning and thanks, Madam Chair, members of the Commission for the invitation to speak today. I'm Nick Phelps, professor at the University of Minnesota and director of the Minnesota Aquatic Invasive Species Research Center, what we call MASIRC. Now, it doesn't matter where you live, what district you represent, or what corner of the natural world you care most about. I'm sure you're aware aquatic invasive species are causing problems. Talk to any duck hunter or kayaker trying to get through an invasive cattail stand, or minfish about their concerns with invasive plant control in Minnesota lakes. You can talk to the Leech Lake Band about trying to protect wild rice against starry stonewort invasion, or the city of St. Paul, whose public water intake pipes are getting clogged with zebra mussels. Most everybody I talk to has a story about how they've been impacted. If you haven't experienced it yourself, I can tell you that folks are frustrated, upset, sometimes hopeless, but always desperate for solutions. In response, this commission led with a bold vision. You wanted to establish and support a research center that could actually solve Minnesota's AIS problems, not just study them. Now, MACERC was born from that commitment. And I encourage you, if you haven't already, check out the QR code here, but if not, I'll give you the punchline. Thanks to your support, we are no longer talking about whether research can solve Minnesota's AIS problems. We have proven that solutions are possible and they're being implemented across the state. The return on your investment has been high and it's only getting better. I'll give you a few examples here. Our research and outreach have helped to slow the rate of new AIS infestations in Minnesota. As far as I know, we're the only state in the country that can make that claim. We've trained dozens of graduate students and technical staff and hundreds of citizen scientists and practitioners across the state putting the latest research into action. We've partnered with LGUs, state and tribal managers to develop, test, and optimize environmentally safe and effective control strategies. As one example, non-native Phragmites. Using MACERC's research and management recommendations, over the last few years, about a third of all known populations have been eradicated in Minnesota. That's hundreds of locations. Just to put that into context, when I first presented to this commission, I conservatively said that we may never use the E word, eradication, for established invasive species populations. But through our research and your support, here we are. And in a few weeks, we'll be conducting the first ever whole lake control project for zebra mussels in the state, a milestone built on nearly a decade of research success. In fact, we've been so successful with aquatic plant control and common carp suppression that we're now conducting research to restore aquatic ecosystems post-management. Those are just some of the examples, just trying to give you a sense of why I'm optimistic, and I hope that you are too, because it's with that optimism that I'm asking for your continued support. It's critical that we build on this momentum, not just the science that we've been able to develop, but the process by which the science gets done. Now, this proposal will support 16 to 20 prioritized high-impact research projects, real-world research implementation efforts through our Lab to Lakes initiative, and the coordination infrastructure that maximizes impact and efficiency. It covers 4 years of ambitious solutions-oriented work in a way that really only a center-based approach could accomplish. Now, I saw your comments, and I understand $6 million is a significant investment. It's a big ask. So I want to be clear about what that represents. It's not simply about publishing academic papers or more money to the university. It is about innovation, partnerships, and in-the-water results. It represents something unique, something nobody else is doing on this issue, but nevertheless needs to be done. The proposal will ensure that we can continue to bring together the brightest minds from across the state and around the world to solve Minnesota's AIS problems. I also want to be clear that you're not funding this work alone, but you are anchoring it. You are that foundation, and without that foundation, none of this would be possible. With your past support, we've changed the narrative and the way we are approaching our AIS problems here in Minnesota. We have a strong track record to show that MACERC is a high-impact, low-risk investment, well aligned with your strategic plan. On behalf of everybody who is concerned about AIS and desperate for those solutions, I'm grateful for the Commission's vision and commitment to pursue research-based solutions. Thanks again for your invitation to speak today and for your past support.
Thank you, Dr. Phelps. Are there questions for this presenter? I see Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those were very kind words in the last go-around, so I don't want to disappoint and not make a comment here. First of all, you guys should know that I've been around long enough for the entire journey with MACERC, as it's called now, and Professor Phelps. I didn't even know if he was Dr. Phelps when it started out, and now he's a professor, so it's nice to see you there. He's a local boy, he's from Brainerd, but he didn't attend Central Lakes College, I don't think. Anyway,
Bemidji State undergrad, just
oh,
saying.
that's what it was. Okay. Professor Phelps, yeah, I got an email from asking for a letter of support, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to give you my verbal support. I mean, we have watched Mazurk when we went on a visit there when Becca was still there back in the day. They were in a back garage on the back side of the St. Paul campus, and it was kind of like going into the low rent district of the U of M St. Paul campus. Now they're front and center. They're national leaders. I mean, I do the AIS work on the lake I live on and stuff, and the work that has come out of there is top notch. And it's management. Seth Moore is always talking about applied research that goes into management, and that's exactly what it was. So I lend my continued support. I don't think it's if they should get some money, but how much. It's made us a national leader, and kudos to you, Professor Phelps, and to your team. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Faber. Any comments back to Dr. Faber, Dr. Phelps?
Madam Chair, just thank you for your support. Do hail from Brainerd, but also Bemidji for undergrad. So I checked both those boxes. Thank you both.
Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Professor Phelps, for focusing not only on the challenges, but that there is hope, that there has been progress. I think often those of us who work in the environmental spaces just know how big those challenges are and can sometimes forget to celebrate when there are some wins and to show that the investments of prior years are paying off for the people of Minnesota. Having said that, I'm just curious, what are you most, I don't want to say fearful of right now, but what is maybe causing you the highest concern in the general world of invasive species in Minnesota?
Professor Phelps.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioner Beeman, that's a really good question. We think a lot about that here, and I'll tell you what we've been doing to try to address maybe what is my biggest fear right now. And that is the transition of research out into on the ground or on the water management. The research that we pursue, that our projects have been informed and identified as needs by managers. We do the work, and then we have this expectation that it's going to go out and be implemented by somebody. That implementation takes time, it takes money, it takes perhaps a creative way of doing things or changing practice and policy. And this is why we're leaning into this research implementation space, working directly with the end users to ensure that they understand exactly how these tools have been developed, how they can most effectively and efficiently implement them, and where they need partners to do those first pilot projects. We're going to be there by their side. So we're trying to fill that research implementation gap, a notorious problem in environmental research and implementation. And that has been sort of core to our new strategic plan and explicitly part of this project.
Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you. That's great.
I have Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier in your presentation, Dr. Phelps, you talked a little bit about invasive cattails. And while there are many big, arguably more serious, at least in the minds of many folks, invasive species, that's one that causes, I think, some of the most widespread harm around our state. Oftentimes, people don't even recognize that it's doing the damage that it is. Can you talk a little bit more about your work on narrowleaf cattail and some of the remedies that you might suggest for those that are in a position to potentially work on new laws that would empower local communities and watershed districts and so on to improve habitat for fish, and then also other species as well as improving recreational value as well.
Dr. Phelps?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative Heinzman, that's a good question and accurate observations. The story with invasive cattails has been a long one in the state. This is a species for which management options do exist. There were questions, though, about the cost benefit of management and how this sort of management approach could be scaled within lakes and across the state. What we've done is we had a couple projects that looked at the benefits of management. We know with high confidence that simply put, the environment improves when cattails are removed. We've scaled this up to management recommendations, working closely with the Minnesota DNR, trying to adjust some of their concerns about the way cattails could or should be managed. And ultimately, long story short, this has resulted in what we are calling the Cattail Collaborative. This summer, right now, we are partnering with LGUs, lake groups from across the state to work directly with them, develop site-specific management strategies that are funded by the local community. The management is funded by the community, but leveraging the expertise of MACERC and the recommendations that we have, and then studying the heck out of those management projects to ensure that whatever we can learn as this program scales, that we can implement the latest and greatest in the next field season. So this is starting to scale now. I hope we will see management on the ground. And yeah, that's the punchline.
Representative
Madam Chair.
Vincent? Yes.
Thank you. I would just follow up by first recognizing that your work in this area is appreciated. I hope that your lab and your efforts in collaboration with other agencies expands in this subject area. We see firsthand in the Brainerd Lakes area lots and lots of examples. I know that that's your home turf as well, so you see it just probably as frequently as many other folks, but there's countless examples of lost habitat in little bays and shallow lakes all over the state, but certainly I see it in my own town, my own community. And I do think that it needs to be addressed more aggressively to restore those benefits I mentioned earlier. And would applaud your work and hope that there's more to come down the road. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any response, Dr. Phelps?
Madam Chair, Representative Heinzman, thanks for the compliments there. We will be, at least one lake I know for sure is already signed up, and there's likely to be more in your district. So if you want to go out and see some of that in action and talk to the partners that are implementing that work, I'm happy to make those arrangements.
Thank you.
I'll do that. Thank you.
I have Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Chair. I can't remember if it was this year or last year. The governor wanted to cut the AIS budget, and it affected the district I represent pretty harshly, because we have a lot of DNR landings where I am at, and a lot of the St. Louis County is very aggressive with AIS, as is Lake County, but Cook County. They're not as ready for deploying search and rescue, for lack of a better word, on AIS. But my point is, if state government cuts this, or if DNR cuts funding to AIS, how does that affect your research, or if we're not doing it as much?
Dr. Phelps.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative Scarpa, that's a great question. I've got lots to say on that topic. This is an excellent example of where research could be leveraged to help in that conversation. So about effectiveness and impacts of budget cuts, we've done work to sort of help think that through, and happy to talk more about it, specifically about our research program and how that would affect us. Some of our greatest partners out in the field are county-based managers, local governments. They're creative, they're ambitious, they're testing our research in real time, they're partnering with our our research teams to inform the way we think about problems. Their insights have been game changers. There's many examples of how they have contributed not just to how we do our work and what work we do, but how it gets implemented. That is an important loss, or it could be, should this proceed, for the research implementation. Going back to Commissioner Beeman's comments about how do we get this stuff out there on the ground, they're on the ground. And that's a big concern of mine. It's also, I'll note, an educational opportunity. There's many of our students and volunteers are first being introduced to these issues through watercraft inspections and that exposure out on the water. I was a watercraft inspector for an undergrad internship. I came up through that pipeline. I was sort of shaped by those experiences. We can't discount that value within local communities, seeing this work in action and changing that narrative in sort of a positive, we can do this direction. So lots to say there, but it will impact us, and I think the state more broadly beyond just the number of infestations we can prevent.
Representative Scraba?
No, that's good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this presenter? I see our time is up. I just have a comment about cattails. I remember us funding a study, I might have to look that one up, for harvesting cattails and using their the fur of the cattails for some purpose or another. Be interesting to know where that project went. Thank you, Dr. Phelps, for your presentation. Always very interesting because this does personally impact us each and every day when we go to the lake.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next presenter, it is Project and Proposal 2027-483 under Fish and Wildlife, Moose Monitoring on the Leech Lake Reservation. And we're going to welcome Tanya Rarick to the commission. Please say hello, introduce yourself, and proceed with your presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Tanya Rarick, the Wildlife Program Director and Lead Biologist for the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, Division of Resource Management. Today, I will share with you our proposed project, Moose Monitoring on the Leech Lake Reservation. The Leech Lake Reservation is located in north central part of the state where 3 biomes come together, making it diverse with plant and animal life. The Ojibwe were present and living off the land here long before European settlement. And while we don't have time to dive into history, just know a series of treaties, acts, land theft, and logging changed the landscape and formed what we now know as the Leech Lake Reservation. Today, approximately 90% of the reservation is overlapped by the Chippewa National Forest, and the remaining parts of the reservation is made up of state, county, private, and tribal land ownership. And I share this because it's important to remember where we come from, and also because when you have this checkerboard of ownerships within an area, everyone wants to manage resources a bit differently, and co-management can be complicated. What is often forgotten is that although Leech Lake gave up title to some of those lands and their timber resources, all other resources were retained by the Leech Lake Band and are now defined as reserved property rights. Moose are one of those resources. Moose are of great cultural and spiritual importance to the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, as well as a subsistence species. Historically, the Leech Lake Reservation was known to be inhabited by moose and was part of their primary range. By 1965, Minnesota DNR classified the Leech Lake area as secondary moose habitat, and by 1986, the Leech Lake Reservation was no longer considered to be part of moose range. Shifts in their range are likely from introduction of white-tailed deer through intensive logging, climate change, habitat fragmentation, and other anthropogenic effects. Despite this, moose are still found on the Leech Lake Reservation, but to what extent is largely unknown. We have documented moose over the past few years on trail cameras, found moose sign, and have reported community sightings. We use this information to initiate our first aerial moose survey in 2023. During those surveys, 3 adult females and 1 calf were found, further providing evidence of a persisting and reproducing moose population on the Leech Lake Reservation. Since that initial survey in 2023, we have also conducted a survey in 2025 where we also found 3 cow moose and 1 calf. We recently received a tribal wildlife grant from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to take our moose surveys one step further by collaring moose. This past winter, we surveyed areas where we have seen the most moose sign over the past years and counted 15 moose. 5 of those were cows, and each had at least 1 calf, if not 2, with her. We later went back and targeted adult moose from the survey to capture and collar. Through this effort, we collared our first 4 moose. These 4 moose are now helping us establish baseline data for a moose population occurring outside of their core range. And the more we learn, the more questions we have. How are moose distributed across Leech Lake? How are moose using habitat here? What diseases may they have? What does survival and reproduction look like in a low density population? LCCMR funding will help us answer those questions and much more. This funding will allow us to continue and expand this project. We are proposing to continue winter aerial surveys to assess moose abundance, recruitment, and age and sex structure. Moose capture and collaring efforts will follow immediately after surveys. 5 to 8 animals will be captured each year and be fitted with a GPS collar that will store and send locations, as well as send mortality alerts to project biologists. During captures, we will collect biological samples such as blood, hair, feces, ticks, and tissue samples to assess health at the time of capture and collaring. Very little is known about health of moose outside of their core range in Minnesota, so this will allow us to screen for parasites and pathogens that they may be exposed to. We will also be assisted with captures and health analyses by the University of Minnesota veterinary staff. As part of this project, we will also be engaging the community. We want to better understand historical and current community perspectives on moose. To do this, we will conduct interviews with community members, hunters, elders, landowners, and local natural resource professionals to document views on moose, their health, and their interest in moose conservation. Collectively, all this data will allow us to assess moose population dynamics, spatial ecology, and health of a moose population outside of their core range. Funding for this project will help us to collect this data for 3 years, support the development of moose conservation plan, habitat enhancement recommendations, and strengthen collaboration with our partners. Madam Chair and committee members, thank you for this opportunity and consideration of our project. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Rarick. Are there questions for this presenter? I can't believe there wouldn't be at least one from Dr. Moose, but I will go first to Dr. Moore.
The other moose doctor.
The other Moose doctor. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I think this is extremely important research. This is the southernmost moose population in Minnesota, and information on this population subset of Minnesota is really unknown at this point. I think Leech Lake took the lead in collaring the first batch of moose from this area this past winter, and this work really needs to continue. This is a great opportunity for the tribes to continue to lead in co-stewardship of moose in Minnesota. And as an example of that co-stewardship, our tribe submitted some draft legislation to the Minnesota House Environment Committee this past legislative session to try to protect moose in northeastern Minnesota with a core moose range. And hopefully that legislation will get some conversation perhaps in the next legislative session. So thank you, Ms. Rourke, for leading this effort, and I really hope that it gets funded.
Any response, Ms. Rourke?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Moore. We appreciate your support. It means a lot to us.
I have a question from Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be remiss if it was a moose project if I didn't say something. So thanks for the presentation, Ms. Rourke. My question is, I'm thinking about, do you have some outside partners and stuff? Because I don't know your Department of Natural Resources, if you have all the areas of expertise, with pathogens and all of this different stuff. Because I just want to make sure, you're getting the most bang for your buck if we're going to give you some money to continue this work. I'm all support of that for sure. I'm just curious who you might be working with. Are you working with a local university or whoever, other tribes? I don't know. Could you fill me in a little on that, please?
Ms. Rourke.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Faber, for your question. So we are working with the University of Minnesota with Dr. Tiffany Wolf. Dr. Wolf has extensive experience working with moose across the state. So we are in good hands. She's going to be helping us with our health data. And then for any other questions or things that we may need assistance with that Dr. Wolf cannot help us with, there are other biologists, especially in the North Shore area and the northeastern part of the state, that are very experienced with moose, and we can reach out to them. We are part of the DNR's Moose Committee. We're a member there, so we have lots of resources to use.
Yeah, that's what
Dr. Faber?
that's what I wanted to hear. Minnesota has as strong a moosers as we call ourselves, and I think that's one of our strengths here. Even though we don't have the largest number of moose, we have a very strong group of moose biologists here. As I'd argue, as good as just about any place that moose are inhabit. So we don't want you to feel like you're left out. You're part of that community, and you should take full advantage of it with all the different partners, even if it's not official collaboration or whatever, because this is exciting for any of us moose people a little on the outside and looking in, saying, "Yeah, this is important work because it fills in," as Dr. Seth has said. So hopefully you understand that, and obviously you do, and Tiffany Wolf and all of us know her and so on. So kudos to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Faber. Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on what both Dr. Moore and Dr. Faber have said and what you're trying to study in terms of population, you may not have an answer to this question. I'm trying to get a sense, do you have a rough idea of what the population might be in this area, or a range? I'm just trying to get a sense, is it like 4? Is it, up to 100, or just do you have any sort of starting point of what the population might be in a range?
Ms. Rubrick.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaman. That's an excellent question, and one that I would love the answer to as well. So those first couple of moose surveys just gave us an idea that we have moose out there that are staying through the winter. They're not just passing through the area, they have calves with them. That exact number, though, I'm not sure, and I'm afraid to throw a number out too. I hope they'd prove me wrong and it would be much higher than that. But this past year, with seeing 5 cows and a couple of bulls and then having such good calf reproduction, we're really hoping that we have a good number of moose out there and that population keeps increasing. But this study here will answer some of those questions and give us some really great baseline information.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for this presenter? I see Dr. Moore.
Yeah, just a comment on Tanya's remarks on calf survival, just so that the other commissioners and perhaps the public is aware. We've seen extremely high recruitment rates of juvenile moose into the population over the last 2 years. I think this might be partly due to low predator densities in much of moose range, and just very, very good survival rates of both adults and calves. And so I anticipate seeing a little bit of an uptick in the moose population in the next couple of years, and perhaps that could sustain a public hunting season if legislature chooses to move forward in that direction.
Thank you. Any additional comments, Ms. Rubrick?
No, thank you, Commissioner Moore.
All right, I don't see any of the other hands up going once. Oh, there's Representative Scraba.
I just wanted to rehash what Dr. Moore just talked about. It's something that I've had a lot of constituents come and talk to me and other residents of Minnesota about a moose season. And my anecdotal studies in northern Minnesota, me driving a lot in the district I represent, I've seen more and more moose in the last 2 years, and it's a positive thing. So it's if we were to do a moose season, it would be very limited, and the tribes are still harvesting bulls, which is, it's healthy to see how their interaction and how ours would react now, because we have not had a moose season for quite a few years. So and any information we get, not quote in moose area, because the more and more I read the long-term implementation and funding and everything about this project, is maybe it is good to have that kind of information. Because I do hunt. Where was I last? I was in Montana, western Montana, and there were moose all over where there were never moose before. They just weren't there. And so they're moving out of the woods into the farmland. So I look forward to it. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Representative Scraba. I'll just chime in and say as well that friends that live in Cooch County, work for the county, and are on the roads all the time, are always posting moose pictures. So my friend, he sees a lot of moose and he always posts pictures and it's fun to see. That's just adjacent to the Leech Lake. I don't know if it's in the moose range of the Leech Lake Reservation, but Cooch County is just adjacent to the reservation. Do you have any final comments, Ms. Roark, before we move on?
Just thank you to you, Chair, and the rest of the committee. We really appreciate your support and really look forward to hopefully doing this project.
Thank you. Moving on, we are going to move on to the next proposal, which is 2027-528 under the Fish and Wildlife category. This is assessing recruitment threats for imperiled Blandings turtles with Josh Pennington and Andrew Herberg. Welcome to the commission. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to be here. And thank you for asking a lot of questions on the previous proposal, because we were lost connection and panicked for a few minutes, but we're back on. So I just wanted to preface that. Hopefully we do not lose connection again, but we got on just within seconds. So really glad to be here. My name is Josh Pennington, Conservation Program Supervisor at Camp Ripley Training Center. And with me is Andrew Herberg. And we're here to talk about a vulnerable resident of Minnesota, the Blandings turtle. For decades, conservation efforts at Camp Ripley have been successful in protecting nests and releasing thousands of hatchlings. However, a critical question remains unanswered. Are these young turtles surviving and joining the adult population? To help answer that question, we are proposing to build upon a foundation for successful collaborations. We plan to work with Minnesota DNR, St. Cloud State University, and Central Lakes College, organizations that we have proudly partnered with for decades. Through longstanding interagency agreements, we've successfully executed numerous projects together. And by continuing these relationships, we are well positioned to leverage our experience and advance our conservation goals for Blandings turtles. Camp Ripley is providing all the personnel funding to carry out this project, including the personnel expenses for the Minnesota DNR biologist through an interagency agreement. I'd like to now introduce Andrew Herberg, the Minnesota DNR non-game biologist and lead biologist at Camp Ripley for this project.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for granting us the opportunity to share our project proposal this morning. I'm the Animal Survey Coordinator at Camp Ripley. I hold a unique position. I'm a DNR employee within the non-game wildlife program, but I'm contracted and funded by the Department of Military Affairs and officed at Camp Ripley. Much of my work focuses on monitoring rare and declining species and implementing conservation strategies for these species. Minnesota is home to 9 native turtle species. Turtles are important wildlife. Their scavenging of dead plants and animals helps keep our waterways clean. And for many Minnesotans, they're charismatic and valued species. One of our species, the Blandings turtle, is experiencing range-wide declines due to habitat fragmentation, road mortality, and high juvenile predation. Blandings turtles are listed as endangered or threatened in every state they occur and are currently being reviewed for listing under the Endangered Species Act. Camp Ripley is thought to have the second largest population of Blandings turtles in Minnesota. At camp, we've been implementing conservation strategies for Blandings turtles since the 90s. These efforts have focused on protecting nests and releasing hatchlings. Since 2002, we've protected 214 Blandings turtle nests and released more than 2,100 hatchlings. These are valuable activities, but we don't know if our current actions are improving recruitment or overall turtle population health. Our project aims to conserve Blandings turtles through 2 activities: by improving our understanding of hatchling survival rates and by quantifying genetic variation. The data we collect will inform conservation actions throughout Minnesota. Activity 1 focuses on hatchling survival. Specifically, are the hatchlings we release making it to the next year? To answer this question, we will use radio transmitters to track the movements and survival of hatchling turtles. In 2025, I piloted this effort and I learned much of what's needed to conduct this project on a larger scale. Understanding how hatchlings use the landscape and what proportion of individuals make it to the next age class will help guide future conservation strategies in Minnesota. Activity 2 focuses on genotyping turtles. We want to know how genetically diverse are Camp Ripley's turtles and how many adults are contributing offspring to the next generation. To answer these questions, we will genotype hatchling and adult Blandings turtles. We began collecting tissue samples in 2023, and to date have sampled 530 hatchling and adults. In this project, we are proposing to collect up to 170 more samples. This is a robust sampling effort that will ensure that we can answer our questions. And it represents the largest effort to date to document genetic diversity and parentage in Blanding's turtles in Minnesota. Genetic diversity is a key component of long-term population viability. And even if we learn from activity 1 that our nest protection efforts successfully recruit hatchlings into the adult population, we still need to know if those hatchlings are bringing sufficient genetic diversity to maintain a resilient population. A substantial portion of the funds we are requesting will go to support graduate and undergraduate student researchers housed with our project partners at St. Cloud State University and Central Lakes College. No personnel funds will be received by the Department of Military Affairs or the DNR. My efforts during this project will be to provide guidance and assistance to students, primarily with the fieldwork, and while also continuing the current Blanding's turtle nest protection efforts at Camp Ripley. So our project has 3 main goals. The first is to improve our understanding of hatchling survival rates and genetic variation. 2, to use this information to inform conservation actions at Camp Ripley and throughout the rest of Minnesota, hopefully bolstering populations in the long run. And 3, to provide valuable work experience for both graduate and undergraduate students. The third goal is near and dear to me. My graduate work at the University of Minnesota studying moose was funded by the LCCMR, and that experience has led to my successful career with DNR. Without this committee and the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund, my career trajectory would not have been the same. And for that, I thank you all and the citizens of Minnesota. And I hope that through this project, we're granted the opportunity to launch the careers of the next generation of biologists. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Herberg and Mr. Pennington. Are there any questions for these presenters? It's a very interesting project. I know one of our members has a conflict of interest and won't be asking questions. I'll just share that thank you for Mr. Herberg, for your comments about the commission and the effect it's had on your career. And also, one of the things we've been talking about throughout our presentations is the fact that we need to encourage continued investment in our youth and their interest in the environment and our natural resources. So I appreciate that you're planning to use interns from local colleges. I'm not seeing any hands raised for this presenter. Is there anyone else that would like to comment on this one? Seeing none, I'll ask for any final comments from the presenters. Do you have any final comments on your project?
Just
No,
thank you for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Good luck with your project. Thanks. The next presentation before us will be number 2027-574 under the Fish and Wildlife category. Understanding Minnesota's migratory bats to advance conservation. Miss Mary Mallinger, is it?
Mallinger. Yeah.
Mallinger, welcome to the commission. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Mary Mallinger. I am a conservation biologist with the Minnesota Zoo. On behalf of the zoo and our partners with Bat Conservation International and the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center of Minnesota, I'm presenting on our proposal, Understanding Minnesota's Migratory Bats to Advance Conservation. Bats are not only charismatic animals that play a vital role in ecosystem health, they're also natural pest controllers in agriculture, forestry, and backyard habitats. Their consumption of insect pests is estimated to save the U.S. agriculture industry $22 billion a year. Minnesota is home to 8 species of bat, including 3 migratory species, the hoary bat, silver-haired bat, and eastern red bat. Minnesota's migratory bat species are facing a multitude of threats, including habitat loss, climate change, and energy development. The hoary bat population, for example, is expected to decline by over 50% in the coming decades, prompting the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to schedule a species status assessment for potential listing. Unfortunately, very little is known about the migratory patterns and habitat use of these species, key information that could inform the status assessment and be utilized to lessen the regulatory burden and mitigate their declines. An inability to track migratory bats over long distances and for long stretches of time has really hindered researchers' ability to gather such valuable data. Even basic information like when bats leave in the fall, where they go to overwinter, their flight paths, etc., is severely lacking. Historically, researchers have only been able to track bats for approximately 10 days, which is far too short of a period to gain insight into migratory activity. However, recent technological advances over the last year and the expansion of Minnesota's MODIS Wildlife Tracking Network, a project funded by the state's ENRTF, which I currently manage, provides new and exciting opportunity to fill some of the critical knowledge gaps about our state's migratory bat populations. We propose testing new long-term tag attachment methods and leveraging the recently expanded MODIS network to gather the first ever movement data on Minnesota's migratory bats. The Minnesota Zoo will leverage its expertise in veterinary medicine and wildlife conservation, partnering with bat experts and local wildlife rehabilitators to develop and test protocols for tag attachment that allow for the longest period of data collection without impacting bat health and welfare. With these newly created protocols in place, we will deploy approximately 90 MODIS transmitters in total on migratory bats. Both wild-caught individuals and bats from a wildlife rehabilitator will be utilized, providing an additional opportunity to gather data on bat survival and activity after rehabilitation. These recently developed tags utilize state-of-the-art Bluetooth technology and the thousands of MODIS stations across North and South America to provide unprecedented long-term data on the migratory patterns of small animals like bats. Capture locations in multiple regions of the state will be chosen in consultation with the Minnesota DNR and acoustic records. Then we will simultaneously upgrade up to 6 MODIS stations in Minnesota with the appropriate antennas so that they're compatible with these new Bluetooth bat tags, leveraging and further expanding this valuable network that Minnesota has invested in. Additionally, we will take hair samples of bats in hand and use hydrogen isotope analysis to provide insight into the bats' summer maternity grounds. The MODIS data from tag bats, combined with the isotope analyses, will allow us to hopefully link summer and overwintering habitat for Minnesota's migratory species. In conclusion, the ability to track migratory bats in Minnesota, utilizing new technology and the state's expanded MODIS network, will create the first ever movement data with Minnesota on the leading front of this critical research. The development of new bat research protocols will help to inform conservation strategy for these imperiled and important animals, ensuring that action taken and potential regulations put in place are targeted and successful. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of this proposal, and I will now take any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Ms. Mallinger. Are there any questions for this presenter on understanding Minnesota's migratory bat? I see Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Commission members, I've also worked with bats and put tags on the living little fellers and stuff like that, believe it or not. So yeah, Dr. Mallinger, I was a part of some work at Camp Ripley that we did along with the U.S. Forest Service when we were working with the northern long-eared bat, but you're going to be working with the migratory species. So you might want to explain to our friends, we have 7, maybe 8 species here in Minnesota. 4 are not migratory, which are all the brown bats, if you will, and then the colored bats are migratory friends. Are you planning to work or to be putting tags on the hoary, the silver-haired, and the eastern red bat? Or I mean, that's kind of a hit or miss if you're working with the rehabber and stuff. Yeah.
Ms. Ballinger?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Faber. Yes, so we are planning on, right, like you said, we'll do both rehabilitated bats and wild-caught bats. So a little bit of the exact species will depend on what we have, right? Like, are we able to catch hoary, eastern red, and silver-haired? You know, what is brought into the rehabilitation center exactly? So those are the 3 migratory bats. We will definitely aim and hope to be able to tag all 3 of those, if you know, to try to get the most robust data set that we can. And as you mentioned, yes, so those are our migratory bats, and then we have non-migratory cave-dwelling bats as well, like the several that people are maybe familiar with, like the big brown bat and little brown and such. So yeah.
Follow up,
Dr.
Madam
Faber?
Chair? Can I
Yes.
ask you, Mary, how big are, you said Bluetooth transmitters? The transmitters we use, we got them from ATS. I mean, holy moly. You dropped them in the grass, you lost those little buggers. They only had a length. What's your length of life? Because those little transmitters, we were marking the bats in the summer so we could find their maternity roosts. So they only lasted about 3 weeks at most. What do you have? You obviously, if they're migratory, you're going to have, what's the length of life on those transmitters?
Ms. Mallinger.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Faber. So, great question. Historically, the life of tags was anywhere from like 7 to 14 days or so, which, as I mentioned, you can't really study migration on a lifespan like that. These tags that we'll be using are from CTT, Cellular Tracking Technologies, which you may be familiar with, and they are also very, very small, which they have to be because bats weigh hardly anything. And the lifespan, it's really incredible with new technology. They last, depending on the bat, the larger, like hoary bat, those tags can actually last like 6 to 12 months, which is really incredible. Yeah. And then the smaller tags for like silver-haired and eastern red are maybe more like 3 months, which is still, in comparison to 10 days, an incredible improvement. And we're really excited at the opportunity to fill in these knowledge gaps because we know shockingly little about bats in general and especially like migratory bats. So,
Right.
Dr. Faber?
I'll just say I support this. The bats are the coolest little things. I just love it. And again, they're insect eaters. They're good for us. Oh, I was going to make a comment. Now, I live up in central Minnesota. I am hearing from some of my friends and stuff because they know I'm a kind of a bat nerd as well, is that they're seeing bats. And I'm guessing most people think it's just one, it's the little brown bat. It's like, well, there's 7 species. It could be one of our bigger friends, one of our migratory friends. I don't know. For me, that's one of those anecdotal things. I mean, since white nose syndrome now, the last 5, 6, 7 years, even but all of us are starting to. I've had 2 or 3 friends that say, "Hey, Bill, we've seen a couple of bats flying around." Now, I don't know who that is, so to speak, but it's obviously a sign that some of these guys are coming back, or I'm hopeful it's all of them. But just thought I'd let you know that it's kind of interesting to hear that they're not all gone. So thanks for your work.
Ms. Ballinger, do you have any additional comments to Dr. Faber?
yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your support. And I completely agree. They're incredible. As I mentioned, they're charismatic, but they also really do provide a lot of ecosystem and economic services to us as well. Mainly, they're all insectivorous in Minnesota. So they eat a lot of insects and a lot of insect pests. And yeah, hopefully our bat populations, some of them will maybe start rebounding. As you mentioned, white nose syndrome really decimated a lot of those populations. So fingers crossed. But as we've been talking about kind of all morning, we really hope to help the populations that are continuing to decline and, keep those that might be more prevalent still around and on the landscape. So
thank you for your presentation. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Our next proposal that we're going to hear is number 2027-600 under Fish and Wildlife category, aerial infrared surveys of sharp-tailed grouse and prairie chickens with Dr. Charlotte Roy. Welcome to the commission. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. My name is Dr. Charlotte Roy, and I work for the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources as the grouse research scientist, with a focus that includes sharp-tailed grouse and greater prairie chickens. Both of these native game birds are important to hunters, bird watchers, and anyone that's spent a morning in a public observation blind, appreciating their mating behaviors in large open areas in the spring. Both of these prairie species are species of greatest conservation need, primarily because of their need for large, diverse grassland or brushland areas. This need for large areas means that they are one of the first species to decline when habitat drops below the thresholds they require due to challenges managing habitat at scales that often cross multiple land ownerships. Declines in recent decades have been so substantial that the hunting season for sharp-tailed grouse was closed in the east central part of the state in 2021, and similar discussions are occurring now with our conservation partners for prairie chickens. We need good information on the population status and distribution of these two species to manage these native game birds and to identify and prioritize remaining areas to try to reverse declines or stabilize populations where possible. Importantly, these game birds are not migratory and are genetically isolated from populations in other states. So what happens to these birds in Minnesota is driven by factors here, and the responsibility and opportunity to manage these birds lies entirely with us. We do currently survey for both of these species using observers that count birds from the ground. We work with staff, partners such as the Minnesota Sharp-tailed Grouse Society, Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Nature Conservancy, and many other volunteers that are passionate about these birds. Despite our collective efforts, we simply struggle to survey all the areas where sharp-tailed grouse and prairie chickens should be surveyed in the short time window in the spring. These areas can be far from staff offices, lack road access, or have unplowed roads in the spring, be difficult to traverse in the spring due to melting or deep snow or sensitive bogs, and have other obstacles that can prevent surveys of areas that may hold birds. For prairie chickens, more than half of the blocks we survey are completed by volunteers, and our staff are simply unable to take on additional areas given other time-sensitive work in the spring, like conducting prescribed fires to manage the habitats these birds depend on. This spring, our collective efforts did not complete all of the survey blocks. An aerial infrared survey would allow us to reach difficult to access areas that we can't survey now and allow us to complete all the survey blocks every year for prairie chickens. Aerial infrared surveys are commonly used to monitor wildlife in areas that are remote, difficult to access, or when optimal survey windows are sufficiently short to constrain sampling with existing staff and resources through other methods. We conducted a pilot study in Northwest Minnesota and Eastern North Dakota a couple years ago, and we were able to detect grouse based on their heat signatures relative to the cooler background environment and later analyze the thermal imagery to determine species and sex from display behavior. Aerial infrared surveys actually performed better than ground surveys, but we still have work to do to ensure ground and aerial survey data can be compared. Moreover, aerial infrared surveys had many advantages, including efficiency surveying large and inaccessible areas, reduced disturbance of birds compared to ground observers, better detection of birds obscured by terrain or vegetation, and creation of a digital record that can be reviewed and reanalyzed. So not only would we be able to reach difficult to access areas and survey all the survey blocks, but we would get better data. These data can be used to help prioritize areas for conservation and to make management decisions such as modifying the hunting season. We propose to survey previously unsurveyed areas for sharp-tailed grouse using input from DNR wildlife managers and the Minnesota Sharp-tailed Grouse Society, and we welcome tribal input. Once display grounds are located, they can be surveyed on a regular schedule. For prairie chickens, we will determine whether an aerial survey can be used to enhance or replace the current survey. We will use the new DNR airplane with an aerial infrared sensor to survey display grounds around sunrise in the spring. The first year, we will focus on sharp-tailed grouse in the East Central region. The second year, we will focus on prairie chickens in the West Central region. And the third year, we will refine methodology based on what we learned the first 2 years. These aerial infrared survey data will accomplish two main objectives. First, improve our knowledge of the spatial extent of the East Central sharp-tailed grouse population to better understand the current population and its connection to nearby sources of birds that may be important for maintenance or viability of this declining population. And two, ensure options exist for the continued monitoring of the prairie chicken population given staffing limitations and potential volunteer attrition. I thank you for your time and attention and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. I recall as I wait for people to raise their hands, in the past, I think you've had proposal on spruce grouse, maybe in Beltrami Island State Forest or somewhere up in the old growth forest, and now you're moving into the prairies. Is that correct?
I survey and I'm involved in grouse species in a lot of our different biomes, so I get to work in the prairies, in the brushlands, in the deciduous forest, and in the boreal forest for our 4 grouse species: prairie chickens, sharp-tailed grouse, ruffed grouse, and spruce grouse.
Great. And just to clarify for me, you mentioned the East Central and the West Central. Where can you kind of describe on the Minnesota map? Is that basically in the old Lake Agassiz area of the Red River Basin?
The east central part of Minnesota I'm talking about is over by Aiken County area, and then extending north from there into, even as far as Tower. The the west central area I'm describing is like Norman and Polk counties, Red Lake County, Clay County, Otter Tail counties. So it's a pretty big area. The prairie chickens are on the west and in the west central region, and the sharp-tailed grouse area we're proposing to focus on is in the east central region and north of there, where we have very little data about where the birds might exist. We also have sharp-tailed grouse in the northwest part of the state, over closer to Agassiz, where you're discussing. But the population there is doing much better, and so we're going to try to focus on these areas that are in peril, at least initially.
Thank you. So I have first Dr. Faber and then Senator Westrom. Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you, Dr. Roy. Question for you about the aerial infrared camera you got. So you said that. I had Ryan Hanna from enforcement come in and talk to my students here this spring and talked about some work they were looking at up in the Northwest with the new camera system they have, and they were looking at, I mean, you can count the points on antlers on an elk bull's head. So is that similar to one that is that what you're talking about for the technology?
Yeah, we're using a thermal infrared camera, and initially you can see the birds as warm colored dots on a cool background in the morning in the imagery, and then you can zoom in really close, and you can actually look at how the birds are holding their wings. So when we piloted this technology, we did it in the Northwest, in Polk and Red Lake counties, and then over in eastern North Dakota as well. And there we have some mixed species leks, where we actually have sharp-tailed grouse and prairie chickens on the same leks. And we could tell the species by seeing how the birds held their wings, with sharp-tailed grouse holding their wings out when they display, and prairie chickens holding their wings close to their body when they're displaying. And so it's pretty special technology that opens a lot of doors that were previously not available to us.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, I follow up, Madam Chair. And the other thing that Ryan, because he's the pilot, he was talking about is the safety aspects, because you don't have to fly at 200 feet above the ground or something like you do with more of the traditional infrared and that sort of thing. He said you can fly quite a bit higher up and still get way more detailed imagery, which I think is fantastic. So this is really interesting, and I support it because you always do well by us. So thanks a lot for your presentation.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Faber asked some of my questions, but I'll just a little follow-up. So you're able to actually notice or see grouse or prairie chickens with infrared camera imaging, or can you explain that just a little bit more? Because it seems like it'd be hard to decipher them from many other birds or animals in the wild. Then a follow.
Dr. Roy?
Yes, we are able to determine the grouse species from other wildlife. There's a couple of things that help cue us into their signature on the landscape. We do this early in the morning when the birds are warm against the cool ground in the spring. And the birds are in wide open areas. So, for their display behaviors, they're out in the open and they're in groups. So that is what is the first really strong cue, is that, there can be 10, 15, 25 of these birds all close together and, using an area to display. And so once we see that signature, then we can zoom in and we can look at the individual display behaviors of individuals. We also use visible cameras, so you can toggle between the two on the camera that we use, and you can zoom in quite well. And so yeah, we piloted this technology a couple of years ago, and it was quite impressive what you can do now.
Senator Westrom.
Thanks. So, Madam Chair, an interesting technology. There's a little bigger question. It runs through my mind, and it's just at what point does it maybe not matter that much? Is it worth $500,000-$600,000 of trust fund money, and so we find out we have this many birds? What's the real value to the trust fund and to protecting and enhancing the outdoors?
Dr. Roy, why is this important?
Thank you for the question. We are not even asking for that much. We're not asking for $500,000 or $600,000. We're asking for a little over $300,000, and that is so that we can figure out how to do this new method well, so that it's comparable to the previous data we've collected. And so the idea is that we'll flesh out how to do this, how the new data will compare to the way that we've collected the data in the past. So we know that we're, monitoring the population through time, and that it's not just a matter of the birds appear to be increasing because we're using better technology. We want to understand that. So this project will help us to do that. And then going forward, we would survey for the birds without having to do so much groundwork. And so this is an initial investment, and then going forward, once we have everything worked out, the annual cost would be substantially less and something more feasible for us to do internally.
Thanks. And last question, Madam Chair. So it kind of gets to my overarching concern or question. This is just one of numerous DNR proposals. Isn't this really the work you're supposed to be doing already at the DNR, managing wildlife and, doing your counts of birds and deer and different things to kind of set the management practices in place? What's different about this that's different than what you're supposed to be doing at the DNR already?
Dr. Roy.
Thank you for the question. We are surveying areas that we can't currently get to. So we do survey, the DNR currently does survey for these birds from the ground. And so we're proposing for sharp-tailed grouse to go into areas that we simply can't survey because they're too far from offices, they're inaccessible in the early spring, they're far from roads. And so we can't walk into those areas. And so we would be covering new areas with the survey for sharp-tailed grouse that we can't currently survey. And for prairie chickens, as I mentioned, we're struggling with basically manpower to continue doing the surveys that we've been doing from the ground since 2004. And so this would allow us an opportunity to continue that monitoring going forward as we lose staff and volunteers simply because of funding shortages.
Thank you. I have a question from Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Roy, for your presentation. You mentioned the DNR has a new airplane. How old is that airplane?
I think it's relatively new, and the camera that we have on it is relatively new. I wasn't involved in the purchase, so I can't give you an exact date. But my understanding is that it's very recent, and we've started using this technology for some of our other surveys as well.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes. So what departments at the DNR have access to using this airplane? I think it's one thing to use it for fire suppression or surveys such as the one you're describing, but can you tell me a little bit more about which departments at the DNR have access to this, and specifically if conservation officers have access to this?
It is an enforcement plane. So it is housed in DNR enforcement, and there is a priority for, wildfire information that supersedes any other information. But we don't want the plane just sitting around not being used the rest of the year when it can be put to good use. And so there is a decision, I guess you could say matrix or priority setting that puts wildfire suppression ahead of these surveys, but these surveys are also an important priority for the department for the reasons that I've mentioned.
Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just tell you what I'm very concerned about. DNR CO officers have been called into my city to enforce against protesters who are exercising their legal right to protest. I'm very concerned about the use of these cameras. And so can you tell me a little bit more about who has access to data collected from these cameras, and if any third-party vendors have access to any data that these cameras that might be used by conservation officers? Who has access to that?
Dr. Roy.
Thank you for the question. And I wish I had more intimate information to share with you. I know that we do have a lot of private data that is not publicly available to protect people's privacy and things like that. I imagine some of the things that you're concerned about would fall under that purview. I honestly don't specifically know all of the ins and outs of the types of data that are accessible to different people. I know that for sharp-tailed grouse and prairie chicken luck locations, that is not public data, that's private data. So I have access to that. Folks that need to know the locations for business reasons, for monitoring reasons, they have access to that, but that is not publicly available because of Minnesota statute that protects those locations. So the type of information you're describing is information that I believe would be protected and private. I hope that that's a helpful answer to you.
Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you share any of that data with the federal government?
The LEC locations or the?
I mean, the LEC are there data sharing agreements between the Minnesota DNR with this camera technology and the federal government?
Dr. Roy?
I believe that any type of private data would require a data sharing agreement. The type of data that I am talking about collecting would be LEC locations, and if the LECs are on federal property, most of the biologists already know those locations, so I don't need to share it with them because they're on their work areas, so they're familiar. In the case that it's not on their property, if there is a need to share that information, then yes, we have a data sharing agreement that goes into place. We work with our legal staff and our data practices staff, and we set up an agreement that will protect those locations and make sure that they don't become public record.
Any follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. I think this project is great, and I think it's one thing if we're monitoring birds, but I'm very concerned about surveillance that has been well documented and used against my constituents, particularly in recent months with Operation Metro Surge, and I'm just very concerned about data sharing there. So to folks at the DNR, I just want to make sure that when we're collecting data, I think we have great intentions about determining prairie leks and conserving critically endangered species like prairie chickens, but I want us to be very careful about data we're collecting, particularly with aerial surveillance. This is a huge concern of mine, and you kind of lucked into it just because I think you have a great project here, but I am concerned about the DNR using state funds to purchase airplanes that are equipped with this technology. This is a big concern of mine. It's a broader theme, so I just hope that your data is being used only for prairie chickens and sharp-tailed grouse and not to further encroach on privacy. That is very, very, very important to Minnesotans. Thank you.
I have a question from Dr. Moore. Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to provide some information on the use of this technology. We were fortunate to be able to use this DNR plane for some of the moose work that we did this winter, and the resolution on the imagery from this it's really, really good. We're able to tell, bulls, cows, and juveniles from 3,000 feet above ground. And so I don't have any commentary on the data sharing because that's not the context in which we use this technology. But from a biological perspective, this technology is very, very good, very useful. And I think it actually probably saves costs in the long run because you can cover vast amounts of area and survey vast amounts of area in a small amount of time.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this presenter? Senator Westrom, is your hand still up? I'm not sure if you still have a question or you just haven't lowered your hand.
I haven't lowered.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Roy, for your presentation. Our time is up. Good luck with your project.
Thank you for your time.
On our schedule, we are going to move to the next project, which is on the second page on line 87, and that is 2027-334 under the land category. And that is expanding Minnesota grazing for resilient landscapes. Am I right on track, staff? I see that our presenters are here. Welcome to the commission. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation.
Thank you so much. Hello, commission members and staff. Thanks for the opportunity to present on MDA's proposal, expanding Minnesota grazing for resilient landscapes. My name is Megan Lennon, and I lead the Energy and Environment section at MDA. And with me is MDA's grazing specialist and grant administrator, Kelly Anderson, who is also a livestock farmer in Pope County in Senator Westrum's district. So Kelly is here to help answer any technical questions on managed grazing. If funded, this proposal will establish a pilot grant program and provide technical assistance to accelerate adoption of managed grazing practices and to expand grass-based agriculture in the state. What is managed grazing? So managed grazing is a flexible, intentional approach to rotating livestock on pasture for multiple benefits, including improved water quality, improved soil health, climate resilience, and improved habitat for wildlife and pollinators. Many state plans, including the Climate Action Framework, the Nutrient Reduction Strategy, and the statewide Prairie Conservation Plan, all call for more perennial forages and sustainable grass-based agriculture like managed grazing. But despite increasing farmer interest in managed grazing and the wide-ranging environmental benefits, farmers do face hurdles when trying to transition to regenerative practices like managed grazing. And the primary challenge to adopting managed grazing practices are the upfront costs of perennial pasture establishment and grazing infrastructure like fencing and watering systems. Costs are often more than $30,000 for a 20-acre pasture. And while federal financial programs through USDA do exist, like the EQIP program, these programs have seen significant declines in funding for grazing and grassland practices. Additionally, implementation of these programs really vary by county, and grazing projects that are seeking federal funding may not receive that funding due to the specific priorities set in an individual county. And in Minnesota, acres receiving federal funding for grazing practices have declined 76% between 2012 and 2025. And then parallel to this decrease in federal funding availability, there's also a decrease in federal employees and workforce that are able to provide that technical assistance like writing managed grazing plans and supporting farmers during this transition. So this proposal addresses two barriers faced by farmers that are wanting to transition to a managed grazing system, and that is providing financial support and technical assistance. And as I mentioned at the top, MDA will develop a pilot grant program to help offset the costs of establishing perennial pasture and also implementing a new managed grazing system. And what's really important is that by pairing financial support with technical assistance, this program goes beyond just covering the costs. It equips farmers with knowledge and infrastructure needed to make that to make this a permanent shift in management practices. And the program's benefits will extend beyond just individual farms, but will help advance statewide nutrient reduction and climate goals and provide ecosystem services. So in like the minute or 90 seconds I have left, I just want to spend a little bit of time addressing the staff comment in the spreadsheet on the restoration activities on unprotected lands. So this proposal is not for a prairie or grassland restoration project, but it's better described as we are helping farmers transition from one type of agricultural system to another type of agricultural system. So this could be moving from row crop agriculture to perennial pasture and grass-based agriculture. We definitely understand that there may be concerns about the durability or the permanency of perennial pasture with managed grazing practices. And this pilot program would fund pasture planting on unprotected private land. But I do want to point out that the farmers are investing a significant amount of their own money in the pasture planting and grazing infrastructure. And as you all know, farmers are savvy business people, and they wouldn't be making a significant investment in fencing, watering systems, etc., if they weren't committed to managing grazing for the long haul. And we have heard from grazing specialists throughout the state that most farmers and ranchers that do convert to managed grazing maintain this practice for 10 plus years. And in areas of the state where soils are more marginal, pastures can stay in place for more than 20 years. And the way that this pilot program is designed will help mitigate and manage the risk of pasture being converted back to other land uses. And one is the technical assistance that we'll provide throughout the program. So this helps farmers write managed grazing plans and equips farmers with knowledge and support needed to make this management practice permanent. And then also we'll have a significant match requirement. So we intend to set up this grant similar to other grants at MDA, like the livestock investment grant. So for example, a project with a total cost of $60,000, MDA would pay $20,000 and the farmer would pay $40,000 out of their own pocket. That's all I have for prepared remarks. I just want to say thank you so much for your time and consideration, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Lennon. Are there any questions for this presenter? Does the commission have any questions about expanding Minnesota grazing for resilient landscapes? Seeing no one raise their hand, I'll thank the presenters for coming before the commission. Good luck with your project.
Thank you so much.
So we are scheduled now to have a lunch break. I see, would I get a nod from our director? And we're going to break and come back in 45 minutes at 12:30. So staff will move the commission members into a meeting room. Please turn off your cameras and your mics during the lunch break. I'll welcome you back here at 12:30. I see the time is 12:30. That'll let staff to let me know if we're ready to roll.
We are ready to roll, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Nash. So we are in the second half of our presentation day for Wednesday, July 1st, and this is the LCCMR Committee on Minnesota Resources. And we're going to resume our presentation schedule. We have one presentation under the energy category, and I see the presenter is online, so I'm going to introduce this one. This is Proposal ID 2027-412 under energy category, Minnesota Solar for Soil, Water, and Wildlife. We're going to welcome Dr. Melissa Birch. If you're in the meeting room, please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commission members, and staff. My name is Melissa Birch, and I'm a co-director with the Clean Energy Resource Teams, or CERTs, and I'm based at the University of Minnesota Extension's Regional Sustainable Development Partnerships. So this project, Minnesota Solar for Soil, Water, and Wildlife, will advance a win-win-win approach to energy generation, local economic development, and natural resource conservation. So as solar is deployed to meet our electricity needs, there is a tremendous opportunity to deploy it in ways that strengthen conservation of our natural resources through site selection, site design, management of the land throughout the life cycle of the project, and decommissioning practices. But this opportunity is not widely recognized in communities. We've had a lot of conversations with people all across the state. And when it comes to the potential benefits of solar, most people mention energy generation, air quality, and sometimes they mention economic benefits as well. But we've found that it's much less common for people to be familiar with the ways that solar projects can enhance our natural resources more broadly, which leads to a lot of missed opportunities. Because when solar is sited strategically, when projects are implemented in alignment with best practices, natural resources are protected and enhanced in several ways. So these practices can improve soil health, for instance, soil organic carbon. It can reduce stormwater runoff and erosion, and as a result, improve surface water quality, can reduce nitrates in drinking water, and provide habitat for numerous species of wildlife. Which makes sense because throughout that 25 to 30-year lifespan of the project, that land can be managed to support natural resources while also providing energy and economic benefits. So I'll give one quick example here. Drinking water source management areas, or DWSMAs. So Minnesota currently has about 150,000 acres of land that is in agriculture and in DWSMAs that are vulnerable to nitrate pollution. Siting solar in those DWSMAs and establishing appropriate ground cover underneath would serve the dual purpose of protecting drinking water while also providing economic benefits to both the farmer and the larger community. And in fact, our team is currently working with the Minnesota Department of Health and a couple of rural water systems in southwestern Minnesota to explore implementation of that approach. And that's just one example of how solar could be deployed to support natural resources. So how do we get there? Well, this project will build on and extend the reach of existing efforts by engaging and partnering with Minnesotans in communities across the state, so that as they make decisions about solar on their land and in their communities, they have the information and technical assistance they need to implement projects in ways that leave the environment and the community better off than they were before. To get into the nuts and bolts of the project, the first thing we'll do is develop educational materials and planning tools through a co-design process that includes both stakeholders and subject matter experts. We'll disseminate those resources through the project partners' existing networks as well as emerging partnerships. We'll provide direct support to local and tribal governments on planning efforts, as well as individualized project assistance to farmers, small businesses, and public sector entities who are interested in moving projects forward. And finally, we'll develop and implement a train the trainer program to deepen the bench of people who can provide assistance on these topics well into the future. That includes natural resource conservation and agricultural organizations, regional development organizations, and local and tribal governments. So through this multifaceted approach, this project will leverage energy development to provide valuable co-benefits to natural resources and host communities. Thanks so much for the opportunity to present, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our presenter this morning, or this afternoon, I should say? I have Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Birch, I've got my first question relates to what do you say to if you're working with a private landowner that has an agricultural field and they want to lease it out to a solar company that wants to put up solar panels. I live in a county up here in central Minnesota where the county board has just put a moratorium on any new solar arrays out in agricultural fields for a number of reasons because they've turned down some. And I don't know that that's necessarily correct, that the county commissioners should say no to a private landowner if they want to change turn their agricultural fields into a solar arrays. And then if you especially take into account putting ground cover, and there's all of these different practices where we still can get some extra benefits. And one of the reasons that, which is hard to believe, is that a couple of the county commissioners have said that, well, if you take it out of row crop production, then you're taking it out of production. Well, you're not, are you? You're turning the row crops into solar panels that produces energy, right? And so what would you suggest that you tell those county commissioners that I just don't think that that's right. If the landowner, private landowner on their fields that maybe are leased out for row crop production wants to turn it into solar panels and get, a steady flow of income from production of solar.
To the presenter.
Thank you so much for the question. Yes, so there are a couple of different ways to approach that. One is that to focus on improving soil health over the next 30 years and then coming back to agricultural production afterwards. There's also the possibility of using voltaics.
Right.
Co-locating agriculture and energy production on the same land. We've seen a really interesting example of that down in Big Lake at the Big Lake Agrivoltaics Project, where they have a solar project which has vegetables and other local foods being grown by emerging farmers under the solar panels. It's really interesting as well because it is the first solar farm that's been certified under Minnesota Department of Agriculture's ag water quality certification program. So there are lots of potential ways to balance the agricultural and energy uses of the land.
Any follow-up?
Yeah, follow, Madam Chair. I had a technical question too, Dr. Birch, because I'm pretty active with our local regional development, sustainable development partnership. I think we're Region 2. You represent all of those, correct? You're not at just any one individual one, because I don't know, what are 8 or 10 across the state?
Dr. Birch?
Yeah, so there are 5 Regional Sustainable Development Commission or Regional Sustainable Development.
Yeah, you're working for
all the words, so many words. There are 5 of those around Greater Minnesota, and then in addition, I'm with the Clean Energy Resource Teams, and we serve statewide and serve the entire state.
Okay, and you will be working with all of them, so it's not concentrated, just because I think there's probably ag lands and other, pastures, different things that could be used for solar arrays and stuff. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. I'm supportive of this project. Thank you.
Are there other questions for Dr. Birch? I just had one, what you lovingly call DWISMAs, drinking water source management areas. What makes them, and maybe I missed it in your presentation, but what makes them a really good site for this work?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. What makes them a really good site is they're areas where the groundwater is vulnerable to nitrate pollution. And so having conventional agriculture on those lands can contribute to nitrate pollution. And so they are a good opportunity to get some ecovoltaics onto the property and reduce that risk of nitrate pollution.
Thank you. I have questions from Senator Green and then Commissioner Beaman. Senator Green.
Thank you. I got a couple of questions for you, and I'll just ask them and wait for your answer. But I looked into this a little bit, and it appears as though, we put a lot of money into reducing PFAS and getting rid of PFAS, but the solar panels apparently are coated with PFAS. And there's also been documentation that shows that when these solar panels get damaged and these shards get into the ground is pretty much useless after that. It's not good for grazing and it's not good for growing crops because the shards get into the crops that you're growing. And so have you done any studies on that, and how do you justify that when you're talking about co-mingling these with agriculture in any way?
To the presenter, Dr. Birch.
Thanks so much for the question. Yes, modern solar panels are typically no longer coated with PFAS, and there was a recent review study that came out, which I can provide to you afterward, if that's desired, that looks to see if this is actually occurring, and no evidence was found that this is occurring with solar installations now. So while PFAS are certainly a major concern, in the state, solar is not a major contributor to that issue.
Senator Green, did you have another question?
Well, that's she's talking about the PFAS, and although I'll look into that again, I didn't see where the modern ones were not. Said most of them are, and then what is the lifespan of them without the PFAS in there for the protection of the things, but also on the agriculture part of it. I mean, I've seen, I think it was carrots that I saw that they tried to grow crops, well, whatever it would be, whether it be potatoes or beets or whatever, on land that had once previously had solar panels, and the shards from the panels were actually in the crops. And if that's the case, and then if there is any damage wherever these have been, that takes away grazing too, because for cattle, they'll eat anything and they'll pick this stuff up. And I'm just wondering if that's been taken into account on these projects.
To the presenter.
Thank you for the question.
I just want to add, I think you suggested you have a study on that, and if you do have information to share with the commission, I'm going to ask you to send it to staff by 4 o'clock tomorrow so that they can share it with members before they make their final presentation selections. So did you want to comment further?
No, thank you. I'll share that information.
Okay. I have Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious, thank you for your presentation. I'm actually quite supportive of this. I'm curious if there is a particular resistance point for more uptake of solar panels in agricultural lands. Is there a particular hurdle that you are finding with landowners in trying to have wider, taking up of this? Or is it a whole host of issues and there's not one in particular that's really of main focus?
Dr. Birch?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think the biggest thing that we see are concerns about the land conversion, and misunderstandings about what the land can be used for while it is under solar and also afterward. And so that I think is the biggest thing that we run into. And part of this project is really to share what some of those options are with community members, with farmers, with local and tribal governments, so that they can have a sense for how this can be done in a way that is compatible and supportive of what they would like to see in their communities.
Are there other questions for the presenter? Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation and good luck with your project.
Thank you so much.
Our next proposal that we are going to see is number 2027-276 under the land category, Northern Minnesota Integrated Reforestation and Climate Resilience Initiative. This is Dr. James Harding. I see you. Can you put your camera on and unmute and introduce yourself and share your presentation?
Can you hear me and can you see me?
I can see you and I can hear you. Thank you, Mr. Harding, for coming before us. Welcome to the commission.
Thank you. Thank you, commission members, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide some context and detail about our proposal. My name's James Harding. I'm a newly hired faculty member at Bemidji State University. My role at BSU is to develop and build a BS degree in forestry. When I was hired just over a year ago, I was able to witness firsthand just how important our wooded landscape is to the campus, the town of Bemidji, and Beltrami at large. I'd been in town for just a few weeks before that summer solstice derecho tore through our region. While the impacts of this storm were devastating in many ways, I was also oddly encouraged. I was encouraged because I also saw firsthand just how much of the fabric of northern Minnesota is tied to our forest resources. In brief, people love their trees and love their forests in our region. BSU calls itself the University in the Pines. The lakefront in downtown Bemidji is overseen by what I can only assume are the life-size sentinels of Paul Bunyan and Babe. And Beltrami County is nestled in the middle of the North Woods, an area rooted in forestry and forest products, as well as an iconic destination for year-round outdoor recreation. The extensive loss of tree cover across our area has damaged the aesthetics to hundreds of properties of private landowners, county and city parks, and to the BSU and NTC campuses. Aesthetics are but one impact. There are real human health and well-being issues, economic impacts, and of course, cascading environmental impacts, all resulting from the loss of tree cover. Beltrami manages 215 acres of an ecologically sensitive and popular recreation area known as Bear Den. This area borders the Mississippi River and contains a number of wild rice tributaries. This area is also a popular outdoor recreation destination. The loss of tree cover there means that already loose, sandy soils will be much more easily displaced and eroded without extensive root networks to keep them in place. Down trees by the thousands now represent a significant source of fuel loading when wildfires inevitably strike the region again. Our proposal includes elements of site preparation, including fuels reduction, and the planting of over 170,000 seedlings to begin reestablishing these lost root networks. Across the city parks and the BSU campus, several hundred large mature specimens were either completely uprooted or snapped off and required removal as a safety measure. These trees defined our urban forest landscape. They were not merely scenic reminders of the surrounding woodlands. Rather, urban trees provide important warming and cooling properties to the parts of the landscape where people live and work. They also provide important ecosystem services, such as filtering and cycling clean water in and around the critical Lake Bemidji watershed. Urban trees also serve double duty in mitigating the effects of pollution in areas impacted by automotive exhaust. As some of you may know, Beltrami County is one of the more economically depressed counties of our state. Some of the more significant storm damage occurred on public trust lands, which the county administers to benefit its citizens. Damaged areas saw salvage operations where trees were sold at significantly discounted value. Now, replanting seedlings will not generate revenue for perhaps 80 years or more, but forestry is a science that unfolds over decades and centuries, not weeks and months. Investing in replanting our natural areas and our urban forest will pay dividends for many years to come. Over the course of its lifetime, a single red pine averages around 15 to 20 kilograms per year of carbon storage. Multiplying that out over 100 years would yield 20,000 kilograms of carbon storage. Conservatively, assuming we can manage 100,000 plantings over the next 100 years, this would result in 2 trillion kilograms of carbon storage. These are big numbers, but think of carbon storage here as a proxy measure for timber value. Improved view sheds, populated by large mature trees, countless ecological benefits for insects, songbirds, and mammals. To be clear, our proposal is for a series of projects that are fairly simple and straightforward. We're hoping to conduct some site preparation, including fuels reduction, such that we can plant trees. And we hope to plant a lot of trees, nearly all of them one-year-old seedlings. But across the BSU and NTC campuses, planting larger, more mature specimens that will have the immediate effect of providing shade for people and buildings, nesting habitat for shoreline species, and will begin to fill the scenic gaps of what we lost. Through the work of our city, county, staff, professional contractors, and BSU students in the newly launched forestry program, we've already have a network of personnel with the skills, knowledge, and enthusiasm to complete this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harding, for your presentation. As people know, I live in Bemidji, and I can attest to the fact that hundreds and thousands of trees are gone from our landscape. Are there questions for the presenter today? I see a hand up. Did I see a hand up? Maybe not. Dr. Faber?
Sorry. Listen, yeah. I was curious because I didn't look at all of the details. Now, will you have some, because you're at BSU and you're the new forestry guy, will you be having, where will your students, did you specifically talk about your students' involvement is? Because obviously if you're teaching students about forestry, this is a great opportunity to see what some of these processes and methods are for, reforestation and all of these sorts of things. Will you be taking your class? I would assume you would be doing that, but I'd just like to hear a little bit more about it. Thank you.
To the presenter.
Yes, Commissioner. Thank you for the question. And the answer to that is yes. I sheepishly was not feeling grateful for the event, but certainly feeling a tremendous opportunity landed in my lap to dovetail what we're trying to do here, starting a new program and showing students firsthand in the community around us. This is one of the things that foresters get to do to make the world a better place. So we've got the luxury of having facilities right on campus, and we've worked closely with the city and county on some other projects that we can go off-site to help their endeavors as well. So absolutely, this is going to be a perfect student learning opportunity.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. Follow up. You probably don't know it. I run the natural resource program at Central Lakes College, and some of our kids will be coming your way for continuing their forestry education. So that means they'll be in good hands getting to go out in the woods a little bit more. So thanks for your efforts.
Any other questions? I see Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always love it when we have foresters presenting. Are we a Still family or Husqvarna?
I own a Stihl, but I've got nothing against Husqvarna.
Thank you for the answer. Nothing further, Madam Chair.
I'll just share, Mr. Harding, that Representative Heinzman is well attuned to forestry and landscaping issues because he does a bit of that work himself. I do have one question, and that is just to orient me a bit. I'm not familiar with the Bear Den area that you talked about, 250 acres, 215 acres. Can you just tell us approximately in Beltrami County where that's located?
Yes, thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I had to ask that myself yesterday to my county partner here. I'm given that I'm still somewhat new to the area. It's east out of town, um, north and west of where the Mississippi crosses Roosevelt Avenue.
Yep.
So at the power dam there, it's just north and west of there, but I've not seen the site myself.
Okay, thank you. And then I see that you're also planting trees on the Bemidji State University campus and also in some city parks over the next 3 years. So look forward to seeing those develop. Hopefully you'll be funded. Any other questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Good luck with your project.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Our next proposal is under the land category, and it is 2027-363 Native Prairie Bank, Private Native Prairie Conservation and Outreach. Our presenter is Heidi Wolf. And Ms. Wolf, I see you, and can you introduce yourself and begin your presentation?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Albrecht and members. My name is Heidi Wolf. I'm the Ecosystem Management and Protection Section Manager for the DNR's Division of Ecological and Water Resources. As mentioned, I'm here to discuss Proposal 2027-363, Native Prairie Bank, Private Native Prairie Conservation and Outreach. This proposal aims to continue our work with private landowners to permanently protect and manage remnant native prairie across Minnesota, as well as provide outreach and guidance to all citizens who are managing prairie. Native prairies, often referred to as virgin or remnant prairies, are grasslands that are dominated by original native prairie vegetation, usually occurring where the sod has never been broken. Native prairies are an intricate natural ecosystem that consists of thousands of different species of plants, animals, fungi, and microorganisms that developed over thousands of years. These complex systems serve as critical habitat for a disproportionate number of rare species. 41% of Minnesota's rare species are associated with native prairies, even though native prairie compromises less than 0.5% of the state's land area. High-quality native prairies offer the highest tier of habitat for grassland-dependent pollinators, birds, and animals. Despite decades of advancement, grassland restoration efforts still fall short of the diversity and habitat quality provided by native prairies. Prairies once covered about 1/3 of Minnesota's land area, but today only 1 to 2% of Minnesota's original native prairies still exist. The protection and management of native prairies has been a conservation priority in Minnesota for decades, and significant progress has been made. However, approximately half of Minnesota's existing native prairies remain unprotected, and many lack the management needed to keep them healthy. Since very few remnant native prairies remain, it's essential that these prairies are protected and as well managed as possible. That's what this proposal aims to do. I want to go over what we plan to accomplish and highlight some past successes. In 2020, we launched the Minnesota Prairie Landowner Network, which was funded through ML18 ENTRF appropriation. Today, the Minnesota Prairie Landowner Network Facebook page has over 1,300 members. The 2026 edition of Minnesota Prairie Landowner Network newsletter was mailed to over 7,000 prairie landowners and partners in February. In 2025, we produced a 3-part prairie landowner video series that highlights Minnesota prairie landowners and lets them share their story in their own words. In 21, we published the Prairies of Minnesota Landowner Handbook, was written specifically for Minnesota prairie landowners and was funded through our ML17 ENTRF appropriation. We've given away more than 6,500 hard copies and have a digital version available on our website. We've created a prairie-themed coloring book, giving away more than 10,000 copies to children across the state, developed a Build a Prairie interactive display that's been shared with more than 1,000 youth since development in 2023, and provided 54 professionally developed prairie stewardship plans to native prairie landowners since 2020. We also serve as instructors and presenters at numerous prairie-focused outreach events each year and have provided technical assistance to more than 150 prairie landowners since 2024. This proposal will allow us to build on these successes and deliver even more outreach activities, events, and materials promoting prairie conservation. Since 2010, we've completed the following management activities on privately owned native prairie. Bank easements within some of Minnesota's most biologically significant landscapes. We installed 277 miles of fire break and completed 11,329 acres of prescribed burns, controlled 7,279 acres of invasive and woody species, improved management of over 6,000 acres of grazed and hayed prairie annually, and restored 206 acres of prairie. This proposal aims to implement another 655 acres of restoration and enhancement activities on permanently protected native prairie bank easement through a collaborative approach with landowners. This also includes ecological monitoring aimed at answering questions that our on-the-ground field managers and landowners are asking every day. Native Prairie Bank is Minnesota's leading conservation easement program for the protection of high-quality remnant prairie, with 15,840 acres protected since 1987. Native Prairie Bank easements protect and manage more native prairie acres than any other private land program in Minnesota, and the Native Prairie Bank program prides itself on being highly selective and prioritizing enrollment of lands that contain high-quality native prairie in the most strategic locations. Landowners enrolling into the Native Prairie Bank easement have the option to retain haying and grazing rights. That allows the easement to remain part of a working farm. The proposal seeks to provide funding for the protection of an additional 100 acres of Native Prairie Bank easements, focusing on the best prairie that still exists in Minnesota. And we currently have a waiting list of landowners who are eager to participate in the Native Prairie Bank program. With that, I'll thank you for your time and take any questions you have. I'm sorry, I am not hearing. There we go.
I'm sorry, that was me.
Okay.
That's on me then. Thank
No
you for
problem.
your presentation, Ms. Wolf. I see a couple hands. First, I have Dr. Faber and then Representative Scrub. Dr. Faber?
Yeah, Heidi, thanks for the presentation. Right at the end there, you said 15,800 some acres have been, is that restored or enhanced or put into the bank, or is that the overall acreage?
Put into the bank. So those are the number of acres that have been enrolled since the program started in 1987.
Dr.
Right.
Faber?
And my comment to that is if people go, geez, that doesn't seem like much. There isn't that much out there to begin with, which is why we need to keep funding this program. So that's what I just, when you think about this, 1% versus, so I think it's important. And you have a waiting list, which means there's a lot of private landowners that are just waiting for us to get some more money to you to continue with the successes we've had. So I just kudos to you and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Faber.
Representative Scrubba.
Thank you, Chair. The permanent protection of about 100 acres will take place through the acquisition. How much does that cost? What's the price on that?
Ms. Wolf?
Chair Albrecht and members, that is a great question. I believe that it's a little bit more complicated because there is some valuation of property that goes on through a process. And also, it looks like rates are set by townships. And so it might be dependent on where that actual protection is taking place. And we would work with the local township and also with our Lands and Minerals Division to assess costs.
Representative Scrubba.
Thank you, Chair. One of the concerns we hear from farmers throughout the state when we get to these buys where we purchase property, the landowner holds out for the most and gets the most, and then it drives everybody's price up. So if everyone is so concerned about prairie being natural, I don't know that we should be paying top dollar, like driving everyone else out of the price. I mean, if it's not usable land, let's give the fair market value of what that is, not what the landowner thinks it's worth. So I don't know what your process is, but I keep hearing it. I've only been here 4 years, but I can tell you I've heard it 100 times if I heard it once. Thank you.
Ms. Wolf, would you like to respond?
Yeah, Chair Albrecht and Representative Scraba, how we calculate rates for Native Prairie Bank rates is set in statute. There are still some competing uses for gravel, rock removal, etc., but they are easements, so they aren't purchased land. It's just an easement, and the rate is set in statute, so we're not modifying it.
Great. Thank you. Good.
Yep. And did you also say that those easements can also continue to be used for ag purposes?
They can be hayed and there's one grazed. So yes, they can remain part of a working farm.
Thank you. Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say, since I serve on our local SWCD, we had a parcel of like 110 acres in Morrison County this last year went for almost $11,000 an acre, and that's land that's been used for a long time for row crop production, and it was bought up by one of our larger farms that's been trying to, I don't want to say intrude, but and so when you talk about what's driving the prices, it's not the DNR purchasing a few smaller parcels. It's just the price of land for production of the different things and stuff. It's absolutely insane, which has flowed over into what our local forest lands are going for around me. 10 years ago, it was $1,800 an acre. Now we just had a land auction here, and a 40-acre parcel was going for over $3,000 an acre. So it's going hand in hand, Representative Scrub. And I'm not saying I'm against it. I understand it's just absolutely insane what's going on. And we're not we're a largely agricultural county, but just to say, so the more players it seems, the more they're going to be willing to bid for that. Just so to give you a little bit of context too. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Representative Heinzman.
No, Madam Chair, more of a comment, but thank you. I would echo the concerns that were raised by Representative Straba, and I understand that this is different than what he had originally understood, but the idea that demand does not increase or have any bearing on costs in the surrounding area to that sale is just simply false. So, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I would just not at all agree that DNR buying land has no impact on valuations. That's real estate 101. You have all those costs that go into deciding what a valuation is and isn't in land purchases, especially in cases where we are statutorily allowed to pay a percentage above fair market value. That does have an impact. And I did feel that needs to be said. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a question from Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I just want to be clear with the speaker. We are talking about conservation easements. We are not talking about land acquisition. Is that correct?
To the presenter.
Yes. Chair Albrecht and members, exactly. These are easements. We are not purchasing the land. DNR is not becoming the owner of the land. That's simply an easement, correct? So the original owner maintains the ownership of the property.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the presenter on this project? Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Wolf. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Proposal 2027-371 under the land category SNA Habitat Enhancement, Public Engagement, and Biodiversity Protection. Ms. Albert, please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation. Welcome to the Commission.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Judy Albert, as announced, and I'm the Minnesota DNR Scientific and Natural Areas Unit Supervisor, here to talk to you today about Proposal 371. SNA Habitat Enhancement, Public Engagement, and Biodiversity Protection. Similar to past years, I thought I would add some videos to my background of SNAs to highlight some of the amazing features that are protected through SNA designation. We are all aware of the many pressures the world and Minnesota face to do more with less, to provide multiple uses, and to evolve to meet demands. But we also need to make sure we are leaving behind some of the amazing natural features that have always made Minnesota a phenomenal place to live. As most of you know, that is the role of the Scientific and Natural Areas, or SNAs. SNAs are part of the state outdoor recreation system with a unique and indispensable role. SNA's primary goal is to ensure that the state's natural heritage is not lost from any ecological region of Minnesota. SNA's secondary goal is to provide Minnesotans with opportunities for compatible nature-based recreation, education, and scientific opportunities. SNAs protect significant populations of rare plants and animals, sites of greatest biodiversity significance, high-quality native plant communities, and geologic features of state or national importance. The SNA unit, which includes SNAs and its sister private lands program, Native Prairie Bank, which you just heard from Heidi about, protect more documented rare species per acre than any other state outdoor recreation system unit. Many of these SNA features do not exist anywhere else. Through this proposal, the unique and vital role of SNAs will be increased through habitat enhancement, public engagement, and strategic acquisition. Here's a quick overview of the activities included in the proposal. Restoration, enhancement, and site improvement activities will be completed on about 2,400 acres of high-quality native plant communities. Ecological monitoring will improve management and track rare species populations, vulnerable native plant communities, and other important protected features. This monitoring creates a partnership between land managers and the state's leading rare species experts to answer the important questions needed to manage these rare resources. Science-based information and the chance to get involved in nature conservation will drive Minnesota's engagement in volunteer stewardship events, community science, monitoring, and education activities related to SNAs. We will sustain and grow our network of SNA volunteer site stewards initiated through previous ENRTF appropriations. We plan to organize and execute over 65 events across the state, focusing on community involvement in monitoring, bioblitzes, volunteer workdays, and recreation educational events such as guided nature hikes. Recently, we kickstarted through the ML26 appropriation the use of Chronolog, and we'd like to continue using Chronolog as a new citizen science-based photo monitoring initiative, excuse me, that will share citizen-taken time-lapse photos of various SNAs statewide with the public. Excuse me. Other outreach products and social communications will be developed and disseminated, including continuation of the SNA newsletter, which was initiated in the ML11 ENRTF appropriation. The newsletter now has 15,900 subscribers, I should say. Our goal will be to acquire and designate about 200 acres as state SNAs, which will protect and buffer the most important Minnesota Biological Survey recommended sites of biodiversity significance. SNA sets extremely high protection standards, targeting the protection of high-quality native plant communities, iconic geologic features, and of course, endangered, threatened, special concerns, and species in greatest conservation need. We truly aim to protect the best of Minnesota's remaining wild places. ENRTF has a long history of supporting SNAs. Since 2008, ENRTF has helped DNR purchase and designate close to 4,000 acres as SNA, protecting and buffering SNAs that house hundreds of rare species and native plant communities. ENRTF has also helped to implement over 3,000 habitat and site enhancement projects. These projects enhanced over 26,000 acres. In closing, I want to thank each of you for your time and ask for your support of this proposal and the continued support of scientific and natural areas so we can preserve and enhance Minnesota's finest natural features and rare species for future generations. With that, I'll take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Albert. I see hands up from Dr. Faber.
Surprise, surprise. Judy, I first of all wanted to commend you on mentioning, some of the outreach and so on you've been doing, because I love the newsletter, which previous appropriations helped you guys get set up. So I'm hoping you're not laying that down. I really like getting a newsletter and reading about, because as you know, many of our SNAs are hidden all over the place, and there also that you're promoting the SNA stewards, which I think is a great program. My next question was, which is a little selfish, we get a lot of posters, like the freshwater mussels of Minnesota came from the freshwater program and this sort of thing. Do you guys have a poster other than maybe a map on your website where you got all of those, something that would promote that way? I'm kind of old school, so I like the stuff in print, not the electronic stuff. That's great because it reaches a lot more people. I'm just thinking this is something else I'm sure somebody has thought of, where you have a map and then on the backside you promote 4 or 5 or 6 of those specific sites, something like that. Is that maybe in the works by chance?
Ms. Albert?
Yeah, Dr. Faber, chair and members, we have created posters in the past. We've created SNA posters, and we did an orchid series a few years ago. And so, yeah, it's always on our radar for new ideas on making posters. And I was at the state fair last year seeing, the fish poster and the tree poster. And I was like,
Exactly.
we need a poster, right? And so I would say it's definitely something we're thinking and talking about. We are right now working on potentially creating puzzles and playing cards that people would get if they donated to the SNA program, they would get back for that. So that's in the works right now. But yes, I mean, definitely posters are not out of the realm of possibility for this appropriation.
Dr. Faber?
Yeah, follow up, Madam Chair. One other thing, do you not have an advisory council that helps you with the program and stuff and helps identify land stuff? There's an advisory board or something like that. I just wanted to ask about that because I think I've got a friend that serves on that. Does that still exist in helping you out in management of the program?
To the presenter.
Yeah, Dr. Faber, chair members. Yes, we have what we call the Natural Heritage Advisory Committee. It ranges in number of people over the years, but it's roughly around 12 members or so that are from all different backgrounds, all different parts of the state, and they come in and they advise not only the SNA program, but they also advise on native prairie bank, non-game, the Minnesota Biological Survey, and our terrestrial invasives. So they're a great committee, and yeah, we a month with that advisory committee.
Dr.
Great.
Faber?
Thanks, Judy. Keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Are there other questions for the presenter? Any other questions? I just have one comment, and that is we have seen a lot of projects that some are in the lab, some are in educational facilities, but I always love to see the projects that are actually boots on the ground, and your project is going to be treatment of some invasive species and also restoration on lots and lots of areas. And so it's always fun to see restoration projects come before us. Thank you for your presentation. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Our next presenter will be for the project 2027-336 under the land category, Metropolitan Regional Park System Land Acquisition Phase 10. And we welcome Jessica Lee to the commission. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Jessica Lee, and I'm a planning analyst for the Regional Parks and Trails System at the Metropolitan Council. On behalf of the Council and the 10 regional park implementing agencies, I want to thank you for the opportunity today to present our Regional Parks and Trail System Land Acquisition Phase 10 proposal. As a parks planner and grant program administrator, one of my roles at the Council is managing the Park Acquisition Grant Program, which funds critical and urgent land acquisitions for the Regional Parks and Trail System. We work with the 10 designated regional park implementing agencies, which are Anoka, Carver, Dakota, Ramsey, Scott, and Washington counties, the cities of Bloomington and St. Paul, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, and the Three Rivers Park District. These 10 agencies own and operate our 66 regional parks, park reserves, and special features, and nearly 500 miles of interconnected regional trails. The Regional Parks and Trails System is a nature-based system that conserves and protects over 65,000 acres of land, provides significant habitat, and connects to our region's lakes, rivers, and streams. Our proposal continues to prioritize lands that have high natural resources value and often protect critical shoreline. With the park agency's help, I've compiled a list of nearly 50 potential parcels to be acquired. This list reflects a small portion of the lands that need to be protected and acquired to complete the regional system, as we've identified only priority parcels that might become available in the next couple of years or are currently in negotiation stages. The Park Acquisition Grant Program operates on a first-come, first-served basis, with agency caps in place to allow for geographical distribution. The Council accepts applications from the 10 regional park agencies on a rolling basis, and with Council approval, awards eligible acquisitions as funding is available. Our list of priority parcels includes lands that risk becoming developed if not permanently protected. In addition, these lands are identified as park or trail inholdings, meaning they are already included in official park boundaries. Acquiring these lands is crucial to completing the regional system and will make managing park and trail units more efficient as well as help provide contiguous habitat corridors and more green space for people. 100% of our requested ENRTF dollars will go to acquiring land. The Met Council will provide $2 million in match, and the park agencies will provide a 25% local match. So in total, our $3 million request will result in $6.6 million in leveraged funds for the regional parks and trail system. We all know the importance of parks and outdoor spaces for people and wildlife. Our regional park system sees continued growth, and we must support visitor demand and protect our natural systems. Acquiring designated park and trail lands helps work towards completing the system and helps meet increasing use demands, as more and more people are rediscovering nature and the many benefits of parks and trails. Our request to you today is to continue to support our park acquisition program to protect our critical natural resources and provide recreational opportunities for our nearly 70 million annual park visitors from the 7-county metro and beyond. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for your past support. I am happy to take questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Does the commission have questions for the presenter? Dr. Faber, did you have your hand up? Can you unmute yourself? Dr. Faber, do you have your hand up?
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you.
Day's getting long. Sorry. Jessica, I've got a question that I was thinking about when you said, in order to complete the park system, when you have your list of priority parcels created, so that if you don't get the money to fund one, et cetera, it's I understand how that process works. But do you have priority parcels that are additions to existing parks as well, like we do with WMAs and AMAs and all of this type of stuff? Because sometimes that's part of what if you've had a plan for a bigger area, but somebody didn't sell a parcel or whatever it might be. I'm just curious because I don't know that I've actually asked that before.
To the presenter.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair and members and Dr. Faber. Our parcel list is a combination of mostly in holdings. So that means they're within a established park boundary. Everything on the list has been approved through the long range plan process.
Dr. Faber?
So you do have a lot of your priorities parcels are in holdings, which are important to fill out that particular park, the whole park plan. Yeah. Okay. That's what I want to know. Thank you very much. Good job.
And just as a reminder, there's an attachment with their proposal online that does have maps of the parcels that they would like to.
I didn't look at the maps, Madam Chair. Sorry.
That's okay. We forgive you. I'm just as a reminder for everyone that often under the attachments file, there's a lot of really good information and a visual. I tend to be more of a visual learner kind of thing. So I love to see the maps and the graphics that are included in the proposals. I have a question from Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick clarification. I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this because I used to work for Dakota County in the park system. But all of these priority parcels, I think, as you mentioned, are part of approved plans for those parks, which means that the various county or city commissioners have already reviewed those plans and have approved them. So these aren't surprise parcels coming in that have not been vetted by the elected officials in those units. Is that right?
To the presenter?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Beeman and Chair. Yes, that is correct. If an opportunity were to ever come up that is not in a current plan, we would go through the planning process first, and then we would come to the commission with an amendment. But that doesn't typically happen in the right timeline for us. So.
Right. Okay.
Any other questions for this presenter? Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is under the Land Division, 2027-336. Excuse me, not that. We just did that one. 2027-349. Minnesota Public Lands Conservation Grazing Coordination. Is Mr. Shoup on? Please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation. Welcome to the commission.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. And thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal, Minnesota Public Lands Conservation Grazing Coordination. My name is Logan Shoup. I'm a regional biologist with Ducks Unlimited.
And I'm Ryan Froling. I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in Northwest Minnesota.
We are also proud to be working alongside the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, and Monarch Joint Venture on this project. Minnesota has made substantial investments in protecting grasslands through wildlife management areas, waterfowl production areas, and national wildlife refuges. These lands provide exceptional wildlife habitat, but maintaining that habitat requires ongoing management to sustain the plant diversity, vegetation structure, and ecological function that prairie species depend upon. Public land managers currently employ a variety of management tools to meet objectives across large and dispersed land holdings. As agencies continue looking for efficient and scalable approaches to habitat management, conservation grazing represents an important tool to complement existing efforts. This proposal is designed to increase capacity for implementing that tool, helping address declining habitat conditions on priority landscapes while supporting the work already being done by our agency partners. When applied at the proper timing and intensity, conservation grazing reduces thatch, promotes native wildflowers and forbs, creates diverse vegetation structure, and helps maintain healthy grassland ecosystems. The challenge lies in having the capacity and funding to implement it across Minnesota's prairie public lands. This is what this proposal is designed to help solve. The core of this project is the creation of 3 dedicated public lands grazing coordinators serving Western Minnesota over a grant term of 5 years. These coordinators will work directly with public lands managers to recruit livestock producers, develop grazing plans, navigate permitting, oversee infrastructure projects, and ensure habitat objectives are achieved. They will provide the laser-focused, dedicated capacity needed to make conservation grazing happen on the ground. The proposal also invests in necessary infrastructure to make grazing viable on priority public lands. This includes fencing, water systems, innovative virtual fencing technology. Virtual fencing allows managers to adjust grazing locations and intensity in real time using GPS-enabled livestock collars, offering a pathway to reduce cross-fencing needs and increase management flexibility on public lands. It reduces time burdens by allowing quick and easy monitoring and management of cattle grazing across many sites. To learn from our efforts, our partnership with Monarch Joint Venture will conduct rigorous habitat monitoring, measuring changes in vegetation structures, species composition, and native forb abundance. This monitoring will help document ecological outcomes and guide future management decisions. To build out a long-term knowledge base and capacity, we will establish a public lands grazing cohort that brings together agency staff, nonprofit partners, and experienced practitioners to share knowledge, develop best practices, and ensure that expertise gained during this project continues benefiting Minnesota long after the grant period ends. Conservation grazing also delivers important social and community benefits. Minnesota's prairie landscapes are a patchwork of public and private lands, and successful conservation ultimately depends on cooperation across property boundaries. This project creates meaningful partnerships between land managers and local livestock producers, connecting people who share an interest in healthy grasslands, but often approach them from different perspectives. By working together towards common habitat goals, producers and managers exchange knowledge, build trust, and strengthen local stewardship networks. The result is conservation that extends beyond individual tracts of public land and becomes a landscape scale effort supported by the communities that live and work alongside these resources every day. Ultimately, this proposal delivers more than grazing agreements. It improves habitat on thousands of acres of public land, builds lasting infrastructure, develops new management tools, creates stronger relationships between public land managers and livestock producers, and establishes the long-term capacity needed to sustain conservation grazing into the future. In closing, this proposal is fundamentally about increasing habitat management capacity on Minnesota's existing public lands. By pairing dedicated coordination, strategic infrastructure installation, rigorous monitoring, and strong partnerships, we can help ensure that Minnesota's prairie public lands continue providing high-quality wildlife habitat for decades to come. Thank you, and we would be happy to answer any questions now.
Thank you for your presentation. I see a couple of hands up. I'm going to go first to Senator Westrom. Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You talked about the livestock aspect of this and kind of the harmonious connection with the land and the management and the benefits. Cattle would be the dominant livestock, but do you foresee it being other livestock potentially as well? Sheep or goats might be a couple that come to mind, or what's your insight on that definition of livestock? Do you see it expanding to multiple types of livestock farmers potentially?
Mr. Shoup.
Madam Chair, Senator Westrom, yes. In short, we aren't limiting ourselves to cattle. I foresee the vast majority of these contracts most likely being cattle producers. But for certain instances, sheep grazing, goat grazing can be much more effective for certain ecological goals, things like reducing woody vegetation encroachment. So we wouldn't want to limit ourselves out of that. Also, in some instances, we have public lands in and around existing bison grazing operations. We wouldn't want to lock ourselves out of utilizing those producers as well. So while we foresee most of these contracts going to cattle producers, we would be open to seeking out and working with others as well when appropriate.
Additional question?
Additional, Madam Chair, just with your experience so far, I was glad to see this proposal come in, and what would be one or two kind of big takeaways of either things you expected would be good for the lands and the soils and the grasses and the vegetation, and what maybe is unexpected that you are surprised at if you have one or two of either of those?
Mr. Shoup.
The expected part of that is much easier, I would say, to answer. We would expect to see increases in structural heterogeneity on the landscape. So, different patches in the prairie, different heights, things like that a lot of prairie grassland birds need. We would also expect to see increases in native forb diversity and richness. That's been pretty well documented with effective conservation grazing. As to some of the unexpected things, it's less well supported by science, but I have seen anecdotal instances of cattle grazing helping to control woody vegetation when managed correctly. That would be something interesting to experiment with a little bit, try out a little bit, and then get that monitoring aspect to see if we are having some of those impacts. So that's something I'd be really, really interested to exploring a little bit more with the tools available through this proposal.
Senator Westrom.
Last question. So thanks for those answers. The MDA has a somewhat similar proposal. It sounds like you're working alongside with them and the DNR. Is that their proposal is quite similar, could reach more parts of the state. Is that a correct assumption? Or are you guys at least working harmoniously or in communications as you both kind of target some different areas of the state or different prospects, but it's quite similar. So is that a correct assumption, or how is that relationship going?
To the presenter.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Senator Westrom, Megan Lennon and I have communicated a lot through the development of these two proposals. And we anticipate that MDA would be a part of the public lands grazing cohort we're planning on developing. The big differentiation between the two is that ours is very focused on working on public lands, whereas theirs is much more working with the private livestock producers on their own operations. So there's a very good chance that we end up working with some of the same producers, but the actual lands that we're targeting would be different tracks with slightly different goals.
Any other questions? Thank you, Senator Westrom. Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First is a comment, since Mr. Shoup just was mentioning, so where I did my graduate work overseas, many of the small beef producers, they mixed in Highland cattle with their regular cattle. They are excellent. And the reason I thought it was interesting in the small farmsteads around where I was doing some of my graduate research, every local farmer had a 3-4 head of Highland cattle, which look like dinosaur-like with the shaggy hair and a big longhorn horns and stuff. And I asked, why are them? A lot of different reasons. They're very winter hardy, and stuff. But to keep they're more prone to be eating the woody brush and stuff. So there's your solution. Bring them, and they're more docile and all of these other things. They're good to mix in with the regular cattle if you want to try something else other than goats and sheep. My next question was, you haven't mentioned the number of acres. Obviously depends on the producers and the number of cattle, et cetera. Do you have some sort of tie between you and Ryan? I'm thinking you might be doing this maybe on some of the WPAs too. I don't know. I assume so. Do you have some target acreage you would like to get treated in this way?
To the presenters.
Yes, Madam Chair, Member Faber. We do have some goals. Our goal is about 5 to 10 grazing contracts per coordinator per year. So our floor for acres that we would like to see over the life of this is about 7,500 acres. That being said, these public lands tracts are highly variable in terms of their size, anything from 40 to 60 acre WPAs all the way up to some larger national wildlife refuge properties that we'd potentially be grazing on. And Ryan, you might be able to speak to that a little bit more in terms of the size of the properties and acreages per year.
Yeah, and if I could, thank you for giving me an opportunity. I think, my job is normally up in Detroit Lakes Wetland Management District, Hampton Slough, Glacial Ridge, that area. And, we have tracts ranging from 160 acres that we've divided into a couple of pieces, all the way up to a couple of thousand acres where, you're rotating through over 5 years or something like that. And the workload really comes in the permits. It doesn't take a lot more to manage 1,000 acres than, 100 acres. So it's variable, but I think, yeah, that 7,500 acre, 800 acres per person per year is probably pretty accurate on average anyway.
Dr. Faber?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just a final follow-up, and I say this not to brag about how long I've been on the commission, but it's been a long time, fellas. And so my question is, and I've seen this in the number of proposals we're getting in, what's happening out on the landscape and with conservation grazing. And it wasn't just producers and the actual farmers out on the landscape that were questionable and all of this stuff, but we're seeing it more and more. It seems to be more and more accepted both by producers on that side and by conservation-minded people like me. I've always supported it. I think it's only gotten much better. Have you seen the same thing, depending on how long you've been around it, that it's more accepted and you guys are getting more and more requests from producers that, hey, we'd like to get in on this and try it? What have you seen, fellas? Thanks.
Mr. Shoup?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Member Faber. For context, I've been in Minnesota now about 2.5 years, so I'm a little bit newer to the state. I definitely see a producer interest, and for context, where I was previously, Western Kansas, as a biologist out there, we used conservation grazing a lot. So it was a bit of a culture shift coming up here where it wasn't quite as heavily used. But in a number of my conversations with fellow conservation professionals, there definitely seems a lot of openness and willingness to use it in the state. And Ryan, you have more perspective up here than I do.
Yeah, I'll follow up as the old man in this duo. I've been in Detroit Lakes for about 16 years, and we were doing almost no grazing when I got here 16 years ago. Now I don't even, not even sure what we average, probably 5,000 acres that we graze a year just on average. But we send our bid packages out to probably close to 100 interested producers. We don't get near that response, but at least those are the people that we've worked to develop relationships with, or have talked to other local conservation organizations and that kind of thing about they're interested in participating. And I think most of them have been very happy to work with us. And there are challenges on both sides, but it seems to be a pretty good relationship. So.
Any other questions, Dr. Faber?
Nope. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. Good job.
Thanks. Thank you.
Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I know we're almost out of time. What?
Oh, you hit your mute button. Sorry.
Sorry. I meant to put my hand down. What is virtual fencing and how does that work exactly?
To the presenters.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Member Beeman. So virtual fencing, it's the easiest way to describe it. If you've ever trained dogs, you know, that like a training collar, basically, it's that scaled up. And so it's, you fit them on cattle, and then they're GPS connected somehow. It varies by company, but they're GPS connected, and so you can basically on your computer draw the lines of where you want their paddock to be, and then as they approach the edges of those paddocks, it'll first, you know, do a buzz or a beep or something, and then if they actually get to that, continue going on, it'll actually give them a little shock when they get to the edge of the paddock. It does require training the herd a little bit. It's not just put it on and they're good to go. You know, it usually takes a week or two of training. And you do still have to have exterior fencing on the property you're grazing. But within that exterior fencing, then it gives you a lot of fine control over where you want to graze exactly and for how long. And then for the managers, you can just pull that up on your desktop, see if the cattle are where they're supposed to be, and you know if that producer has moved them yet or not, and you know if a rotation was scheduled. So it really helps manage the grazing when you're managing, you know, 5 to 10 different grazing contracts.
Commissioner Beeman?
Yep.
All right. I have another question from Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, the virtual fencing, whatever you purchase or use, after 3 years, what happens to it? And then if you need to put perimeter fencing around everything, what happens to it after 3 years? Who maintains it? If these are just non-permanent easements. Okay.
To the presenter.
Yes, Madam Chair, Representative Scraba. So all of what we are doing is going to be on public land, whether that's WMAs or waterfowl production areas or national wildlife refuges. And so long-term, the maintenance of that fence is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, but it's going to be primarily on the burden of those agencies. But oftentimes, as part of those grazing contracts, they can work in language to where the producers help them maintain those fencing infrastructures going forward. And the collars, those will be owned by DU, and so we will be the ones running and maintaining the collar systems.
Any other questions, Representative Scraba?
Yeah. Do we, that one threw me for a loop. I was going down a different path, but yeah, and the reason I was like, so the public's going to buy you collars to use, and then you keep them, and you just use them perpetually. Okay, that's what I'm. It just, to me, what's the payback? You know, you talked about how they're going to pay, and does that buy off any of this initial cost?
To the presenter.
I guess when you're talking payback, are you meaning like what are the beneficial outcomes we're getting, or are you talking about the actual like rental costs that the landowner is paying the agency?
Representative Scraba, can you clarify your question?
Yeah. Um, we're gonna give out about $4.5 million to start a program, which the merits are, it's hard to go in and do the mowing and maintenance, where if you can let farmers graze it and clean it and maintain a better cycle of plants. And but we're going to charge them to do that. Where do those public dollars, where do those dollars go then?
To the
Okay.
presenter?
Yeah, no, thank you for that clarification. So yes, it kind of would work similar to like any other, if a rancher was renting land from any other landowner, where that landowner pays that landowner in order to gain the benefits of grazing their animals for that growing season. It does depend a little bit by agency. I believe the DNR, from our conversations with them, has a little bit more flexibility how to use those dollars, and can reinvest some of those dollars back into the wildlife management areas. I'll let you speak to how that works for the Fish and Wildlife Service, because I think it's a little more complicated.
Well, thank you for this, and I'll try to answer. If so long term, just the fence would remain on the public land, and that would be a benefit, especially for not one producer but multiple producers, and allow us to expand management on, continue to graze those areas. As far as the payment, yeah, it would be just like renting from another landowner. We have to put it out for bids. They say what they're going to do, and then that money, a portion of that money, is then taken back through and actually goes to some of the county payments that the federal government makes, depending on where that is and that kind of stuff. So that kind of our tax-based stuff that goes back into there. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but since Logan took it that way, I guess that's the way I'm kind of going to. So.
Representative Scraba.
Yes, it did, but it also got me going down another rabbit hole. So you have public land, got public fencing. We have, are you gonna allow prairie restoration on this property so we get native species, or are you gonna allow planting of corn or anything on these wildlife management or whatever the other grazing areas are?
To the presenters.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative Scraba, these are all already permanently protected lands. So there wouldn't be any row crop ag production in any of this land whatsoever. It's mostly land that already is either native prairie or has been restored in the past. And so our goal is trying to maintain those restorations in native prairies and improve upon them. The prairies, they need disturbance in order to stay prairies.
Correct.
And that's our big goal, is keeping that disturbance in place. And grazing allows us to do that in some ways that some other mowing, prescribed fire can't necessarily do. Or it works really well in conjunction with prescribed fire. So it's just another tool in our toolbox that we're trying to expand our use of and keep that disturbance on the prairie.
Any other
Final
questions?
Final
Sure.
question. Sorry, Madam Chair, sorry. So the farmer is going to pay to bring his animals to the site. We're going to help fund 3 people to find the farmers or put this whole thing together. Again, after 3 years, if this is successful, is the money that the farmer's paying enough to pay for the people that are going to be working there, or do you come back looking for more money for the next cycle?
To the presenters.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative Scrub, I'll do my best to answer this quickly, because it does seem like we're close on time. So if this program is successful, we will be looking to continue these positions. However, we would be looking through other means. We'd be, exploring federal grant options, other things. We wouldn't be coming back to the council asking for more money, unless that was a specific ask made of us by the council. This is, helping us get this program off the ground, getting it rolling, and then it'd be up to us to keep it going.
Thank you.
I do have one more question before the presenters leave. I see Senator Green's hand went up. Senator Green, do you have a brief question?
Question, kind of a comment, Madam Chair. We're listening to, presentations where you're looking for money. They're looking for money to restore native prairie. And now we've got native prairie that's there, but it's not native prairie because we're managing it, and managing it is the best use of the land. And so the only thing that we're really doing here is turning the state into the rancher. And so if the best management for that land is to have it used, then why are we sticking so much money into a presumed prairie restoration when it's really not prairie restoration? It's just managed land. The best use for the land is to use it for agriculture in some way, and that's when the land flourishes the most. So I think we're spinning our wheels. We're funding two different things just to fund them, I think. So it's just kind of baffling the way the human mind thinks around here.
Thank you. And that comment is maybe targeted at a previous presentation, not necessarily this one, because as they stated, this is not restoration, but point taken. Any other questions? Our time is up on this presentation, but I don't want to shut down conversation if there's anyone else that would like to comment. I don't see any hands going up. Thank you for your presentation and spending time with us. To the presenters, good luck with your project.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next proposal that is going to present is 2027-051 under the land category, Precision Grazing, Virtual Grazing for Ecological Outcomes. And this is Josh Pamier. If you're in the room, please, I see your video. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation. Welcome to the commission.
Thank you, Chair and members, for inviting me to present today. My name is Josh Pamier. I am the Minnesota Private Lands Manager with Pheasants Forever, and I'll be presenting our proposal, Precision Grazing, Virtual Fencing for Ecological Outcomes. So I guess I want to thank whoever set up the schedule, because I do believe that Logan did a good job kind of setting me up here and answered some of those questions about what virtual fencing is. So our problem that our proposal will be helping to solve is the encroachment of woody vegetation onto state, federal, and non-government held easements within the state of Minnesota and optimizing their long-term ecological outcomes. With the advent of virtual fence technology, we have the opportunity to utilize that technology to mitigate the woody species expansion throughout the private and public land matrix within the prairie pothole region of Minnesota. Woody species expansion alters the hydrology, nutrient cycling, and plant community composition, often favoring invasive species over the native vegetation. Throughout Minnesota, there are over 400,000 acres of permanent easements that could be impacted with the results of this project. Our proposed solution is to deploy livestock such as cattle, could be sheep and goats as well, who will be wearing the virtual fence collars. And these collars will allow us to use high density rotational grazing that we can then pack the animals tightly into a specific area to eat the unwanted brush and physically disrupt the weeds. We already know from existing research that virtual fences work great for containing livestock under normal pasture settings. However, to destroy the tough woody plants, we need very high numbers of livestock in small spaces with very frequent rotations. It has not yet been studied among the land managers if the virtual fences are the right tool for this job, because often if the animals are packed tightly, there could be a lot of animal fence interactions. Through a ranked request for proposal process, we will select 8 easements between 50 and 100 acres in size. This sized easements are ideal for 3 reasons. One is that the average RIM, Reinvest in Minnesota, easement size in Minnesota is about 50 acres. And by us designing our study sites to match that average easement size, it'll help with dissemination after the project is done. Reason two is that there's numerous new and beginning farmers with smaller herd sizes, and our size easements align well with their herd sizes. And then three, covering multiple sites allows us to incorporate some diverse soils, plants, and into the landscape positions. If a site is chosen and it does not already have a perimeter fence, then we will utilize the DNR pass-through grants agreement manual and Pheasants Forever's own internal procurement policy to hire a contractor to install a perimeter fence according to NRCS guidelines. In the event there's not enough viable easements within our proposed work area, the option to work on public lands is also an option. University of Minnesota Extension will be subawarded to lead and coordinate our research efforts. And then Pheasants Forever's role is to work with the landowner, the livestock producer, handle the contracting, the technical assistance, monitoring, and field days. The outcomes of this project are essentially one peer-reviewed research paper and awareness that vegetation management methods and that they'll help land managers within public and private lands, an awareness of refining the use of virtual fence technology for targeted high-density stocking rates to mitigate the woody species encroachment into grasslands, and also disseminating this information through 4 in-person field days to educate livestock producers, land managers on the realistic application parameters of virtual fence technology to assist in addressing undesirable vegetation. At the end, 600 acres of high-density stocking rates will help us understand how paddock size interacts with virtual fence performance and is essential for maximizing control of target plant species, managing sensitive habitats, and improving the adoption and confidence amongst private landowners and learning opportunities for private and public land managers. Chair and members, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any members that would have questions for this presenter? Any questions for this presenter? I think you're right, Mr. Palmier, that
Sure.
The previous one did answer a lot of questions. I see a couple of hands up. I have, I'm not sure who was first. I see Dr. Moore and Senator Westrom, so we're going to go with Seth Moore.
Thank you, Chair Albrecht. I was struggling to get my hand up because I just wasn't quick at it. My question is actually more technical in nature, and I'm just curious if these remote fence or these invisible fences have been used for bison. I co-manage a bison herd for the Grand Portage Reservation, and this idea is intriguing to me. But bison are essentially wild animals that look like cows, and I'm just curious if you have any insight on that.
To the presenter.
Thank you, Chair and Member Moore. I personally do not have any knowledge of the virtual fence collar use on bison. I'm sure somebody does out there, but I do not know. Sorry.
Thank you. No problem.
They might have to be an extra large size. Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned the paddocks, and ultimately, is some of what you'll be doing with the paddocks is rotational grazing, as we know it, moving from one to the other. And I meant to ask this of the prior presentations, but I think I'll ask it of you at least. Is that part of the plan here, in leaving, not grazing the grass down to the dirt and the roots typically?
To the presenter.
Chair and Senator Westrom, yes, correct. It was basically, if you have an example is if you have a 50-acre easement and there could be 40 acres that need to be managed of that easement, it'd be, getting the stocking density right on maybe it's an acre at a time and then moving the livestock around to give that really high intensity grazing to control the species that we're trying to control. And yes, move them around rotational grazing with the virtual fence collars, correct.
Senator Westrom?
That's it. Thanks, Madam.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this presenter? Any other questions? I have one. The last presenter said that their rotational virtual fence grazing areas would be fenced with hard fencing. Would that be the case with your project too?
Correct. Yes. If there, Chair, yeah, if there is not existing perimeter fence on site, we would be installing the perimeter fence. Correct.
Okay, thank you. And I see there's one more hand up. Representative Jordan.
Hi there. Thanks for your presentation. It's very interesting. Can you tell me what the Pheasants Forever Legislative Action Fund is?
To the presenter.
Chair and Representative Jordan, the Legislative Action Fund is a fund that's set up from our national organization where members can donate and chapters can send resources to for, I believe, folks over in Washington, D.C.
Representative Jordan.
Thank you. So does that mean that Pheasants Forever is engaged in, is this an associated fund with Pheasants Forever, the 501c3? Or is it a completely, is there any relationship at all between the two organizations?
To the presenter.
Chair and Jordan,
if you don't know the answer, you can say we don't know the answer.
I don't know the official answer. I mean, if you actually get down to the ideas, I don't know the answer. I just know that like myself and the other folks who work on private lands and who'd be working on these types of projects are grant funded positions, and we do not do lobbying or legislative efforts with our positions because we can't. So I try to stay out of that side of things. I mean, I'm a member of Pheasants Forever as a volunteer outside and off the clock. But on the clock, no, we do not get involved in the legislative and lobbying side of things.
Thank you. Representative Jordan, anything else?
Yeah, thank you. That is totally okay and totally acceptable. We just had some similar questions for another organization. So it's just good to know that this is a fairly typical practice. Thank you.
Any other questions for our presenter on this particular project? I don't see any hands going up, going once. All right. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Palmier. I appreciate it, and good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Cruising along, we are going to go to the next presentation, which is 2027-181 under the land category, Engaging Landowners in Conservation Easement Stewardship. Ms. Reagan, if you're ready, you can welcome to the commission, introduce yourself and proceed.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. And thank you all for the opportunity to present today. My name is Sarah Reagan. I'm an easement programs coordinator with the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources. This proposal, Engaging Landowners in Conservation Easement Stewardship, seeks to provide technical guidance on best management practices for maintaining and enhancing RIM easements by engaging and empowering landowners and our partner staff. For the past 40 years, the state of Minnesota's flagship conservation easement program, Reinvest in Minnesota, or RIM, has permanently protected over 350,000 acres, totaling more than 7,000 easements. Ecologically diverse conservation easements provide countless benefits to the public, including drought and flood mitigation, increased water quality, increased rainfall infiltration during large weather events, and a decrease in the spread of invasive species. Conservation easement landowners play an essential role in the stewardship of these lands. Implementing best management practices to maintain and enhance vegetative diversity ensures the benefits to the public persist over time, resulting in protection from erosion, food and habitat for wildlife, and economic benefits to rural communities. The ecological integrity of an easement can be lost due to a lack of awareness of best management practices, losing some of the public benefits of biodiversity. A major barrier for landowners is a lack of knowledge about what actions can lead to meaningful improvements of their easement. It can be difficult for private landowners to sort through resources when seeking guidance on issues, goals, and administrative procedures specific to their own conservation easement. Stewardship activities that promote healthy ecosystems, such as prescribed fire, Large-scale removal of invasive species and increasing biodiversity can be intimidating to landowners, leaving them to ask themselves, where do I even start? Additionally, over 80% of RIM easements were restored more than 10 years ago. This often resulted in conservation easements planted to non-native species, monocultures, or restored with low diversity simply because we didn't have the knowledge we do now. Since then, restoration and management standards have evolved, resulting in the excellent restoration work that's being done today. This prevents us with a significant opportunity to enhance the public benefit of these sites by landowners who are empowered with new knowledge and new goals. Finally, many RIM easements are no longer owned by the original landowner. These second and sometimes third generation landowners, whether through sale or inheritance, can be left with permanently protected land that may not have been restored or managed in ways that align with their own objectives and abilities. These landowners would greatly benefit from technical resources and the opportunity to enhance their land based on their own wildlife and habitat goals. To address these challenges, this project will launch a brand new outreach effort focusing on technical guidance that engages landowners in the management of their conservation easements, as well as inspires the enhancement of these sites. This effort coincides with additional projects being done by Bowser, building momentum for the management of easements in collaboration with landowners. This initiative will be achieved through the following activities. First, demonstrations, online training, and guidance materials will be developed and updated, showcasing conservation-focused management techniques and plans, and steps to protect at-risk wildlife. These materials will be a resource for new, existing, and potential conservation easement landowners. Second, trainings, mailings, and resources for our partner staff on providing technical assistance to landowners on the ownership and management of conservation easements, as well as management recommendations following annual site inspections. And lastly, as a result of the materials provided, we anticipate inspired landowners seeking financial assistance to enhance their easement. We will assist in the enhancement of at least 1,000 acres of permanently protected easement land, building environmental resiliency, and boosting economic benefits to rural communities. Enhancement applications will be accepted statewide and reviewed based on age of easement, adjacency to existing habitat, quality of original restoration and existing cover, and financial contributions by the landowner. This work will be achieved through partnerships with soil and water conservation districts, Pheasants Forever, and Ducks Unlimited. Please note that this proposal does not seek funds for the enrollment of new acres into RIM. In summary, this proposal will provide landowners with the knowledge and empowerment to successfully manage their conservation easement based on their own unique wildlife and habitat goals. The opportunity for easement enhancement will increase ecological biodiversity and provide economic benefits to rural communities. Impacts of this initiative will be long-lasting and provide landowners with meaningful connections to their land, as well as public benefits through drought and flood mitigation, water quality, and wildlife habitat. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Reagan. Are there any questions for this presenter? I see a hand up, or I should say, Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was silent one go around and needed to let my vocal cords rest a little bit, but now I'm back at it. So, Ms. Reagan, I've got a question for you, a little bit more technical because I'm not sure. I'm a board supervisor on our local SWCD here and stuff, and I know that our staff there do some easement checks, and maybe it's who's responsible for doing supposed to do every what? Because these RIM easements are in perpetuity, correct?
The presenter.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair and committee members. The majority of our easements are perpetual, so they're there forever. And our site inspections are done through a joint powers agreement by our soil and water conservation district partners. So we partner with SWCDs, and they do site inspections on easements for the first 5 years. They do them each year. And then following that, the easements get site inspections every 3 years.
Yeah.
And so, yep, we have an established, like you said, an established relationship with them.
And thank you, Madam Chair. That's my follow-up, because then this would fit in nicely with that, because you already have the context. They're going to know what who the landowner is, what's there, what potential programs that our SWCDs have, which are lots, and potentially NRCS, because they've got some forest related programs and these sorts of things. So it seems like that would just be such a seamless transition to move into then some continued restoration based on the desires of the landowner and stuff. So that's what I wanted to make sure of. So it's kind of the capacity is kind of there, right? It's just about taking it to the next step and saying, we would like you to approach this landowner and see if they'd be interested in some further restoration efforts or whatever it might be. Am I understanding that correctly?
The presenter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for that question, and committee members. Absolutely, you summarized that up perfectly. Our SWCD partners are 100% our boots on the ground that do this work on RIM. And so they're the ones out there. They know the landowners. We want to reach landowners, but we also want to provide this technical guidance for SWCDs too. When they get new staff or if they have staff move into this role who didn't used to be a part of this role, we want to have these materials there to support them. If a landowner does come in with that sort of resource concern that they want to do something, but they don't know what to do or what they can do.
And so then one other thing, because this is one thing the commission likes to think is do you have, this is program specific. If we get you some money, hopefully we do. Do you have target areas you're going to kind of concentrate on until you get used to it, or you're going to go and look at rim easements all over? Because we want to think that this is going to benefit, everywhere that you have SWDs, which is every county in the state. How will we do it? I'm assuming it's kind of everywhere. Or do you have a targeted area?
Ms. Reagan?
Thank you for that question. Yes, everything is going to be focused statewide. Any guidance materials that we would develop on specific management practices, we would really try to tailor to that part of the state. So management practices for the prairie aren't going to be the same as the forest, and we want to have something for each one of those things because they can be so different. But we want to work with landowners on this stuff statewide. We don't want to have ranking systems for different parts of the state. I've been doing some enhancement stuff for a while now, and I haven't gotten anybody up in the forested region to take me up on it. So I really hope that this can get some momentum going up there as well, because I think there's some really excellent opportunities we can work on in the northeast part of the state.
Careful what you wish for, young friend. I'm up in I'm in the border to the forested areas in northern Morrison and Crow Wing Cass County. So just saying, I'm fully supporting this project. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the presenter? Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Our next proposal that we will review is 2027-309 under the land category, Integrated PFAS Capture and Destruction on Tribal Lands. If Riley Hintz is on, please introduce yourself and your team and proceed with your presentation. Welcome to the commission.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable legislators and committee members, good afternoon. My name is Riley Hintz, and I serve as the Director of Natural Resources and Land Planning for Prairie Island Indian Community. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal, Integrated PFAS Capture and Destruction on Tribal Lands. Prairie Island Indian Community sits between the Vermilion River and the Mississippi River in southeast Minnesota. Dakota people carry a deep responsibility to protect the land, water, medicines, and cultural food systems that sustain the community today and for the next 7 generations to come. PFAS contamination directly threatens that responsibility. At Prairie Island, PFAS is not an abstract concern. It shapes how we think about drinking water, land stewardship, subsistence resources, cultural lifeways, and long-term ecological health. Early work has detected elevated PFAS levels, even above EPA standards, in our drinking water and in culturally important foods like maple sap and walleye. These findings raise urgent questions about community health and longevity and how we manage contaminated landscapes over time. In partnering with the University of Minnesota, Prairie Island is setting aside historical harms to work toward improved trust and repaired relationships that can move all people affected by PFAS contamination toward long-term solutions for future generations. This proposal asks a practical land management question. Can we capture PFAS from groundwater and soil using biochar, activated carbon, and vegetation, completely destroy the PFAS in a controlled way, and evaluate whether the treated material can be safely reused or managed without re-releasing the PFAS into the environment. The energy efficiency technology being further researched with this proposal has already demonstrated strong promise at the laboratory scale for PFAS destruction and is currently being scaled up for PFAS containing solid wastes. In this project, we will apply that technical foundation to groundwater, creating a demonstration system on tribal lands that tests and confirms its effectiveness. This project is designed as a closed-loop system in 5 steps. First, we will quantify PFAS capture from groundwater and existing vegetation at Prairie Island. Groundwater from a documented PFAS-impacted well will be treated through fixed bed columns using biochar and activated carbon. We will also sample and evaluate existing vegetation, such as willow and prairie species, to understand how much PFAS may be taken up from soil into plant tissues. Second, PFAS-laden carbon media and harvested biomass will be treated by our partners at the University of Minnesota using catalytic microwave-assisted pyrolysis, or CMAP. The goal is to confirm PFAS destruction using a comprehensive fluorine mass balance and off-gas monitoring, ensuring that PFAS can be completely destroyed and not re-enter our or any other community's water, soil, or living beings. Third, we will evaluate the treated carbon material for potential reuse in soil and water treatment applications. Testing will include residual PFAS, leachability, soil compatibility, and reuse potential. If the material is not safe for reuse, we will document that clearly, helping to guide future management decisions. Fourth, we will integrate results into a closed-loop system model, including a preliminary techno-economic analysis and life cycle assessment. This will help identify cost drivers, energy requirements, contaminant transfer risks, and the conditions under which this approach may or may not be suitable for broader land-based PFAS management across the whole state of Minnesota. Finally, tribal oversight, engagement, and outreach are central to the project. Prairie Island and University of Minnesota Extension will lead land walks, community workshops, and educational materials covering soil health, PFAS movement through groundwater, vegetation, soils, and tribal food systems, and final project findings. Outreach materials will be developed for both tribal audiences and land managers from anywhere across Minnesota facing landscape-level PFAS challenges. By the end of the project, Minnesota will have these practical outputs: groundwater PFAS filtration data, vegetation and biomass uptake data, treatment performance data, treated material leachability and soil compatibility results, a closed-loop PFAS mass flow model, an implementation roadmap, and outreach materials for tribal communities and land managers. Together, our team will generate knowledge that is useful not only to Prairie Island, but all other Minnesota communities facing similar PFAS challenges. Thank you for consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and our University of Minnesota technical partners are also available to address any technical details. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hintz. I will just ask that if any of the other members in your team answer a question, that they would introduce themselves prior to answering so that we can have that on the record. Are there questions for this presenter? I see Senator Westrom.
Madam Chair, just would the research or outcomes or information from this be available to other communities when you're done, or would this just be retained and done at the Prairie Island?
To the presenter.
Yes. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Yes, the information would be used to share widely across Minnesota.
And my name's Andy Sutton. I'm with U of M Extension. I can elaborate. So I'm with Extension, and we have another Extension colleague not here, Bailey Tangen, who's a soil and water health specialist. So she and I are going to work together on materials, both tribally specific materials, as well as another set of materials and workshops that are relevant beyond tribal communities because it's a comprehensive statewide issue. So a lot of the last year and a half of this work is going to be translation and output. And Bailey has education programming kind of throughout her career. So she will continue to talk about this work in this extension education that would be statewide. So we think of Prairie Island as sort of the test case where we're piloting. And once we have results, then they really would be translated across the state.
Senator Westrom?
That covers it. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Moore? Can you unmute?
Good suggestion, Chair Albrecht, and thank you. Thank you for this presentation, and I'm really excited to see leadership by a regional tribe in the contaminants world, especially PFAS. Also, I think this is only the second proposal coming from a Dakota tribe certainly in my tenure, and perhaps in much longer period than that. So it's really just great to see that. My question is, have you begun any community engagement yet? And what is the state of knowledge of the Prairie Island Indian community on PFAS on and around the reservation lands?
Ms. Hintz.
Yeah, thank you for that question. PFAS has become, I guess, an emerging concern for the community because we have elevated levels in our drinking water of PFOA and PFOS, which are particularly alarming. And as we've gotten that information over the last couple of years, we've realized this is probably expanding to our medicines, plants, animals. And so we're beginning to expand the breadth of research that we're doing just for detection or non-detection across the island. And as we pursue that, we're looking for remediation options. So that's, short-term solutions for drinking water, for example, but also partnering on this research to support long-term solutions, since we know this affects not only Prairie Island, but the state of Minnesota and, more broadly than that.
Thank you.
Great, thank
Do you have any other questions? No?
Just a comment for my fellow commissioners and the citizens here, but Prairie Island Indian Community, I think, is the only Indian reservation co-located with a nuclear reactor, very close to the reservation lands. And so they have multiple pollution types of issues that they have to address.
Thank you for that reminder. Is there anyone else that has a question for these presenters? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Proposal 2027-541 under the land category, Conservation Finance on School Trust peatlands. We welcome Dr. Colleen Miller to the commission. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Albrecht and the committee members here today. My name is Colleen Miller, and I'm the Senior Biodiversity Scientist of the Center at the College of Food, Agricultural, and Natural Resource Sciences at the University of Minnesota. And today I'm excited and honored to present to you our team's proposal for conservation finance on school trust peatlands in Minnesota. As you can see in the diagram in the background of my screen, a peatland is a unique waterlogged wetland where dead plants don't fully rot because the ground is filled with water. And over thousands of years, this creates a very thick and rich layer of organic material called peat. And while Minnesota is really well known for its lakes, we also have many important wetlands, peatlands being a primary example. Minnesota actually has the most peatlands of any state in the lower 48. And while we do have this rich landscape, these peatlands have also been degraded over time from agriculture and other infrastructure. And there are many miles of ditches throughout the state where degraded peatlands aren't providing the ecosystem services that we may want from them, including those peatlands on school trust lands in Minnesota. When these peatlands are healthy, they act like giant natural sponges that safely absorb heavy rains to prevent and mitigate floods and hold massive amounts of water to naturally mitigate wildfires. But when they're dried out or degraded, they may lose these capabilities. They can even become massive fire hazards that can burn underground for weeks. For example, in last spring's Jenkins Creek fire, which can contribute to harm in our communities. Over 800,000 acres of peatland in Minnesota are ditched or actively draining or degrading. And this leaves a lot of potential for conservation or restoration decision-making in Minnesota. In this project, we want to understand what peatland services are on school trust peatlands and move forward with a playbook for conservation finance to protect and restore those peatlands, and ultimately to provide revenue for the school trust lands as mandated. We're proposing a 3-year project with a few really important outcomes. My team at the university will first model and better understand what different ecosystem services are coming out of these peatlands at both the site and at the landscape level. We'll be looking at recreational services like birding, hunting, fishing, or hiking, and then we'll also analyze environmental services like carbon storage or water filtration that are important to the surrounding biodiversity and to neighboring communities. Understanding what those services are and what their value is important for figuring out which specific conservation finance tools might be appropriate for a given site. Conservation finance is a market-based tool that opens up investment in things like carbon markets, long-term leasing, and other ecosystem service markets. So for example, if there is a site with a potential for carbon storage in a given peatland, then perhaps a credit system could be an excellent conservation finance tool that provides future revenue to the school trust lands while protecting carbon storage in peatlands themselves. But carbon is just one example. There are a lot of different conservation finance tools out there, and we intend to explore them through both our modeling work and by working with an expert-trained conservation finance coordinator who will help us find the right tool moving forward. At case sites, we will evaluate how identified key services that translate to conservation finance value and tools may be appropriate at a given peatland site. But what's ultimately really exciting about the work in our proposal is that we hope to make a conservation finance playbook for Minnesota peatlands. And we think this will hopefully be useful to a variety of different groups into the future. So not only would the school trust benefit from the work that we're proposing to do, but partners and potential collaborators, for example, at the Minnesota DNR, at counties, tribes, or other local and state agencies and NGOs, could benefit from this work to better understand how conservation finance can play a role in land management in Minnesota. We're focusing on peatlands, but this kind of work could potentially be applied to other wetlands and natural areas like forests or even prairies. And this playbook ensures that our products have a lasting impact for Minnesota. So we're really excited to present this work to you all today because it's important for Minnesota's natural resources, but peatlands are also a really valuable place. When I was a kid, I went on a school trip to a bog in northern Wisconsin where I'm from, and it was a really magical place. It was lined with princess pines, and there was all this spongy moss that was really fun to play on as a kid. And so I'm excited to present this work because it's important in terms of conservation and getting our value from our lands, but it's also important because peatlands are special. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I see a couple hands up with questions. I'm going to go first to Commissioner Beeman and then to Representative Scraba. Commissioner Beeman?
Thank you. I'm kind of curious. I'm familiar with conservation financing, and but I've not seen it actually come up in Minnesota in a concrete way. So I have two questions. Are you aware of any other example in Minnesota where the ecosystem services and the quantification around those sorts of values has been done, or is this truly the first one? And secondly, have you seen it done for peatlands anywhere, not just Minnesota, but anywhere?
To the presenter.
Thank you, Chair Albrecht and Assemblymember Beeman. I am personally not aware of other conservation finance projects in peatlands in Minnesota. And so while I may not be aware of those other projects, they may be out there. And so I would not want to claim that this would be the first conservation finance peatland project in Minnesota. I will say that peatlands are really great landscape and ecosystem to really apply these tools because of their potential for multiple really important ecosystem services that can be connected to value. For example, the carbon storage or flooding mitigation and other important services. And so what we propose to do is explore the potential tools through both modeling work that I discussed and focusing on a couple key sites to better understand in context what those tools could be. And so we'll be looking at, given the context of the specific site, what might be most appropriate, and then leveling that up into the playbook. So thank you.
Commissioner Beeman?
Okay, so just to clarify, no peatland, obviously, a project in Minnesota, but what about Canada or Alaska or other places where there are some peat? Are you just aware, or are you truly breaking new ground as far as you know in terms of the kind of modeling and valuation that you need to do for peat?
Dr. Miller?
Thank you, Chair Albrecht. I don't believe we're truly breaking new ground for peat. Ecosystem service science has been a well adapted science for some time, including the ecosystem service modeling that we're proposing to do and attach to value. And this has been applied in a lot of different wetland systems, I believe, including peatlands.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Scraba and then Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I was going to ask how much revenue is being collected on school trust land now for peat, from peat. Do you have a number for that?
To the Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Chair Albrecht. Right now, I don't have a number for that. I don't believe there is very much revenue coming from peatland through these conservation finance tools right now on school trust lands, which points to the importance of a proposal like this in order to get conservation finance into these peatlands and support the school trusts. Thank you.
Representative Scraba?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, presenter. You have kind of just maybe sort of answered. So how does the peatland pay the school trust? And which group pays? And then I have one follow-up and then I'm done. But go ahead, if you can answer
Dr. Miller.
that.
Thank you, Chair Albrecht. It would really depend on the conservation finance tool that is employed in a given site. So for example, if we're focusing on a carbon credit system, then the audience for that would be those paying into the carbon credit engagement. If instead it would be some kind of conservation lease, then it would be the group that's leasing the land. And so it really is on a case-by-case basis. So yeah, I guess I've already stated this, but you know what we're proposing to do is really dig into what is different among these different peatlands along a gradient of restoration and environment to understand what those tools are, and then present that playbook to other people to allow others to kind of fast track this work into the future.
Representative Scraba?
Thank you. And this is the second peat issue coming up, and both of them have talked about, you know, like a lot of peat is being drained right now, and you know that's degrading the peat. But the question I have is, the people that are draining it are doing it for a reason. There's a purpose of draining it. And if we go in and change that purpose, who's gonna pay to do that? And is it worth? There's got to be a cost analysis. And I realize the ecology can trump this, but at the same time, when you go to these areas, you go to Cooch County, you go to Beltrami County, you go to St. Louis County, where these peat bogs, Zach Zim is an example, where there's a labyrinth of canals cut in there for draining. If we come in and say, "Ooh, that's bad," well, then where does it go, and who does it, and how do you maintain that? That's when I hear these things, there's a cause and effect. Thank you.
Did you want to comment on that, Dr. Miller?
Thank you, Chair Albrecht. I think that's an excellent point, and something that I'm definitely sensitive to. There's multiple services that we can get from our lands depending on the way that we are using them. And so if lands are drained or ditched, of course it is for a reason, like those that I stated at the beginning of my presentation. And so in our assessment and modeling exercises, taking that into account and understanding what is most beneficial for the school trust for these lands is one of the very first steps. But thank you for that comment.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Miller, for this presentation. I really want to emphasize to members that we have these school trust lands to generate revenue for all of Minnesota's school children, and we are required to do this by the federal government and our state constitution. Minnesota manages these lands primarily through mineral interests and forestry, and I think to some of these points that Representative Scraba was making, not all school trust lands are as productive as others. For example, there are many school trust lands that are actually located within the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness that don't generate revenue at all. So, Dr. Miller, I just really want to commend you on a very forward-thinking project, because what you are doing is helping some of our lands because again, the top 3 ways that our school trust lands generate revenues through mining interest, logging, and real estate. So attempting to find new ways to generate revenue in a way that also protects these lands so that they will remain productive for Minnesota school children into perpetuity. This is one of my favorite project proposals I heard, because of some of those dual interests that I have. One question I have is that historically we have not done a good job with tribal consultation related to school trust lands within reservations, specifically the Leech Lake Reservation. And I know there are peatlands within the Leech Lake Reservation. And so I am wondering how, and that has been more for timber interests, just to be upfront. So I'm just wondering how you're planning on working with the patchwork of ownership, even though these are lands that are being managed for the public of Minnesota, some of them are under private ownership. Can you just talk to me a little bit about how you're planning on navigating some of that ownership or reservation land, and if that is part of your peatland proposal at all? But I mean, I really want to commend you on this project.
Dr. Miller?
Thank you, Chair Albrecht, and thank you, Representative Jordan. Thank you so much for the support and your commendation. In terms of your question, it will really depend on the site of peatland restoration, how we engage with different neighboring land or institute land partnerships. So for example, like you said, if a peatland site that we're focused on is neighboring or within tribal lands, it will be incredibly important to collaborate with our neighbors to understand what their conservation finance values are as well, in order to create a successful project for everyone. And so for the project and for the playbook, it will be really important for the conservation finance coordinator to help guide us in interacting with the community for potential projects that we're interested in. And then for the playbook, I do agree with you that laying out how we can interact with and engage and co-work with other groups who are interested in these lands will help us create that playbook for success, right? We're working towards the future together. And so that's just an integral part of what we're planning on doing. Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
hope that answers your question.
I'm going to go to Dr. Faber.
Of course, I'm going to ask a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Miller, I, like Representative Jordan, thought this was great. It's such a novel idea. The project that I was thinking of is the Natural Capital Project, which I think you're probably familiar. You might be involved because a couple of your colleagues are on the team with Stanford, et cetera, about determining, developing this ecosystem services model, which isn't about what are they, but so much as what are they worth. And when you talk about carbon storage and all this stuff, so I want to get into it, but thinking about Representative Scrab and his questions, and I understand the history too. I've done a lot of stuff up at the Sac-Zim Bog. They've been ditching and draining there for probably 100 years. It doesn't do anything. It does absolutely nothing except harms the life of the peat, and that's why they're trying to stop that ditching and drain. It doesn't do any good. And talk about land values. I contribute money to the Sac-Zim Friends of the Sac-Zim Bog. You can buy an acre of peatland up there for $100. So there's not value in it right now unless you have trees, the black spruce and stuff. So that's why I think this is such a novel idea. But it would also open the doors for private landowners to say, hey, I got carbon storage values. Maybe I'm able to sell that on the carbon market down in Chicago and these sorts of things, because there's value in that through the ecosystem services like flood mitigation and those sorts of things. I just think it's and because there's so much of it, what do we have? 8 million acres or something like that? There would be an incredible value once we know what that is. Do you have any graduate students that will be working on this project, or you said you have a team? I'm a college educator myself, so I hope to hear you might have some students involved.
Dr. Miller?
Thank you, Chair Albrecht, and thank you for that question. Yes, we are. I am a part of the Natural Capital Project, or the Natural Capital Alliance, and yeah, we have a really flourishing team here at Minnesota that does involve graduate students and a range of researchers, and we do intend to work with a graduate student for this project, and so capacity building will definitely be a part of it. Thank you.
Follow up, Madam Chair. I know time's
Yes.
up. Is it Rebecca Montgomery that's also, who do you have some of your other team members that I am familiar with, but it doesn't really matter. I'm glad you're part of that team. I love this stuff. I teach a class in ecosystem management, and it's hard to say, I can say what an ecosystem service is, but what's the dollar value of it, and how are we going to, make these things that people seem to think peatlands are wastelands and stuff, that there's an inherent value without doing anything to them. So and then looking at it this way, I just think it's like that's a great idea, and I'm 110% supporting it. So thank you for that.
There being no other questions and the time is
I
up.
have,
Thank you.
I have.
Oh,
just
I'm
a-
sorry, Representative Scrabba, I missed
Sorry.
you.
Yeah, just
Go
quick
ahead.
comment. I recall the Grand Portage, the area I represent. We gave them 87 acres of school trust land back to them. So that we took that off of the rolls. So because it was their land. That's how we're dealing with school trust lands inside of reservations. At least I think we are. Maybe set a precedent. I don't know, but I remember being part of it. And then just to Dr. Faber, I know inside the Zach Zimbog, the labyrinth of canals means nothing. But as you get towards the edges where all the farmers are in that area, they're trying to get rid of their water into that bog. And that's the goal for them. That's why it's important. So I've dealt with it when I sat on St. Louis County Planning Commission for 15 years. It always came up. That issue always came up. And there's no easy solution because they don't want the water. They don't want the water. Nobody wants the water, but the water's got to go somewhere. Someone has to deal with it. So how we deal with it in the future will be interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Jordan, did you have a question? I thought I saw your hand up. No. Okay. Well, time is up. Thank you, Dr. Miller, for your presentation. Obviously, a lot of interest in it. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
We have one project left this afternoon, and that is a project under administration. And I believe Rebecca, just nod if this is something we're supposed to review. Yes, okay. So this is project 2027-214 under administration, and that is a 2027 contract agreement reimbursement. Ms. Sherman Hone, if you're here, please welcome to the commission. And will you look familiar? You were here at our last meeting. Introduce yourselves, please, and proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Albrecht and commission members. Just checking quickly that you can hear me all right.
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, my name is Catherine Sherman Hohen. I am the agency-wide grants manager for the Department of Natural Resources. Up until 3 weeks ago, I also supervised the pass-through grants unit and was project manager for these appropriations. Andrea Sternberg is the new pass-through grants supervisor. I'll have you introduce yourself and present.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commission members. For the record, my name is Andrea Sternberg, and I'm the new manager of the Pass-Through Grants unit here at the Department of Natural Resources, and have the honor, I think, of being the last presenter. The Pass-Through Grants unit oversees contract management for both EN, RTF, and OHF grants. The DNR's proposal today is for ongoing contract management of ENTRF pass-through projects recommended by the LCCMR. So as you know, LCCMR projects are unusual compared to most state grants in that administrative responsibilities are split, with programmatic control residing with the LCCMR and fiscal controls with the DNR. We work closely with LCCMR staff to coordinate on many topics, as project issues often cover both programmatic and fiscal areas. On the grant management side, LCCMR projects are considered legislatively named grants. Department of Administrative Policies require us to manage these projects with the same level of due diligence of any other grants. In doing that, we oversee management of grant agreements, reimburse partners for work done, and monitor their work for fiscal compliance. We work with grantees for the entire life cycle of the grant and provide them with a consistent point of contact for their questions. As you know, LCCMR partners can vary widely in fiscal capacity and organizational experience. So besides annual training, we provide technical assistance on a variety of issues throughout the year to both new and returning grantees, which we tailor to the needs of each partner. In terms of active grants per year, you'll see that there were 116 active LCCMR grants in 2022, while there are now 166 active grants in 2026, a 70% increase over 5 years. Our biggest activity is evaluating payment requests for work done. We made 349 payments to LCCMR partners in FY 2025, which is a 270% increase from 128 payments to partners in FY 2021. For each, we make sure all expenses were allowable, contracted appropriately, and relevant to the project. The DNR bills using a professional services rate, which we charge only for hours worked. This rate changes on a biannual basis. So for FY 26-27, it is $92 per hour. We currently dedicate 5 FTEs to our pass-through grant management team and are in the process of hiring another 0.5 admin FTE to increase efficiency and capacity. That is the end of my presentation, and we stand ready for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just share that we couldn't do the grant program without your oversight and assistance, because it is a very time and talent rich process. And also, Director Nash assures me that we don't have to select this as a project. It will automatically matriculate into the spreadsheet. So I'm going to take questions for you. And the first one is Representative Scraba.
I guess if we don't have to accept it, then why are we hearing it?
I think it's because we want to understand how the grants have oversight, and also to introduce the new person that's in charge, Ms. Stenberg.
Whatever. I'm not going in that issue. But I noticed the last grant was for 280,000. This one's for 410. You're making your case that there's more. The interesting part is I don't believe the dollar amount went up. I think it's the same dollar amount, around 120, however million. The number of projects, we may be doing smaller projects now than before, so there is more work generated that way, but and I thought there was a cut. That's how we were working this. You got a cut of this so amount of money. And I talked to last or 2 years ago, I remember sitting down with the Deputy Commissioner Myers, and he was making a case for why they need more money. And I believe that Commissioner Stroman, same thing, saying, we don't have to do this, but we are doing this. And it does make it, it stays internal, i.e., instead of farming it out to a private industry to do it, we have a group that's willing to do it inside. So they made a case that it's better what they're doing, and they're keeping the cost down. It would be more expensive the other way. So I just want to make a comment, just kind of curious. if we don't have to vote on it or anything. It's just a matter of information. And thank you.
Thank you. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm glad, we at least have an opportunity to hear a little bit more about this. I am wondering if the rate, which I heard was, I think, $90 or $95 an hour, has that changed at all in the last 5 years, or is that been pretty stable or consistent?
To the presenters, do you have any information on that?
Chair Albrecht and commission members, the rate is reevaluated in each biennium. The rate for FY24 through 25 was $77 an hour. The increases represent increases in staff time and staff rates of pay due to both salary increases, cost of living, and steps as indicated in their bargaining unit plans, and any increases in the associated costs for supporting those staff. And that's how the professional services rate is handled.
Representative Heinzman?
Well, that's helpful. I do think at some point we should at least check. Maybe we already have, if Director Nash could address it, if we have looked to see what it would cost elsewhere. That'd be interesting, but it's not, necessary for today's discussion. I'd just be more curious if we already have potentially looked at that as an alternative.
Director Nash?
Madam Chair and members, I do not have what the rate would be elsewhere, but I would also just clarify that by law, these funds have to pass through a state agency. So if it weren't Department of Natural Resources, it would be a different state agency.
Thank you for that clarification. Anything else, Representative Heinzman?
I think that's my recollection now that Director Nash mentioned that. It would be great if maybe we could get another agency to bid against DNR. That would be fun to see those invoices or those proposals come in. Thank you. I appreciate the answer, though.
Thank you. Senator Westrom, did you have a question?
Madam Chair, a little on the same vein, but it wasn't that long ago. I recall this number, I think, was under 100,000. Maybe Director Nash can give me a recollection of when that was. But as Commissioner Scriba mentioned, it was 280 last round. This seems like it's going up quite fast, exponentially, and is that partly because we're a captive audience? $92 an hour. It was 77 last time. That's what is that? A $15 an hour increase just in one biennium. It just seems quite high. That's just about a 15% increase. Inflation is under 5%, maybe under 3%, and so it seems, I don't know, seems like we should be able to look into this a little bit harder. And the way these numbers have shot up so fast in just a few years, I think.
Director Nash, did you have?
So, do we have any insight? Maybe the testifiers can talk about why it's going up so fast. This is just unsustainable. If we're going to project this out over the next 5 or 10 years, we'll be well over $1 million just to hand out money.
I'm going to ask Director Nash and then the presenters if they have a comment.
Madam Chair, members, I would say similar, quite honestly, to what LCCMR staff has seen is just a really incredible increase in the amount of funding that is available, in the number of proposals that are received, in the number of projects that are funded, in the length of time that those projects are in existence, which then has a multi-year impact, and then also the complexity of projects that are being funded. And so one of our next agenda items is to talk about the amount of funding that is available for this biennium, and the amount compared to previous biennium has gone up 23%. So that is just an example, one of those metrics that shows that it's the amount of work that's needed to manage and oversee and make sure that people are using these funds appropriately is having to kind of scale up accordingly. And still we are well below, we have a 4% cap on spending, 4% of our entire budget that is the cap for spending on administrative, and with DNR and LCCMR together, we are still well below that 4% cap. So I think relatively speaking, compared to other grant programs, the numbers, the percentage numbers appear to be low, but the amount of funding just is increasing.
Does the presenters have any comment on this, or?
Thank you, Chair Albrecht, Commission members. We have, in part because of the increases that Executive Director Nash has been talking about, we added a monitoring and compliance lead in 2023. And in 2019, we had added another full-time caseload specialist, grant specialist. So over the course of the last 7 or 8 years, we have increased by 2 FTE in order to handle this, and also the increasing workload, and also the changes in legislative requirements for administration to prevent waste, fraud, and abuse.
Thank you. Did you have any follow-up, Senator Westrom, or does that solve your problem?
Well, brief. It sort of does, but it sort of doesn't, because while the dollars have went up 23%, that really isn't relevant to why the rate of pay goes up $15 an hour. Because
I see.
if it went up 3% from what it was last time at $77, which is kind of what's going on in the private sector, generally speaking, maybe under 5% at least, that would only be $3 or $4 an hour max, $2 to $3 an hour. And so you get a smaller hourly charge to do more work, still nets you less cost. And so why it's going up $15 an hour a year.
This is actually over a 2-year, this is a biennium. So this is a 2-year.
Well, I guess, yeah, 750, you have point well taken, but it still doesn't match what seems to be in the private sector. So not a discussion we can solve here. I'm just pointing it out that something's got to stop or slow down here, because we can't sustain this kind of growth in government. It's probably just a little a microcosm of why government is getting so expensive everywhere else. And so what's driving those costs to go up 2 and 3 times the rate of inflation should be a concern for all of us.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Representative Lilly.
Hi, I'm just going to offer just a comment. I guess I really value the work of the grant people. I just think we need to essentially, when I used to be legacy chair, I'd say, just keep us out of the news. And that's, what they're doing. They're checking on these projects and they're vetting them and doing the great work. And, these numbers are going, so it's going to be more and more work. I was involved with starting with Fabian small grants in Lessard. And, it's one of the most popular things they do over there. And I know that these grants are super popular here too. So anyways, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's sad it's going up the cost, but there's a lot of good work that they're vetting and doing. That's just my comment.
Thank you. I see our time is up on this issue, and I appreciate the presenters. Thank you for your presentation here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
So returning to our agenda, now that we have completed our proposal reviews, we do have some additional other business, 3 items on our agenda here. A is member conflict of interest. B is amount of available funding update. That'll be interesting to hear after the June 30th account, and then emerging issues account fund. So to begin with, I just want to clarify that I know that we'd had some discussion on this on Monday about why is this conflict of interest on our agenda, and I'll just share that it's on the agenda basically because some members continue to be confused about, and they're struggling, I guess maybe is a better word, to provide understanding of when are they in conflict and when they aren't, and really haven't been able to have clear understanding because staff is a bit struggling to provide clear understanding and feedback for questions. So we did hear from some members on Monday, and I'm just curious, are there any members that didn't speak about this on Monday that would like to continue to have this on the agenda today, or shall we set it aside for the day? If there's folks that weren't able to talk about it on Monday, I do see at least one hand. I think there's two members whose hands never got put down from the last presentation. So I see at least one hand from a member that is interested in talking about this. So I'm going to ask you to hold your comments. Then I see Dr. Moore and Monica Hedstrom have all put their hands up, as well as Representative Heinzman.
Madam Chair, a clarification before the discussion, if that's okay.
I'm going to ask a brief question just to clarify, but then I'm going to ask Director Nash to go through her memo and give us a better understanding of what the challenges have been here. What was
Madam
your
Chair,
question?
I would just ask during this discussion, is this purely discussion or is this going to be blown up with a number of motions? Is this just for discussion or are motions going to be in order?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, right now we're going to have a discussion and I'll let the members decide if motions come forward. I'm not going to say one way or the other. I don't know that
Really?
motions
Okay.
will come forward. They may and they may not, but I think there's enough interest by citizen members in any case to understand this question a little better. And so I think they deserve that opportunity to hear from the director about what the memo says. So with that, I'm going to ask Director Nash to briefly go through the memo that was in our packet. It's also posted online if you want to go out and get it and have it in front of you. Director Nash, would you like to go forward?
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. So there are, I'll just set this up first and then I'll move to the memos. So following concerns raised by members, staff was asked in 2025 to conduct a survey to gather input from all members about the LCCMR's conflict of interest policy, including the 2023 statutory change prohibiting members from voting on the recommendations package in certain circumstances. They were also asked to develop options for members to consider based on the results. So following that survey, the staff developed options for addressing areas of confusion and disagreement. Those options included recommending a statutory change, revising procedures, and developing policy guidance. At the November 19th, 2025 LCCMR meeting, members voted to pursue a statutory change. The specific recommendation was adopted on December 10th of 2025. The legislature did not adopt that recommendation during the 2026 legislative session. So we have again received member questions, and I reached out to House and Senate counsel for assistance. And that input is posted as one of the memos on the meeting page, and neither House nor Senate counsel were able to make today's meeting, so I am going to summarize their memo on behalf, and then I will come back to the LCCMR staff memo. So the memo that is signed off on by Ben Stanley here, who is the Senate counsel, provided excerpts from the statute that say subdivision 6, conflict of interest. A commission member may not participate in or vote on a decision of the commission relating to an organization in which the member has either a direct or indirect personal financial interest. While serving on the commission, a person must avoid any potential conflict of interest. And then paragraph B of that subdivision says, this is the one that was added in 2023, says a commission member may not vote on a motion regarding the purchase of land under section 116P18 or the final recommendations of the commission required under section 116 P05 subdivision 2 paragraph A, if the motion relates to an organization in which the member has a direct personal financial interest. So the memo says that recent changes to the subdivision have made it necessary to define some of the terms used in this language with greater precision than was needed in the past. However, when we attempt to do so, we find little to guide us. For these reasons, we're unable to provide a sort of bright line guidance that you were no doubt hoping when you requested this opinion. The commission may want to consider recommending changes to the statutory language to bring clarity to this issue. So as further background, the memo says that prior to 2023, the subdivision consisted of only what is now paragraph A. And the language that seems to say a little more than don't participate in a vote that concerns an organization you're financially affiliated with. And for decades, the commission was able to interpret this and enforce the language with, as the memo says, with little fanfare. The enactment of paragraph B in 2023, however, created a situation where having a direct personal financial interest would deprive a commissioner of the right to participate in certain decisions of the commission, whereas having merely an indirect personal financial interest would not. The introduction of this distinction, in other words, meant that it now became necessary for the first time to be able to distinguish one type of conflict from another with some level of precision. But as he says, we'll see below, the ambiguity of the language makes this sort of precision practically unattainable. Under the statute, it talks about direct personal financial interest or an indirect personal financial interest, and neither Chapter 116P nor any other Minnesota statute or court decisions defines these terms. Both of these terms include the word financial, so it seems clear as an initial matter that the statute is concerned only with financial conflicts and not with other forms of conflict or bias. He provides an example where a commissioner attended a university or has a best friend who works for that university. Standing alone, those do not constitute the sort of conflict that would be prohibited from a member voting on a decision. Beyond that, however, we run into some difficulty. Both of the terms include the word personal, but what does that mean? Does a conflict have to affect one directly to be personal, or does it also include those things that have the potential to affect one through their effect on other people? If a decision that will affect a commissioner's son's employer has a potential to affect whether or not he keeps his job, and if this in turn may affect whether or not that commissioner has to provide him financial support, is this decision in which the commissioner has a personal financial interest, even though it isn't about the commissioner and its potential effect on the commissioner is completely speculative? How attenuated does the connection have to be before there is no longer a conflict? If a commissioner works for one part of a giant university system and a decision related to some other far-flung part of that system in a campus hundreds of miles away from where the commissioner works, involving totally separate work, accounts, and people, comes before the commission, does the commissioner have a personal financial interest in the decision on the basis of the fact that the outcome of that decision, when added to the thousands of other decisions that will affect the system's overall financial picture, has some remote possibility of affecting whether the commissioner receives a raise that year? The statutory language offers no answers. It then proceeds to build on the shaky foundation by splitting the concept of personal financial interest into two subtypes, direct and indirect. And here, again, the meaning is unclear. One possibility is that the notion of directness and indirectness refers to the nature of the connection between the vote or decision and any possible effect on the commissioner of that vote or decision. If so, then a direct personal financial interest might exist where the commissioner would be paid directly from funds made available as a result of that decision. An indirect personal financial interest, by contrast, might be a situation where a decision to award funds will result in more people moving to a town where the commissioner has just opened a business that caters to locals. Another possibility, though, is that the notion of directness and indirectness refer not to the nature of a benefit received by the commissioner, but rather to his or her degree of separation from a benefit received by somebody else. Maybe one's spouse receiving a benefit as a result of the decision means that the commissioner has a direct personal financial interest, but the receipt of the same benefit by others does not. But if a spouse receiving benefit constitutes a direct personal financial conflict, but another person to whom the commissioner is related receiving that same benefit creates only an indirect personal financial conflict, why the distinction and which relationships fall on which side of the line? Does an effect of on a stepsister create a direct or indirect personal financial interest? How about an uncle? How about a brother-in-law? So in conclusion, the memo says, it is difficult to see how the recent confusion surrounding LCCMR conflict of interest issues can be resolved without modifying statute. Options for improving the situation would seem to include some combination of the following. Option 1 is to repeal paragraph B of subdivision 6, which is the source of the recent need to define the terms used in paragraph A with such precision. Option 2 is to consider replacing terms like indirect personal financial interest and direct personal financial interest with more commonly used terms, or provide definitions for the existing terms, or alternatively replace subdivision 6 in its entirety with language that seems to work well in other contexts. And then option 3 is once option 1 and 2 have been done, so once the legal framework has been clarified, flesh out any remaining ambiguities through modification to LCCMR operating procedures, but only where greater specificity is clearly needed. Madam Chair, that concludes the legal interpretation. I'm going to switch back over to the LCCMR staff memo, which puts forth some specific questions to perhaps guide discussion. And the intent would be that based on the discussion, staff could take what is heard to perhaps come back with a definition of the terms or clarity that could be added to the statute and that members could consider at a future meeting for recommendation to the legislature. And I can just go right into the memo, yep. Madam Chair, unless you want me to pause for any reason.
No, go ahead and proceed.
Okay, great. So going to the LCCMR staff memo, I think it focuses in on a hopefully practical level on a couple of the specific issues that seem to be recurring questions that come up. So the two most prevalent points of confusion and disagreement appear to be determining when a member needs to refrain from voting on the package and determining what should be considered a member's employing organization. And that's just a different way of saying what the legal counsel was talking about with the degree of separation with the organization, the employer. So this memo goes on in an effort to not get tripped up in terminology. This memo talks about the conflicts and the related management actions needed in terms of tiers. So tier 1 is what is prohibited. And this is actually found in LCCMR's operational procedures. And those say that a person may not serve as a project manager for a proposal pending before the LCCMR if the person is a member. And also an LCCMR member may not receive direct personal financial benefit from a proposal being reviewed or funded. So that's what's prohibited. Those things would never come before you for a vote because they're prohibited from happening at all. They would be managed before it got to that point. Tier 2 is related to that paragraph A in our statute that says a member may not participate in or vote on a decision of the commission relating to an organization in which the member has either a direct or indirect personal financial interest. Also, while serving on the commission, a person must avoid any potential conflict of interest. So this is the statute and the management practice that, to my understanding and knowledge, has been around since 1988. So that is where that comes from. Tier 3 is what requires refraining from discussing and voting on a particular proposal. And additionally, based on the new statute, refraining from voting on the funding recommendations package if that proposal is included. And that language from the statute is that a commission member may not vote on a motion regarding the purchase of land or the final recommendations of the commission if the motion relates to an organization in which the member has a direct personal financial interest. So for the purpose of gathering input from members, we thought it might be most productive to focus initially on examples of situations rather than attempting to define all the terms in the policy. So, issue 1 is, when is that tier 3 triggered? When does somebody get prohibited from voting on a final recommendations package? And we have three questions there, as well as an additional question in case we missed anything, just to open it up for other thoughts. Issue 2 is determining a member's associated organization. And again, we have 4 questions there, including one that's open-ended in case the 3 that we've identified are not complete and other people have additional questions to add. So that would be it, Madam Chair, unless you want me to go into detail about what those specific questions are. And you are muted.
Yep, I appreciate that. Sorry for having a little coughing thing. I have allergies that seem to be rearing their head right now. Thank you, Director Nash, for that run through of the legal advice and also your attempt to try and help us understand this in a little bit more plain language. I would like to ask members for their input right now, and then maybe if we need to, we'll go back to those questions about on page 2 of your memo. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Chair Albrecht. I've spent some time thinking about this because this particular policy has affected me for projects that I was not a participant in and have thus lost a vote over a period of years for that reason. So first of all, I support strong conflict of interest rules. I want to be very clear about that and agree with the prohibited rules that we have in place. And I agree also that, citizen members shouldn't be able to advocate for projects on which they're collaborators. But I want to also be clear that the citizen members have all been selected for honorable careers serving Minnesota environmental and natural resources. And for that reason, there are career costs to those of us that choose to serve on this commission because we cannot participate in these sorts of projects for the risk of losing our votes. Essentially, we're being asked to provide technical expertise that we guide the other commissioners with. And then if we lose our votes, we lose all voting power, making this essentially a service without any benefit whatsoever, to be completely honest. But the risk or the issue that I have with is not really those things. It's the fact that this policy has not been applied evenly across governments and institutions. And I'll give an example that's affected me personally and affected at least one of our other commissioners that works for a tribal government. If a tribal government employee is treated as conflicted whenever any employee of that sovereign government is connected to any proposal, then we must apply that same logic to any state employees that ever serve as commissioners, meaning any project from the DNR, Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, Department of Transportation, Minnesota Department of Health, or school trust, they would then theoretically have to recuse themselves and not vote on a package. That's not being applied presently with how tribal governments are treated. Similarly, any University of Minnesota employee would theoretically have to recuse themselves from voting on any project submitted by the University of Minnesota. We have clearly seen in the last 4 years that has not been the case. And I think this is the discrepancy that we must address as a commission, because currently tribes are being held to a higher standard than any other state government or the University of Minnesota. I think that we are doing a disservice with this conflict of interest policy because it is only affecting the citizen members, not the other commissioners. It is the citizen members that provide the technical expertise for this commission overall. And so I really think there's a fairness issue here of forcing citizen members who are doing civil service for free to not be able to vote on the packages for which they are contributing hundreds and hundreds of hours of time. So I'll leave my comments at that. And I think any of the solutions that were identified by Director Nash seem a better solution than the situation that we have in place currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Next, I have Commissioner Hedstrom and then Representative Heitzman. Commissioner Hedstrom.
Thank you, Chair Albrecht. I echo what Seth summarized very well. You know, there's a lot of work that goes into this process. And applying for LCCMR funding, it's a great opportunity, especially the collaboration, partnership building. But in my case, you know, if White Earth applies for something, then I can't vote for anything at the end. It's really disheartening to put all this work into that and to, you know, arrive at that final thing. Treating tribal nations as organizations is something that needs to be really reviewed. We're more than a business. And so I feel that we have all these different components to us, and we're just kind of put in this little bowl. And so I feel like things really need to be pulled out of this better. So thank you for that. And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hedstrom. Representative Heitzman.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. First, I'll start with Commissioner Moore and some of what I heard moments ago, and I am sympathetic to having the energy and investment in participating in conversations while not having a vote. But I want to point out that that is not necessarily a unique scenario in these kinds of deliberations. There are other examples, and I'll just use the Clean Water Council as one. I served there for a number of years, and many of you may know this, but some may not. Legislators that are appointed to the Clean Water Council do not have a vote. And so our time there is deliberative and we contribute, but we know going in that we don't get to make decisions on that council. And similarly, those appointed by the governor to serve on the LCCMR have a similar scenario where you can accept the appointment, but depending on your place of employment or what have you, statute is very clear. And we should all go into these kinds of appointments eyes wide open, knowing that the rules are as they are statute, it is law. So, like I said, while I'm sympathetic, this isn't the only situation. There's also a number of other examples, appointed positions that legislators participate in, and others where, again, legislators don't have a vote. Various groups are organized, like, for example, the one that deliberated and made decisions relative to the state flag that now currently flies. The legislators that were appointed did not have a vote. But again, they knew going in that was the case, and it was what it was. So while we may feel that we would like to recommend one thing or another to the legislature or changes to make that more clear, there's some merit that may be in that, but yet they get to choose ultimately whether that moves forward. In the last round, the recommendations were not taken up and could not move forward. There wasn't agreement. So
question.
Yes, I get it, but at the same time, the statute is written as it's written, and there are examples that have just been mentioned, Commissioner Moore and others, that takes away your vote. I get the frustration there, but it's not entirely unique. I guess that's my point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just a question for you, Representative Heinzman. Given that the council has suggested that there's ambiguity in the terms that are used in that paragraph B that was added by the legislature in the last go round. So especially regarding splitting the concept of personal financial interest into two subtypes, direct and indirect. The meaning is unclear, is what the council says. Do you have any suggestions, given that we would like to continue to have working natural resource professionals be a part of this commission because they do add a lot of value, and an opportunity to continue their service might be to address that ambiguity. So would you have any suggestions on how the legislature might clear up that language to make it much more clear for them?
At this time, my suggestion would be to work with the rules as they are currently. If I had heard, or if I personally had a suggestion, I would offer that. But this is the LCCMR commission, and I haven't got a proposal. I do have, though, my experience in the legislature to fall back on, and the fact that we are governed by the language as it appears in the Constitution, just recently renewed with some changes, and then also statute. And my suggestion today is continue to be collaborative, and if there is a suggestion that can be supported this coming January, great. But in the moment, statute is from my perspective quite clear. Those that are in those scenarios that are described in 116, that we would follow those. That is the rules as they are. So I don't think I probably answered your question to your probably expectation or hopes, Madam Chair, but
well, I don't know what your answer would be, but here's my thought. We are looking as a state to figure out how do we really provide fraud, and our members here take that seriously, and so does our director. And so she wants to give good advice to members who have questions about, well, I'm not a part of this, it doesn't affect me financially, but that my organization is doing that, some arm of my organization, do I have to recuse myself? And so because the statute is ambiguous, it sets up a potential that unknowingly that a member might choose to vote on something which, oh no, I shouldn't have done that, and now I've done something that was against statute. Nobody wants that. No member wants that. No legislator wants that, and certainly our staff doesn't want that. And so what I think this memo does is try to walk us through some questions that might help us come to recommendations, as Becca mentioned in her introduction, that could be given to staff that might then be recommended by the commission to go to the legislature to improve this statute. Now, that's not to ask you what the answer is, that's to ask everybody on the commission what the answer is, and use our work to collaborate our heads together to figure out what might be a solution that would work for members.
Madam Chair, I have a couple of thoughts. I was just waiting for your go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, while we continue to hear, and I'm sympathetic that there may be some argument to be made that there's ambiguity. I think in the minds of most Minnesotans, it's pretty clear. If you work for an organization that could benefit, you draw a salary from that organization, that's probably a conflict. So as the old saying might go, if it looks like there's a conflict, I think the statute expects commissioners to recognize their connection to those organizations and their salaries coming directly from those organizations or some kind of financial benefit in some way, then that probably is a conflict. If over the last year there had been a clear suggestion that could have been taken up, in fact, the last 2 years in a bipartisan way, I would argue that it would have. And Representative Jordan and I have talked about this offline and online. I don't think she'd mind me saying that we agree together that if there is a solution, and I don't mean to speak directly for Commissioner Jordan, Representative Jordan, but she may want to chime in, but I think that we'd be both interested together in working on that. But at the moment, I haven't heard of a suggestion. And if we want to talk about it, we could probably talk for quite some time today, which is why I asked if motions were in order, because I think the mistake that we could make today would be attempting to ourselves try to further define statute. I think that would be a mistake, as opposed to working collaboratively to maybe come up with something that hasn't been thought of, which I'll just, again, be totally transparent. I think would be very challenging to do, after all of the conversations that have happened over the last 2 years and still having had the challenges that we have had. So what we have to go on is current statute, and I think that's where we are going through this process over the coming days.
Thank you for that, those comments, and the conflict that you described. I think everyone to a person would agree that a direct financial conflict is pretty clear, bright line. The challenge is that it also includes an indirect financial, and so the scenarios that the council has proposed, I mean, they seem kind of far-flung to me, but I suppose that's where the rub comes, is that we don't really understand what an indirect financial benefit might be, and so the challenges
I can offer an example.
I'm going to let Representative Jordan speak first, if you don't mind, Representative Heinzman.
That would be just fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Heinzman. I did just want to let members know that Representative Heinzman and I have been talking about this quite a bit. We've been talking about this. It was also a bill that I introduced last year. Didn't have support from either, and it's an issue that there's widespread people who just really are concerned about conflicts of interest, specifically as it relates to the LCCMR. This isn't a partisan issue. The original language was introduced by one of my Democrat colleagues. I do hear the issue here, and I think of it as if somebody is working for a tribal government and they're working in the Human Services Department versus the Natural Resources Department, is that a conflict? So I'm just gonna rip this Band-Aid right off. I don't have a magical solution. I also even just think if someone is a lifeguard and we decide to do some of those water safety grants, are they a direct or an indirect financial benefit? My partner would like to work in the theater department at the University of Minnesota, which I would be shocked if we ever funded a theater project, but weirder things have happened. And so I do think there's more work that needs to be done. I don't have a good idea for what that is. That might be something that I don't know if that is something that we could think more about. If there are other instances in statute where we define indirect versus direct conflicts, but the discussion around conflicts of interest and steering money to organizations, specifically nonprofits, is very real in the legislature. It is something that people are taking very seriously. And so I do think there is, our policy reality and political realities that are both reality, is just what I will say. I try to keep the LCCMR, I'm a partisan actor, but I try to keep it relatively nonpartisan. So I do think like I just want people to be aware that there are both of those things. And so if we're coming up with solutions, if there's a way for Mr. Stanley or Ms. Taylor from our House and Senate research to do this, if there are other instances in statute that maybe we could look at, that would be helpful. But I do appreciate this discussion, Ms. Nash, Director Nash. And so I think it's good that we're talking about this. But I will just be frank, my priority when I go to the legislature is to pass the funding for our projects. That is first and foremost my priority. That was my priority this year as the bill author. There were things in that bill I would have done differently. I wouldn't have removed a project, for example, but that's the reality. The legislature had to pass a bill to make sure we could fund our projects for 2026, and I don't want to jeopardize projects for 2027.
Thank you. Dr. Moore.
Thank you. I don't necessarily disagree with Representative Heinzman or Jordan on these issues. I think my struggle is the lack of consistency in the application. And according to Representative Heinzman's definition, if somebody from that organization is funded by that organization, they have a conflict. That was not applied with the University of Minnesota employee for many, many years. Tribes are being held to a different standard. All I ask is for consistency in how this is applied, and I don't think that's an unreasonable ask. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be remiss if I didn't put a few cents worth in, having been around a long time, as I've said multiple times, and all of you know that. It's twofold for me. First of all, I don't disagree that the statute is what it is. I understand that, Representative Heinzman, and the fact that it's super clear to you doesn't mean it's super clear to me or any of the other citizen members, or we wouldn't be having this discussion, because we are most directly. And am I going to say I don't care what happens? Technically, right now, this discussion isn't about the Clean Water Council it's about here and now. Okay. And it has been unclear. And the reason why we're so concerned is, which leads me into part two, is my own character and integrity. The last thing I want to do is jeopardize 47 years of a nearly impeccable professional record. And it may not be what you or any of the other members have said or done or intend, but it's what I perceive. And that's the reason we're having this discussion. So I absolutely am clear of any COI or whatever you want to call it. So I'll give you an example. I've had projects over the years where my students might be involved and they're getting paid. Is that a direct financial interest? No. Is that an indirect financial interest? No, for me it's not. But others might say that it is because of the ambiguity of the language. It's not written out that that is a indirect conflict of interest. And I don't want to jeopardize. I haven't come back 4 times for renewal on this. Do my campaign finance records every year that everything else is, above board and so on. And again, it's for my own standing. I got to look myself in a mirror every morning, and so does everybody else on this. I'm not saying I'm the only one that's like that, but not what's intended, but what's perceived. So that's why we want to make sure that we're at 100% across every agency, every institution, whatever. So yeah, you guys know my passion about this. This is a great honor for me to have been on this long and continue to be on this committee. And I don't want anyone else, because it is, one bad apple make us bad for, are we all waste and fraud and abuse and all of this stuff? No, either we all are or none of us are. And that's how I approach it. That's just the way it is. So, all right, I'll stop there.
Thank you. Representative Heinzman, do you have your hand up still, or was that left over from before?
Yeah, you moved on, so I waited my turn. I just have a few additional thoughts.
Sure.
So you had suggested, Madam Chair, that there is ambiguity and there may be some agreement that there might be questions yet remaining, and I get that. But I think it is, and that was in the area, if I understood you correctly, of what is an indirect benefit. And unfortunately, Minnesota has examples that abound in bad actors, unfortunately, thankfully not here, but in other areas in the nonprofit world, where there have been principles and then there have been family members associated with that individual that have participated in fraud. Again, not happening here, but we have a high standard here, and I think that we should be proud of that, and not necessarily be trying to find ways to, I'll just say, change that. While simultaneously I have that perspective, I also really appreciate Dr. Moore's perspective in that there probably are examples where the letter of the law was not followed. And I appreciate that comment in that we got to do a better job. And that comment should be very well taken by members in how we continue going forward. Does that mean that there's no controversy or concern that members may have? No, I'm not trying to take away from that either, but all we have at the moment is statute as it is. And I'll leave it there for the moment. I'll lower my hand, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have first Senator Westrom and then Representative Scraba. Senator Westrom, did you have a comment?
Hesitantly, but
just wade into the mire. That's okay.
Well, I think I can offer the best perspective for everybody that's on the commission, younger or newer than me, because a lot of you don't know what you don't know, and I guess my comments are I'm hoping my comments people will understand this is not a solvable problem. It is like a Rubik's Cube that you cannot fix, except if the legislature changes it.
That's right.
And what I mean by that is this was not put in place in the light of day. It wasn't put in place for objectively good reasons. This is my opinion now, but just laying based on facts, and it's just facts. Senator Herr, I think, was there. I don't know how much as the author of the bill he would have engaged, but Representative Hansen was the chair in the House, and Representative Jordan talked about this. It was offered. This was a DFL proposal, but it wasn't really to improve the commission. It was to ice out or ace out one of our Senate appointee members, Mike Reese. Some of you guys served with him. Some of you didn't. The legislature the DFL was in control of the House and the Senate. And there was a period that nobody wants to relive, I would say, is there was a point where because they could, they were going to do it. And that's what the result of this statute change was. It made it so Mike Reese was basically conflicted out. That took a Republican vote or a Senate Republican appointed vote out of the mix. And so I'm sorry for those of you that are caught up in this yet, but I think you're going to have to, the boomerang has swung around, and I think these are the unintended consequences that sometimes happen when political decisions are made instead of objective, thoughtful decisions. And I don't think this was objective or thoughtful at the time. But the part of the story or the rest of the story that I think you all need to know, this is not a solvable problem until the legislature decides to bring it up. They didn't bring it up this past year, so they could have, but they wouldn't listen when they put this in place, and it was for a nefarious reason. It wasn't for, in my opinion, really improving the system. It was to help ensure that one Senate appointed member couldn't vote and kept the majority easier to get if that person wasn't voting. And
thank you for that.
There was some behind the scenes discussions that went on. I don't need to go into them so much, but what I'm telling you is how I see it, but based on facts and little input that went into this. So we aren't going to solve this problem no matter how many hours we talk. And so I really think it's just, we got to put our time in for those that find themselves conflicted. I'm afraid that's you're gonna be in the same spot Mike Reese was put in.
Thank you, Senator Westrom.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm not quite done, but if you
Oh,
want to cut
sorry.
me off, that's fine.
I'm sorry. Continue.
Madam Chair, when I'm talking and you're talking over me, it's pretty obvious what you're trying to do. So I'll just withdraw right now, take some comments, but I might have some further comments.
I wanted to share that I respect your opinion on what happened in 2024. I don't necessarily disagree. And I also believe that Mike Reese was a really excellent member. And we were all sad, citizen members were sad to see him go because he brought a lot of value to the commission. Was there anything else?
I mean, Matt, I just, as much as we, we don't have to argue the facts or this or that and the DFL trifecta, and we've all heard of that stuff, and I'm not trying to go there. I'm just shedding some light. So anybody that thinks there might be a way to talk and solve this problem, there just isn't going to be one. And Mike Reese was the first guy that had to be subjected to this. And so the conflict of statute needs to change. Otherwise, the legislature and the appointing authorities really do have to not appoint people that would have any direct or indirect connection to organizations that some members find themselves on right now. And then if you try to be objective and look at what the legislature did, that's all I could conclude is they just want to have less people on the commission that would be from an entity or an agency that does environmental work that might apply and get grants in the future. And so you'd have to just make sure there's less, nobody appointed that would fit in that direct or indirect category. If you were trying to understand the legislature's conflict adoption statute, or the statute that they adopted, but I don't believe that was the reason. I believe it was nefarious from the beginning, and it'll be that way until it gets fixed or changed by a legislature that has a willingness to do it and doesn't get bottled down in lots of other end of session stuff instead.
Thank you. Representative Scraba.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I've been dealing with conflict of interest since I've been city councilor, mayor, all those things. So if it affects you, it does. So it's a conflict of interest. It's the individual that has to make that decision. So whether the law says it has to be this way or that way, the way it's written now, I agree, we're done. But ultimately, as frustrating as, and I hear Dr. Moore's frustration more than anything, his comments were like, gosh, I sense where he is. I understand where he's coming from, because it's like, so why are we here if we can't participate? And part of my issue with the way it's written, I think the individual should recuse themselves from that one issue that they're working on during this discussion and the first vote. But the ultimate package, I think if we took all the issues out that the individuals have a conflict of interest on, let's say there were 6 individuals, 6 issues, we pull those out, we vote on all the others as a whole, and then we vote on those 6 individually with each person out of the vote, so that it's not as, they should still be able to vote on things other than their conflict of interest. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Commissioner Faber. I'm going to try and wrap this up here. We have a few more things on our agenda. I know we also have public comments. So, Dr. Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make one small correction, just so referring to Senator Westrom's comments about Commissioner Reese. 2 years ago, I too was not able to vote on the package because of a conflict of interest. So I just want to make sure it wasn't just Senator Reese. It was also Commissioner Reese. It was also Commissioner Faber, just so that that's absolutely clear. So he wasn't the only one that was affected. So it directly affected me. And I'm still here. I renewed my asked for renewal and so on, and I'm here again. And the other thing I would say to everyone is that if I can't look all of you and think you're having the same level of character and integrity that I have, then I mean, so this is about me at the end of the day, and hopefully I have 110% faith on everyone else here. And Kate, I may not like your opinions on certain things and stuff, but that's part of the process. Character and integrity stands above it all. So thank you.
Um, Senator Westrom, did you have your hand up again?
I didn't intentionally, Madam Chair.
Okay.
But
All right. So, well, thanks everybody for this discussion. I appreciate that everyone has volunteered some information and provided their perspective, and it's very helpful. You know, I think it's been obvious from the discussion that this is an issue that really only affects the citizen members, which is one of the reasons why the citizen members wanted to take it up, even though maybe legislators believe it's a settled issue. So we continue to want to figure this out, and I'm not sure what that looks like. And I don't see anything, but is there anything that members would like to direct staff, give direction to staff on this before we move on to the next issue? I see Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like the commission to know that I have turned down job opportunities because of the LCCMR's conflict of interest policy. So it has affected me personally. So I think I just want you to know that it has personally affected me and my ability to pay my mortgage. But I would like to direct staff. I know we have had trouble with memos, but I would like to direct staff to just come up with, it seems like the issue here to me is specifically around the indirect conflicts of interests. I didn't hear members articulate like issues surrounding the direct conflicts of interest. It is all the indirect conflicts of interest. And so I am wondering if we could direct staff, and Director Nash, tell me if you cannot do this, but to come up with maybe we've talked about some of the issue areas that we've had an indirect conflict of interest, but it might be helpful to have like an ABC option for if we were going to change this indirect conflict of interest. I don't think there is any appetite in the legislature to repeal completely the conflict of interest law that was passed in 23, I believe. I don't have that interest, and I didn't hear any member here talk about. But I think what we need is a clear document that outlines what an indirect conflict of interest is, so members and staff are not in the position of calling balls and strikes themselves. So I don't know, Director Nash, is that something that your staff is able to do statutorily? Can I make that ask to direct staff to do that? And
Director
again, that does
Nash?
not bind the legislature to pass any law, just to be clear.
Yeah, Madam Chair and members, I actually did attempt to go there. That was my my next step, was to create some guidance. So I went through and tried to create my own definitions of what I thought direct and indirect was, and that's when I went to House and Senate Council, and they said, no, you can't do that because there's really no way to comply. And so that's where they said maybe it'd be helpful to have this conversation that would give guidance and lead to a recommendation to change statute with maybe those definitions. So we couldn't take those definitions and apply them now. They would have to
No,
be,
the law is the law.
yes, exactly. So they would need to be blessed, somehow by the legislature. So if you are talking about coming up with an A, B, and C to recommend to the legislature, yeah, we can
That
do
is that is my recommendation. And again, to make this law, to make it possible to do this, it has to pass both the Senate and the House in a majority and be signed by whoever the next governor is going to be.
And that's just where we were hoping to have some of the conversation today, but we can jump to that. That would be fine. We can try to do that.
Well, the legislature doesn't kick off until January, so I wouldn't say there's a huge rush.
Right. Well, we don't meet that often, so it would
We
have
just
to
have
come
one more
before.
meeting before recommendation, so.
Right. All right, I have two more hands up here. If you had anything else, Director Nash?
Would you, Madam Chair, would you, if that is something that you would like, is that worthy of a vote?
Would we like to have a motion on that so that it's an official direction to staff?
You have to.
I didn't make a motion.
No, I know. You made a recommendation. Would you like to make a motion?
There are other commissioners' hands up, so I think I would like to hear what they have to say first.
Okay, I'll concur with that. Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you. One thought I had is recognizing that the legislature doesn't have an appetite to repeal anything, and something in the memo triggered my thought of, is there any comparable language applying somewhere else within the entire state statute books that we could cross-reference or could be cross-referenced to this, that a different commission uses, a different body uses, so we're not, it doesn't look like LCCMR wants some special rule just for itself. We're just trying to get some clarity around what indirect conflict is. And if there is something we could cross-reference with a simple amendment that says indirect, per chapter, blah, 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 that might be a more elegant way to kind of deal with it. I don't know if there is, but I just thought I'd throw that out as Senate councils might be looking at this.
Thank you for that recommendation. Director Nash, did you have any response to that?
I was just going to say that that was part of the memo that they said, is that there isn't another, those terms just aren't the usual terms that are used in conflict of interest policies, but there are other policies that we can look to and the other examples that we can bring forth so you can see how other groups do it. And maybe that can be like background information for that option A, B, and C if that's of interest to members, so that you can see where it's not just it's not made up whole cloth. It's being influenced by the other models that are out there.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaman and Director Nash. I have a hand up by Representative Heinzman. I'm going to try and wrap this up by 4 o'clock so we can get out of here by 4:30. Just FYI. Thank you, Representative Heinzman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So just a question across the table, if Commissioner, I'll just say Representative Jordan had suggested that there may be an alternative going back to staff. And I would argue that you're putting an awful lot of responsibility on staff, where it might make more sense, as I think that we've heard the frustrations from Director Nash, that has been very, very challenging, even going back to Senate nonpartisan and House nonpartisan staff. If we're going to be making motions today, I think it would make more sense to get a legal opinion from folks that work in statute, in state law on a daily basis, as opposed to pushing this on staff again to come up with something. We could come up with something, but is that going to reflect statute? I mean, it's a very challenging thing that is being proposed, and I'll be totally transparent. I would be against a motion to come up with another attempt at interpreting statute. The statute's pretty clear, although we may not like it. So if an opinion is offered, it is just that, an opinion. Would it stand the test of a legal challenge is really the question I think that we're discussing today. It seems like that would be more appropriate. And if there is something I'm maybe not thinking of, I'd be happy to hear Representative Jordan's perspective, but it does seem futile to again put that responsibility back on staff to just come up with their perspective, or just for them to have to seek other perspectives without defining who we're going to be utilizing as a resource.
Thank you. I tend to agree that staff has already invested an inordinate amount of time and thought and late nights and meetings into this discussion. So I wouldn't be opposed to your suggestion that we not put more additional onto staff. Representative Jordan, any additional comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we were working to define some guardrails around the community grants program, the state auditor, Judy Randall, was very helpful. I don't know if we have spoken to Auditor Randall about this issue, but that might be a rock that we haven't turned over. I don't know. It's clear to me that this is the law now, that it would require a law change. I like to, when we pass laws in the legislature, it's good to hear from experts and have testimony. You have all provided expert testimony on how this law has positively and negatively affected your ability to be a member of the LCCMR. It occurs to me that Judy Randall, Auditor Randall, is perhaps someone we could ask about this. That might
Madam
be a
Chair.
conversation that does not require a motion, though.
Madam Chair.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Jordan, I think that is a great alternative. I would ask Director Nash if that would require a motion for us to move that idea forward. I don't think it would, but
I don't think so
that there
either.
would be, I think there would be broad agreement that that would be a great next step to seek Judy Randall's office and their perspective.
Director Nash.
Madam Chair and members, I'm comfortable without a motion. I just want to make sure that I am working within the bounds of what the commission wants.
Yep.
So I'm sorry for bringing up that motion. That was my only intent, was just to make sure that you're keeping me in line.
Okay. And so the idea of visiting with the assistant auditor, deputy auditor would be something you would feel comfortable doing?
Happy to reach out to them and see if they can provide some language, if they have models, if they would be interested in coming to a next meeting to provide some thoughts, if they have any other suggestions or resources to point to.
Thank you.
Happy to do that.
I have one more hand up and then we're going to move on from this. Senator Westrom, you get the last word.
I think Director Nash kind of covered it, but it's the idea was she'd come and talk to us, but maybe she doesn't have anything more to say. So what you just encapsulated, I think, sounds like start with a conversation, and if it behooves us to have her on the agenda, I think that would make sense. But otherwise, maybe she doesn't have that much to add, and then it probably doesn't make sense to add her to the agenda. So you find out what you can and report back. That sounds like a good plan.
Thank you. So I'm moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is a happy news. So we're all going to have a big smile because we're going to get an update on the amount of available funding that Director Nash has received from the investments.
So, Madam Chair and members, the amount that is available for appropriation each year is determined by the calculating, for LCCMR's perspective, 5.5% of the value of the trust fund on June 30th on even years. And so we checked on the value of the fund as of close of business last night. And see that it has increased since the last time we looked and since the time that we based our estimated amount of availability on. So based on the value last night, there would be $127,510,000 available this year for appropriation. That is up from the previously estimated $121 million. And so what we would plan to do is update your evaluation number 2 spreadsheet, because it does calculate as you enter dollar amounts. It does calculate to make sure that you don't go over the amount that's available. We can update that and send you out a revised version through email tonight. We will also update the amount available in the online system. So those of you that are doing your entries and having the online system calculate those up, we'll be working on the correct number. But it looks like you do have some additional money to work with.
Thank you, Director Nash. That is indeed great news. A testament to the good investments that we have in the trust fund. I have a hand up by Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Faber.
what was the amount again? I missed it.
Can you repeat that, please, Becca?
Sure. The amount available is $127,510,000.
Thank you.
Yeah, so an extra 6 million or so.
That is correct.
Cool. That's great news. Moving on. We have item C under new or old business, which is Emerging Issues Account Fund. I'm going to ask Becca to tee this one up for us, please.
Sure, and I might also see if Senator Westrom wants to speak to this, if the chair is okay with that. But this was an idea that got brought up in the last meeting, and that there was a discussion of repurposing the funds that have already been appropriated for the emerging issues account. And I think the idea was they could be repurposed and essentially included into the amount available under the current RFP. They would have to be tracked separately and individually. But this idea was prompted when the members were considering an emerging issues account proposal, and you decided to refer that proposal to the regular RFP instead of considering it under the emerging issues account. So we currently have $2,434,000 available in two separate appropriations. And again, those would have to be tracked separately and not combined with currently available funds. If no action were taken, those funds would continue to be held for a potential, urgent and unexpected need. If that urgent and unexpected need did not take place or come to us in terms of a proposal, those funds would just go back to the trust fund at their expiration dates, which are in, I think the one that we're really looking at now is the June 30th, 2028.
Correct. Yeah. And okay. Thank you. I'll maybe have some comments, but I see Senator Westrom would like to discuss this. Senator Westrom.
Madam Chair, I guess I think Director Nash kind of covered it, recapping from 2 weeks ago when we had our meeting that most of us were in person on. This was the motion we delayed until we got this number, and at the time our discussion and my thought was to make a motion to lower that number to something more like 300,000 or some other number that wouldn't have 2 million sitting on the sidelines, basically. And I think we've had pretty broad consensus that the emerging issues should really be a quote emerging issue and unique, not just another avenue to get in. And so I think as we've kind of put more guardrails on that and tightened it up, and I don't think we're going to have emerging issue every time we come around. Every year we put a proposal together. So I could be convinced we should go to zero, but I'd be open to making a motion of 300,000 or some other number that's much lower, and then the rest we would allocate. But open for suggestions. Happy to make the motion at the right time if that's helpful, or I can make it soon if that just moves us along.
Just to clarify, Senator Westrom, are you suggesting that we pull from the funds that are expected to expire in June 30th, 2028, all but 300,000? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Madam Chair, that's
okay.
That's I think how it would effectively work.
Yeah, and so if we did have any unexpected emerging issues, we would really only have then up through next June 30th, 486,000 available. There's two different years that we have funds available. One expires next June 30th, in 2027, and the larger amount, 2.248 million, expires June 30th, 2028.
And Madam Chair, maybe Director Nash can refresh my memory and our memory. Is that emerging issues a number we put in, or is that a percentage now of each dollar amount that's available to spend?
Director Nash?
Madam Chair and members, the funds that we have available are funds that the commission specifically recommended as a line item to go to the emerging issues account. If the members don't recommend any funding to go to the emerging issues account, no money goes there. So if there's no recommendation, no additional recommendations to put money into the emerging issues account, the funds that are there would just expire, and then there would be zero account balance, until the commission again decided to recommend appropriated funds there.
Nice. Okay, thank you. And so back to your point, Madam Chair, I think 300,000 seems like a big enough number, likely to cover any need if it came along, and probably doesn't make sense to park $2 or $2.5 million in the emerging issues account. On the same token, we've tightened it up, so we really do want it to be something that eminently came up as a surprise and ultimately can't go through the process and wait for the legislature's approval. I don't want to go into this a lot. This emerging issues was kind of a bypass of the legislature to begin with. And so I think leaving some money in there is okay, but I just think it's way more. And as we were adding some projects, if you recall 2 weeks ago, that was kind of, I think, the catalyst that everybody coalesced around a little bit, is there might be some more money, and we just found out there is even some more money with the new report from last night. So I guess, Madam Chair and Director Nash, correct me if it's different, but I would just make a motion for the purposes of moving things along in the discussion of that we leave $300,000 in the emerging issue account and to make the rest available for project funding.
Okay, so
Subject to the legislature's approval of the final bill.
Senator Westrom moves that we include, that would be $918,000 from the EI8, from the ML 2025 EI8 funds available into the amount available to the legislature recommendation as part of the 2027 RFP. Is that correct? So the balance would be 300,000 left in the emerging issues account, and we would add, is my math correct, 900
I don't think your math's quite.
948.
I have 2.134 million.
2.134
134
would be moved into the amount available for the 2027 RFP. And the remainder would be 300,000 in the emerging issues account, that the deadline to spend is June 30th, 2028. Is that your motion, Senator Westrom?
That's my motion. That sounds more like the numbers I was thinking it was. So that'd be my motion, Madam Chair.
I'm going to go to Director Nash on this.
Madam Chair, if there is a motion, I'm wondering if it would be possible to add, I'm looking for my language here, that because these are single appropriations that have to be tracked.
Oh, so the language you want is that with the understanding that any amount that is not evenly divisible into a recommended project will be returned to the trust fund. So in other words, if we don't have a project for 2.134 million, because they would have to be tracked separately from our regular ENRTF fund. If we say, for instance, we fund the project that came before us, 884,000, there would be a balance left, and that would be returned to the fund, to the EIA. Does that make sense, Senator Westrom?
Well, sort of, but it seems to me we'll be able to find a project that would take 2.1 million. Am I oversimplifying that, Director Nash, or?
Director Nash?
Madam Chair and members, if it's not exactly 2.134 million, say it were 2.130 million, then the $4,000, the difference would go back to the trust fund.
And may I ask, how would we designate that in our selection process?
Madam Chair,
Senator Westrom.
my question might help answer the same thing you're asking, but Director Nash, what if let's just say DNR Trails gets 2.134 million out of this and another million in local trails out of the regular funds? Could we not divide up an allocation that way as a way to do it?
Director Nash?
Madam Chair and members, those funds can't be mixed, so it would have to be like two separate projects. The fiscal year money can't exceed a certain amount, so they have to be tracked separately. So we wouldn't want to commingle them into one project.
Right, it's too hard to track them.
So,
Senator Westrom.
Madam Chair and Director Nash, but we could fund 3 projects that come up to the 2.134 million,
yes,
just for example. It doesn't have to be a 2.134 million project. It's just those funds are available, and we'd have to find some projects. We'd go to our good staff, and they probably could give us some recommendations,
yes,
or we could probably find them ourselves. But am I kind of right, Director Nash? I mean, we could.
Madam,
got to find the projects that add up to that number.
Director Nash.
Madam Chair, yes, and that is exactly speaking to your question about how would we show this on your evaluations. And I think you're right, Senator Westrom. Maybe it's best to just have staff figure out how many we can squeeze into that, what the right combination of projects to squeeze into that to make sure to use as much as possible. I think that would probably be the way to do it. And then again, just like if there happens to be like $1,000 that doesn't fit or whatever, we could either come back to you and ask you if you wanted to do something else with it, or just assume that excess money can be left on the bottom line.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor.
Madam Chair, I'm open to, if there's language Director Nash would suggest would be helpful, I'm open to that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so I'm going to read the motion.
I'll add it and incorporate it into my motion.
First, I'm going to go to Senator Her on to the motion.
Okay, I just have a question. This is perhaps to more for Senator Westrom and maybe Director Nash. Let's say it seemed like, Senator Westrom, he's helping something here. But let's say if you point out a couple projects or the staff find out a few projects, do we need to come back and hear the presentation, or maybe the committee here could just approve them without presentation?
I don't, to your point, I'll answer what I think, and then I'll go to Director Nash. I think that we're selecting from the proposals that we've already reviewed. I don't know that we're adding any in, but thank you for that suggestion. Director Nash, do you have a different opinion?
Madam Chair, that was my understanding too, but I would also be curious what Senator Westrom was thinking.
No, that's my same understanding. It would just be within the projects we have, Senator Her, and but these would be available dollars, so something might get funded with these dollars that maybe wouldn't otherwise.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just hear the example of trail, so DNR trail, so I just.
That was just an example I was trying to figure out, but I don't need to belabor it. I think I've got a solution. I can talk to the director offline. Or once we get feedback, I think I have a way to solve the problem. But any language that allows it to revert back if it's a small amount and we don't need it, I'm open to, but we can do that at another date too.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we're saying is June 30th count of the new amount of money was 127 million and some change. And then us moving this 2.134 million from the emerging issues account that will expire on June 30th, 28. We'll just go into that, so we'll have just under $30 million to allocate, correct? And that 2.134 then would have to be a combination of projects that we are putting into this year's package, yes?
That is correct. I see Director Nash saying yes.
And
can I ask a question, Director Nash? When you said 2.134, are you using both the 2027 amount, 186,000, and the 2028 amount, 2.248 million? Because if we're going to leave 300,000 in 2028, it would be a different number. I just want to make sure the math is correct here.
Madam Chair, I was calculating it based off the total amount. And I'm assuming that
the motion was just the $2028.
Was it just the
not
$28? Okay, I apologize. Then let me calculate the number.
Is it 1,948,000?
4, 8, 1, 2, 3. One, is that what you said before? Yes, 1,148,000. Yes.
Okay, I mean, Little Fork High School math.
Two minds better than one lady's criminies.
Okay,
Madam Chair, that would bring a total availability of $129,458,000.
Okay.
Is that what you're getting as well?
I'm gonna say the motion again, and then I have to the motion, I have at least one more person. So the motion is Commissioner or Senator Westrom moves to include $1,948,000 from ML 2025 EIA funds to the amount available for recommendation to the legislature as part of the 2027 RFP, with the understanding that any amount that is not evenly divisible into a recommended project will be returned to the trust fund. So that's our motion, and to that motion, I have Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to understand the consequence of this motion, there will only be 300,000 left in the emerging issues account for anything that comes up in the future, and we have no ability to add any more money into the emerging issues account. Is that correct?
I don't think that is correct, because I believe, Director Nash, there may be leftover that members can apply to the EIA. Is that correct or not? No.
So that would leave $300,000 from what we call the 2025 appropriation that expires in 28. There would be $186,000 left in the 2024 appropriation that expires in 2027, but there's essentially not enough time left in that appropriation for anything to be done. So I would say there in effect would only be $300,000 left. Members can choose to recommend additional funding to the emerging issues account, and that is done through your annual RFP process. So if you wanted to add more, you would choose that in this evaluation number 2. And if enough members choose to allocate money to the emerging issues account, then presumably it could get into your recommendations. You could recommend money in any future RFP cycle as well to go into the emerging issues account, but it happens on that yearly basis.
Thank you for that clarification. So we're clear. I'm going to ask if there are any questions about what we're voting on here before I call the roll. Have the staff call the roll on the vote.
Aye.
Wait.
Oh, well, just trying to move this along. It's 4:24.
We have plenty of time.
Criminy.
We're
Okay.
waiting for staff to be prepared and do this correctly.
Thank you,
So,
Madam.
Madam Chair, Tori, I
Yes.
don't want to belabor it, but I just want to ask the Director Nash a question.
Sure. Senator Westrom.
So, Director Nash, with the motion of the 1.9 million that moves, in my understanding, there's 300 left on top of, out of that fund, but there's also still 186,000 from the 2024 allocation, or is that part of the 300,000 we're leaving?
Director Nash.
Madam Chair, with Chair Albrecht's math, we're just taking it from the 2025 appropriation, so there would still be 2024 appropriation left over on $186,000 on top of 300,000 from the 2025 appropriation.
Correct.
One question, follow-up.
Yes.
Is it too late to allocate that money? Did that expire June 30th, 2026 yesterday, or does that expire next June?
Director Nash.
Madam Chair, that expires next June.
Okay, and your comment was there's probably not enough time to use that in the emerging issues anyways. I don't want to go backwards here, but I would say we would include that and the 186 from the 2024 allocation if people are okay with that. And just move it all, and then we leave 300,000 clear from 2025 in the a emerging issues account. That if
Senator Westrom amends his motion to include additional 186,000 from ML 2024 to be added to the amount available for recommendation to the legislature as part of the 2027 RFP. Here's the rub there, I will say, Senator Westrom, and maybe Director Nash will back me up on this. As she has said before, you can't commingle any of these different amounts. And so we'd have to find a project that would be benefit from $186,000. And I'm not sure we have one there. So maybe it would not be wise to add that amendment to your motion.
well, Madam Chair, I don't want to drag it out. I'm fine if that's a problem. I know there's plenty of letter G categories under 186,000. So with your modifying language, I think we'd be fine. And there might be a few thousand left over that would go to the trust fund. But with our small categories, I can remember several that were even under 100,000. So wouldn't that cover it, or am I understanding your comment wrong?
Point well taken. I was referring to those that we had just reviewed the last 3 days. So we do have additional projects that are 27, I think, under the small projects that it could be possible. So Director Nash, would that be an amendment? Would that be in order? Yes, she's saying that would be in order. So commissions members, are you clear on the
Ready to vote.
amended motion?
Aye, and an aye.
Are you clear on, I'm just asking if anyone has questions on the motion that we're voting on now.
No.
Director Nash, I think we can take the roll.
Albright.
No.
Albright, no. Her,
Yes.
yes. Jordan,
No.
Jordan, no. Beeman,
No.
Beeman, no. Faber,
Aye.
Faber, aye. Gilman, Gilman. Green,
Aye.
Green, aye. Hedstrom,
Hedstrom, no.
Hedstrom, no. Heinzman,
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Langseth, Langseth. Lily,
No.
Lily, no. McEwen, McEwen. Moore,
More yes.
Moore, yes. Putnam,
Yes.
Putnam, yes. Scraba,
Yes.
Scraba, yes. Westrom,
Yes.
Westrom, yes. I'm going to circle back to the ones I missed. Gilman. Gilman. Langseth. Langseth is excused. McEwen. McEwen. Madam Chair, we have 8 yes, 5 no.
That motion prevails. Thank you, members. We're moving on to the last item on, oh no, one more. Do we need to approve work plans? Because these folks want to get the money out the door for those plans, and so we have before us work plan approvals. Is there a motion from a commissioner who will move the ML 2026 work plans listed in category A consent agenda, along with approval notes and contingencies listed on the spreadsheet entitled Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund Work Plans and Conditions ML 2026 for July 1, 2026?
Faber, so moved.
Faber moves. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, will you take the roll on that, please, Director Nash?
Madam Chair, Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Her.
Yes.
Her, yes. Jordan.
Yes.
Jordan, yes. Beeman.
Yes.
Beeman, yes. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, aye. Gilman.
Aye.
Gilman, aye. Green.
No.
Green, no. Hedstrom. Hedstrom. Heinzman.
Aye.
Heinzman, aye. Langseth, excused. Lily.
Lily, aye.
Lily, aye. McEwen. McEwen. Moore.
More yes.
Moore, yes. Putnam. Putnam.
Yes.
Putnam, yes. Scraba.
Graba, yes.
Scraba, yes. Westrom. Westrom. And I will try one more time back to Hedstrom. McEwen. McEwen. And Westrom. Westrom. Madam Chair, we have 11 yes, 1 no.
That motion prevails. Thank you. The last item on our agenda is public testimony. Director Nash.
Madam Chair, we did receive some public testimony, written public testimony, and that is posted on the meeting page, an email related to wild turkeys.
Thank you. Anything else that should come before the commission?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I heard this joke recently about a turtle or a snail riding on the back of a turtle. Have you guys heard that one?
Is it a dad joke?
How does that one go?
Whee!
Can I just say that I'm very disappointed that no one said "for Pete's sake" over the past 3 days?
Thank you, Senator Putnam. I have Senator Herr's hand up. Senator Herr.
Sorry, I should have jumped in quicker before all the humor come around for the finale. But for public testimony, I received a call earlier today about the discomfort of a project that happened 2 days ago when I was chairing. Would that, can Director Nash talk about maybe not specifically the project, but if people want to do public testimony or want to send something, where do they do that? I would know the answer, but I think probably better if you can just say that before we close.
Director Nash, can you explain the process for giving public testimony?
Sure, Madam Chair. So we accept public testimony written or people signing up to provide oral testimony up to 4 p.m. the day before the meeting. And so if they miss that deadline, then we will sign them up for the next meeting. In this case, we did provide some written testimony after the deadline was passed, and we are going to try to post that as soon as we can on the meeting page for the next meeting so that members can see that, since it relates to the proposals and your evaluations.
Thank you. Thanks for that reminder. And with that, I just want to say thank you to the commission. You've been very well behaved today and a pleasure to chair. I appreciate that very much. Director Nash, did you have one more thing to add?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready to
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure to get in a reminder for folks to please submit their expense reimbursement requests.
I have it on my list. I forgot to say it.
Thank you. Yep. And you can submit them all on one page. We're asking for them to be submitted to Diana by tomorrow, July 2nd. And she reminded me that there are actually 4 members who have not submitted the request for the June 17th meeting yet. And so you can just tack that right on to the same form for this week's meetings.
A very good reminder. Appreciate that. Before we adjourn, I see Senator Westrom would like the last word.
Oh, Madam Chair, my battery went dead, so I'm sorry I missed that last vote, but I'm quite confident it passed without it. So I just didn't want anybody thinking I was going away mad or something.
All right.
Inopportune time. So
we thought you had a dinner date or something. All right. Well, we are 5 minutes past or 4 minutes past 4:30, and I'm going to call this meeting adjourned. Thank you all very much for
Happy
your
4th
attention.
of July, everyone.
Happy 4th.
Happy 4th, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Stay safe on the